and action.
I'm actually thinking, right, about getting a t-shirt with the Kent arms on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
God's sake.
Oh, yeah, fucking right.
You shouldn't be promoting this.
I'm doing an Ian. I'm doing an Ian.
I must admit, I pissed myself when I saw, oh, there's something from Matt on Facebook. And it's a picture of Siri there with not a cat.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. Had to be done.
It did happen. Yeah. My God, guys. Oh, mate. Yeah, so it's been a busy day. Didn't get as much done as I wanted. And old Baggy Knickers didn't get up until, what, midday?
Baggy Knickers.
Midday! And then she goes, oh, I've got to go and get a shower. I go, well, I'm out there, so when you're ready. About an hour later, I go back in. She's sitting there with just a towel round her, doing a match 3 game in the kitchen. Going, are you coming out? Because we're going to get the cars off the driveway and do all the weeding and then jet wash it all off. Yeah, just going to finish my tea. So it was about, what, 2:30, 3 o'clock before she sort of like turned up. I was like, forget it now, it's going to start raining.
Docker wages.
Yeah.
It started raining about 3 o'clock.
Spitting.
That's when it stopped here. We had it all morning and then fucking bright sunshine.
Oh no, this morning I was out there with no t-shirt on because it was so hot. Beautiful blue sky everywhere.
I've decided that Froome is like the ice city at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's really cold first thing, and then once the sun comes out by about 11, it's lovely. But if you open the door at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's bloody freezing.
No, we're always about 2 degrees colder here than everywhere else.
Yeah.
Torbay just seems peculiar. Well, it is peculiar, but yeah.
Well, I tried to find out where it was leaking into the boot of the Mustang, because there's a pool of water about that deep in one of the wings. Right.
Yeah.
So I've had to drill a hole in the wing to let the water out.
Drain it.
And I was just about going to go and get the jet wash because it needs a good clean. And it started raining and I can't see the point of jet washing this in the rain. I'll do it tomorrow. So, but yeah, so I got practically everything done that I needed to get done. It's just that front tyre now.
You want to see? I'll send you a video, Kent, of one that Luke sent me. Customer was complaining about water, a water noise in her. I think it was an Evoque, and they couldn't find out where it was. And they stripped the whole interior of the car out, and there was a fucking plug on the bulkhead. Pulled that out, and it took 5 minutes to drain. About 4 or 5 gallons of fucking water in this thing. Apparently, one of the weep holes had blocked up, and it just filled up. Send you the video; it's hilarious.
Well, I must admit that when I put the Mustang onto the driveway, when was it? It was a couple of months ago now. And I put my foot on the brake, and you hear from the boot, water sloshing. Like, God, we've got to do something about that. Oh, that reminds me, Robbie.
Ken.
Noah, right?
Built a boat. Allegedly.
Yeah, he built a boat. And Noah, come here a minute. Oh, I forgot he's deaf, isn't he? Where is he?
That's along the lines of George W. Bush waving at Stevie Wonder, isn't it?
Yeah.
His little face is like, oh, for fuck's sake, what now?
The cutest thing in the world, this is, right? You know the chocolate bunnies you get from Sainsbury's?
Yes.
Yeah.
We know the little bell on a ribbon that it has. He's been wearing this all day, and I went to take it off, and he went, no, you're not having it back.
Oh, bless him.
You love your little ribbon, don't you?
Oh, bless.
Oh, you do.
his face is just like, yeah, I'll suffer this shit, but put me the fuck down.
Yeah.
Come on in. Oh.
We've discovered that we can attach our cat to the washing line.
What?
So
Well,
the big boy cat.
How
wants
else can
to
you
go
get a
out.
cat dry?
Well, exactly.
Well, yeah.
The big boy cat wants to go out, so we have a little harness for him, and we take him out. And it's a right pain in the arse because all he'll does is he'll walk a few feet and then munch some grass, and then he'll walk a few feet more and munch a bit more grass, and then he'll go over there and munch. And I was just like, oh fuck's sake, you know. So if we thread the washing line, which is one of those ones that's on a reel, if we thread that through and hook it back up again, we can just let go and sit down, and he can just wander within the garden and the confines that he won't go any further. And yeah, there you go.
So you got a
Lovely.
monorail
Sorted.
cat.
A monorail cat.
Mind you, if you pulled one end really hard, you go,
Cool
meow,
drops.
and go around in a circle. Boo!
Got a new toy.
Oh yeah.
What disco lights, Rob?
No, look, it's a camera rig for.
Oh.
He's,
Look at
he's becoming Nick Bat, isn't he?
He is, isn't he?
He's becoming fucking Nick Bat.
But
All
is
he
this-
needs
this-
is shave his head and love PWM, and he's there.
Well, that's going to be a useful feature.
Isn't it?
Is that for the porn videos? Is it where you get all the fucking special
Like the
effects?
strobe.
It's all those
I've
porn
got
films he's
strobe
making over
on.
the weekend.
There are strobes on here. There you go.
Oh, that would do everyone with epilepsy.
That'll
Real-
give us all an epileptic. won't it?
Everybody starts fucking whizzing out.
So tell me, how did you crash your car?
Yeah.
No, it's dead good though. It was fairly cheap off Amazon, but yeah. So I've tested it all out, looked it all up, ready to
Yeah.
go.
So I weighed the front bumper while I had it off,
Oh,
which is rarity.
Pardon?
Yeah. And it's what was it? It's 132 pounds.
wow,
So what's that in kilos?
a lot.
It's a lot, isn't it? Yeah.
Alexa, what's
more of a sack of
132
cement,
pounds
isn't
in
Yeah, Rob.
kilos?
Rob, that's the one I've got. That's a beauty.
60 kilos.
Jesus Christ Almighty.
Yeah, I was looking at those little gimbals and I thought, well, that's okay if I'm using my iPhone, but I'm taking the Sony and I'm not sure if that's going to be a little
Yeah.
too heavy for it. So that's what. So this one, I can stick the Sony here on the front, but this bit here, I can either keep on there with the camera, with the phone, or I can take it off and not have the other bit. So we'll see how we go, but it'll just make the videos look a little bit more professional.
Yeah, but can you go round Brands Hatch any faster with it?
Oh, there's a story there, isn't there?
It's gone quiet.
It has gone very quiet.
I had a good session today, actually.
Oh,
Won many races.
What, using the camera rig?
The camera.
Will it be on your OnlyFans page tonight? That's the point. This is what we want to know.
It's too good for that. Oh,
Shit.
oh dear. It's
Well,
nice
my-
to realise I've
Go-
got to go to work tomorrow.
Go to work. He's just sitting in the same chair that he works from.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Doing you.
Yeah.
I've only got 4 more days and then I'm off.
I had a customer phone today.
Yeah. On a Sunday.
I looked at the phone and
possibly.
went, well, you can fuck off. And Fiona picked up and answered it. And I went, oh, fuck's sake, woman, what's the matter with you? She goes, hello. Like, yeah. Oh, a Mini Moog and a D50. Yeah, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. You can, bring them in Thursday. And so, darling, Sunday. Leave the fucking phone alone, will you?
I had
And don't
fucking
get any more keyboards in. We've got no fucking room at the moment.
Royal Mail delivered, you know, those T-shirts I had done. So they got delivered on Saturday morning at 7:30 in the morning. I mean, I'd not gone to bed until about 2:00 on the Friday. Or
They look
Saturday,
really
should I
nice.
say.
They look really
Yeah, they're
nice.
all right. They're printed really nicely. They're just, I literally just had them for Berlin, but I thought, I've already, it seems that people like the colours, so at least I've got an idea now of what to set up. But yeah, fuck it. He comes like it's not me post. It's not the actual postman. It's Royal Mail. It's not Parcel Force, but
It's the van parcel.
The van, yeah, the van guy. And I'm lying in bed and I'm asleep, and I just hear this boom, 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 as he fists through the door. Fucking great! Shut up! Fucking great door knocker and a big old bell, and he doesn't ring any of those because if he'd rung the bell,
it gets worse, doesn't it? It just gets worse.
in your mind, Jesus.
All I'm hearing is piston and big bell ends at the moment.
Yeah.
So will it be on your OnlyFans tonight? This is
He's got a
fucking camera rig,
obsession
isn't it?
with OnlyFans. Jeez.
do I get notifications? I can't remember.
It depends how much you pay.
And probably a Patreon. If you think of it.
Yeah, there's
Blimey,
a Patreon extra for you.
I tell you, our Patreon membership has gone up quite
What in price?
substantially.
Oh, number
In
of people.
membership.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, cool.
Because
So
of the
what?
Cherry Audio.
6, 7. What
So
we on?
does
Lots
it-
more.
Does it
Go on,
cost
what?
you to run a Patreon or not?
They take a
They
slice.
take a cut, don't they?
Yeah, they take a slice of
Oh, do they?
what we earn. But
Is it helping though? Is it doing exactly what you want it to do?
yeah. It's raising some money, and that all gets put into the Process Network pot. And then when I'm buying stuff like this to use for Process Network, whether it's whatever it might be, it's there and it's doing its job, and yet bizarrely people are still donating on the show, and some of those people are already subscribed on Patreon. So thank you. It's great, but it's working.
That just tells you you're doing it right, mate.
Yeah.
That's my way of looking at it. You're doing
I
it
hope so.
right. Well, no, people will pay for things if they think it's worth it. In my eyes.
The thing is with Patreon is, and it's inevitable it's going to happen. If you put something up there as a freebie or as a perk, shall we say, and that's all that people want, they'll pay you the £2 a month for 1 month, grab what they want, and then cancel, which is it's just fine. And we've had 2 or 3 do that. Well, I say they've cancelled, whether they've done that because they've got what they wanted and buggered off again, but that's virtually everyone else has stayed. But certainly after Friday, when we announced that little Cherry Audio exclusive video, we had something in the region of 40 to 50 new members.
Oh, that's really good.
Wow.
Yeah, not all of them pay, because you can join as a free member. But if you're a free member, you don't get the goodies. You get a 30-second preview of the video if there's a video, or that's it. You can't download the patches or whatever else. But that, for me, it's just encouraging that people want to follow what we
Yeah, but
do.
it might be people who don't actually own the hardware of the patches that are available.
Yeah, and when they but
there
was a very noticeable spike on Friday after we announced, because the other thing that Cherry Audio did later on, because obviously they're 8 hours behind us, they put out a newsletter towards the end of their day with an advert to say, if you want to see or hear this 5.5 minute demo of our new instruments, go to the Process Network Patreon page. It clearly drove traffic, so yeah, that was good.
And when did I actually announce it?
The official announcement is on the 14th.
Oh, okay.
But everyone will be able to watch that video that we've been sharing on
Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday, I think. And all it is, it's just an audio demo. James Terrace, who's their kind of head sound designer, put a few example pieces, kind of a little medley, shall we say.
Right.
And there's also, I actually watched it today, there's going to be a little mini documentary attached to it, which is nice. That's I think that'll sort of come out when the thing comes out. So yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
Well, the email has finally come through, and the Carvera is being delivered on Friday.
Yay!
Hey.
Last tax bill.
No mention of anything.
Good.
It's supposed to be all pre-done.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see.
That's it. We won't see Kent for a week or two then.
No.
Oh, Joe,
No, we'll just see a little 3D model of him.
I've still got so much bloody stuff to get done though. I need to get this CS80 done this week. And all I can say is I used to be a really, really shit tech 30 years ago. looking at my work, I couldn't fucking solve it. It saved my life 30 years ago. It's like, fucking hell.
Was that the first one you ever did, though?
It was the first time I've ever delved into electronics.
Well,
The thing is, I knew nothing about it either.
Yeah.
well, let's face it, you've done 650 of the buggers since, so, you know, I should hope you fucking picked it up a bit.
Oh yeah, it's picked up a bit. A little, you know. But yeah, I desoldered it all on Friday. Pulled all, it's about 270 chips. All desoldered, and then I got to put the new ones in, solder them in, rebuild the power supply, and then it's fix what problems it's got, put new heat compensating diodes on the VCOs and shit like that. Just refresh things that never got done even the first time round because I didn't know that they needed doing.
Yeah.
So, but when I told the client, I said to him, I said, you know, what I'm going to be doing to it, and he went, shit, I don't know if I want to sell it now. I said, well, get it back, play it for 10 minutes, you'll know if you want to keep it or not. So, we shall see. But I mean, that's entirely up to him. I don't mind as long as I get paid for doing what I'm doing on it. So,
Yeah, exactly.
But Fiona said to me, she goes, if he is selling it, do you think we should buy it? I said, why? Because it's my
Genesis.
my first original 80 sort of thing. And she went, yeah. I said, no, I've got a much better reason for buying it, which is because its serial number is 1006.
Wow.
So it starts at 1000. So it's the
Oh,
sixth one built,
Wow.
which means it's got the very, 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 very early VCOs, filters, which are. Ooh,
So what's the earliest one you've worked on?
I think it's 1002. Might be 1003.
Bloody hell.
1002, 1003, something like that. And that was what's his mush? Pete Townsend's one. So he would have got early doors on something like that coming up. I don't know who got the first one. Somebody's got the first one. Somebody probably close to the hierarchy of Yamaha or something. Who knows? So, yeah, the very latest one I worked on, it was really nice. The VCOs were really nice, but the filters aren't as sweet as the early ones. They're a little, what's the word? A little sharper. Not as warm and woolly as the early
Slightly
ones.
more aggressive.
Yeah, but it was exactly the same thing with the Oberheim Polysense as well. You know, like the difference between the OBX and the OB8 is huge in terms of sounds. They sound completely different. Same with mini Moogs, early mini Moogs as opposed to late mini Moogs.
Mm.
So, you know, because the early ones were like, you know, beautiful hardwood, discreet VCOs and all this sort of thing, and the ones that you bought in 1979, early 1980 was like made out of fucking balsa wood and were too accurate, and they suffered for it. They sounded thinner for it. So, but the wood was, that wood was awful. Those late cases. Ugh.
Yeah, but the early ones were built out of trees in his fucking backyard or something, weren't
Yeah, about the first 50. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful wood. So that's all the RAs. I think the first 50 RAs were done with trees out of his back garden. It's beautiful wood. Then it went from RA to Musonics, I think. The Musonic ones are still nice, but they started changing the VCO boards in them. They upgraded the VCOs, but it made them less drifty. And then, then there was the Moog Inc ones, and they stayed Moog Inc right up to the end. But by the time you got to the end, it was just the very latest of the minis. They just sounded like three VCO prodigies. They weren't nothing like the early ones, nothing like them. But I don't think anybody noticed over that long period of time. Do you know what I mean? Sort of like a very slow progression, and nobody's noticing. A bit like boiling a frog kind of scenario.
That's an analogy, isn't it?
Well, no, that is, isn't it? Because if you put a frog in hot water, it jumps out. If you put it in cold water and very, very slowly warm it, you can cook the frog. You won't get out of it because it hasn't noticed. That's the analogy, anyway. Though, not being French, I haven't got much interest in boiling any frogs, to be honest with you. So, mind you, fucking French. Fucking Toulouse beat Harlequins today.
I saw.
Fuckers, that cheating motherfuckers.
Strong words.
Oh, mate, respect the kicker. I don't know why it's all whistling and shouting and screaming and everything. And they go, yeah, respect the kicker. You fucking cheating bastards. The whole crowd should have got a yellow card. Sent out into the car park for 10 minutes. Shut the fuck up while he takes it. But then, so now they're going to be playing Leinster. They'll be playing Leinster in the final at Twickenham, I think, in London. So hopefully the English fans will return the favour. But there you go. But there was a lot of shouting, screaming and swearing at the TV today. Mostly from Fiona, believe it or not.
Yeah. I can't believe it.
Yeah, she was not happy with some of the refs' decisions, that was for sure. So, c'est la vie. Tough merde, as they say. So, yeah.
That's a good question. What about the modern reissues? Do they sound more like the original ones, or are they very different?
They sound more like the later minis. Not as bad as they don't sound as bad as like the 79, 80 ones. They were just horrible. I think they'd given up. They weren't interested anymore. Moved on. The reissues have got sort of a 1975, 76 kind of sound to them. So they're not bad. They're not bad at all. They've got a bit of punch. But they sound a bit clean because of the VCOs being accurate. That lovely woolly kind of classic kind of mini Moog sound that you used to get on some of the rock albums is literally because the VCOs were all over the place all the time. And it gave a nice thick sound,
I've just realised you're upstairs. Your stairs must be dry.
They
No,
are.
they're not. Sort of.
But they're not. But they are, but they're not. Well, some of them are. Top one definitely isn't. The bottom ones look like sheets of glass, and the top ones look like AstroTurf.
Sandpaper.
Yeah, they're not quite as bright as the bottom ones. So, but you can go over it with proper spirit-based yacht varnish, which only takes 4 hours to dry.
You
Do
fucking
that
wait.
last thing at night then, yeah.
Well, yeah, either. Well, no, it's better to do it first thing in the morning and then put up the stairgate. Because if you do it last thing at night, the dogs are up and down all night, going out for a pee or going to shout at a fox.
You wait. She's going to do those and they're going to be so fucking shiny. And the first thing we're going to hear is Kent's falling down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like I've said, I've warned Fiona about going up the stairs with no knickers on. Because the reflection is just too... It's, you know, we don't want to frighten children or anything, you know.
Was that zoom for effect there, Matt?
No, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm using an iPhone for a camera.
Ah.
Right.
And it's fucking centre staging.
Because
And I don't know-
when you put your head back, it zoomed out. I think came back in again. It
follows your head
Yeah.
as well, like my one does, but I keep turning it off because it drives me insane.
Somebody gave me this. It's the front of this iPhone is smashed to fuck. It's an 11. Just like, I don't want it anymore. Oh, fuck it. I'll use it for a camera. See how it goes. And it seems to be working
It's
fine.
fine. Absolutely fine, yeah.
Cheaper than an Osbot as well.
Yes. Quite possibly. Yes.
Oh, dear me.
See, I don't take the dogs out for walks very often because they don't need it. They really just don't need it. They get so much activity here. But Siri was getting more and more upset because I was working out on the driveway, and she was sitting there looking cute at me, and I went, "Oh, come on then." So I put a lead on. I thought, right, we'll take you out down the road, and she was fine, and she was like really happy and jumping up and going, "Oh, this is fun," and everything like that. And then this woman come out of her house with a dog, and she just stopped and stared at this dog. Like, it wouldn't move. I said, "Come on then." She goes, "No, that's another dog." Like that, looking at it. Like that. I went, "Well, come on then." She went, No, I'll just stay here, thank you. And the tail sort of wag, like that. And she went, "No." She goes, "Wait until that other dog's gone." So the woman puts the dog in the car and drives off, and she went, "Oh, okay, right, we can carry on now." But I said, "You soppy moo." But then when we got down to the green, there was this cat sunbathing on the path, like having some of that. And she went, "Fucking kill!" Like, strangling itself. Like, okay, we're going home now. Little moo. But yeah. You right down there? Why am I still talking to him? Hello? What? What's that? I felt warmness on my back. Hello. Hi. You alright? Fiona's roasting a chicken downstairs. So he's just...
Is that a euphemism?
Well, it should be, when you come to think of it. Thing is, what is a euphemism for what?
Yeah, exactly.
The mind boggles. Is Fiona roasting a chicken? Could mean anything. So did you watch the senior stream last night?
For about
No, I didn't see it.
2 seconds.
2 seconds? Oh, okay. Yeah. Not your thing. Yeah.
No, afraid not.
I see our man Andrew was on it.
Was he?
Tart.
He's such a hussy, isn't he?
He'll go wherever they'll have him.
The thing was, I was finding that the conversation, although very informative, seemed to have a very kind of depressing outcome to it.
What about AI?
Yeah.
Well, my first objection to the topic was that they're talking about AI. None of this stuff is AI
No,
in the real sense of the term. None of this all this Chat GPT, all these graphics programs, all of that stuff. None of it is actual artificial intelligence. It's
Exactly.
applications that use machine learning.
Yeah.
Different thing. It's a completely different thing. So, I switch off because they're talking about stuff. Oh, it could take over this. It could take over. No, it won't, because it'll only produce what we put into it. And yes, that has implications, but it's not. And I'm just fed up with it. It's just like the last 6 months, if not more. Everything has been AI. Is it a threat? Is it a benefit?
How it's going to ruin. How it's going to ruin.
It's going to ruin this, or it's going to make things even better. And I'm just like, fucking hell. I'm not anti. I'm just seeing pictures, on social media feeds of either AI generated art. Look at what I've done in AI. Well, number one, it's not AI. Number two, you didn't do it. You just typed a few words and it went and did the thing. So it's not really creative endeavor. Oh, look what this piece of music sounds like. So I've AI's composed a song by ABBA or whoever it might be. No, it's gone off and it's listened to a bunch of ABBA records and approximated something, itself.
Yeah, but it's not so much what it does and how good or bad it does it. I was thinking more from a social point of view, where if you have this software and it will, you give it a couple of parameters to work with and it can write a song for you, the incentive for younger people to want to be musicians is lessened.
Undoubtedly, there will be people who.
And then
want to do
from
short
that,
cuts,
the next thing you know, you've got music schools closing because nobody's bothering. They go, well, no, software can do it. I don't need to learn or hone this craft in any way.
The real use for this so-called AI is things like language schools, because where you've got repetition of learning a language, I think it can be really beneficial for that type of. It's almost like rote learning, really. And I know that there are certain language schools that are starting to use it already, because that makes sense. So there are some positive. I mean, the fact that people are pissing around, messing around, and getting it to do an ABBA song or whatever, who cares?
There are benefits for sure. Things that will save time and effort, but at the same time, as with any new technology, someone somewhere is going to suffer because of it. Mostly in an income sort of way, because
that's the point.
At work, when I want to quickly do a proof of concept or something, or just I haven't got time to sit down and do the narration myself, which is is what we do on every product that we put out. It's me, it's my voice, it's me talking. I can just take the script and dump it into the tool, and it has a machine learned voice speak it for me, and I can then ask it to translate it into a number of different languages, which translations is something we've been asked for as long as I can remember, because we're a global company. We have different markets all around the world, and most of them will be able to understand English, because outside of the UK and the US, business English is pretty well accepted. But there are some markets where they don't do it, so we need to have stuff in that language. So we approach translation services, and we get quotes in. Generally, every 6 months, we'll get a request, and we immediately go back and say, we'll do it, but it's going to be expensive. And they don't realise how expensive it is, because it's not just one project; it'll be a number of projects. And even though there are companies out there that will build a library and a database of stuff to make each subsequent project quicker, it's still a heck of a lot of work. And you're talking per project sometimes, 5 figures to do a complete audio and text translation. But now we can do that in the software, and it's not perfect, and it gets better over time. But ultimately, that's going to put other people out of work.
It is, yeah.
And that doesn't sit well with me. If you're, I know, progress. I'm not a Luddite, for Christ's sake, but I know progress means that certain jobs will disappear over time, and they'll be replaced with other jobs. And some people will reskill, and some people won't, and that's just the way it goes. But I don't want to encourage it, particularly, when there's people there that have got, But then I sit there and think, hang on a minute, maybe the people that are doing the translations are also using similar tools. And maybe it isn't translators, sitting there with years of language experience. They're just punching it into a computer and it's doing it all for them. So, but the thing that bothers me the most at the moment is, and there's lots of people bringing this up. It's not the output, it's the input. It's what people are putting in or allowing to be put in to these tools so that they can learn. And if, for example, we take the music perspective, because that's kind of where we are all kind of similar. If you start feeding your work or somebody's work into this thing, they're using your work and you're not getting anything for it. And ultimately what they'll be able to produce is something maybe that replicates or apes your work in some fashion, and you're not getting any recognition or remuneration or anything. And so I think before we start getting carried away with what it can do, we need to put a structure in place that says, if you're going to feed Kent Spong's music into a machine learning tool so that it can learn how to produce music in a certain way or a certain style, we need to make sure that Kent Spong gets remunerated for that in some respect, whether it's percentage points or whether it's a one-off fee or whatever. But we need to protect the creators from having their work fed into a thing that will ultimately reduce the impact of what they do. So,
have you heard of the Holly Plus program?
No.
There's this. I think she's an American singer, and she's I don't know if she's an opera singer, but she can certainly sing classically. She's sampled her voice, put it into an AI algorithm, and currently I think it's free. But there are issues long term for this. That's why her name is Holly. I can't remember her surname, but that's why it's called Holly Plus. But there are issues long term about using Holly Plus on a record, and Holly won't get paid for it.
Yeah. But ultimately, won't we get bored of Holly if loads of people are using that?
Yeah.
Then it's just going to be it's a bit like the Vocaloid stuff in Japan. Yamaha's Vocaloid packages, which are they've been around for some while, and I don't know whether you describe them as machine learned tools or whether it's just a very clever suite of programming and algorithms. But a whole genre of music kind of blew up out of that, where people were making music and all these people were singing on them, but they weren't people, they were these Vocaloids. And it then becomes its own little unique genre, and it doesn't go outside of that. So
it's like
but it's like dropping a stone in water. It displaces the water goes elsewhere. So if AI starts being used heavily to manufacture what it seems to be best at, which is like manky pop tunes, right? And let's face it, you go and listen to the charts. Album. Yeah, you go and listen to the charts, and it's mainly manky pop tunes. So you just think, because there's nothing like overly complicated going on in there. But that's what pop was all about, I suppose, which was supposed to be straightforward and easy to listen to. So people are used to writing tracks and performing tracks, and that would be the key. Their revenue was always going to be performing live and people coming to see them. You know, people aren't going to come. Are they people really going to come and see an AI? You know, they're going to. Yeah, I know, because there is that thing, isn't there? I don't know if you saw it. There's people paying good money to go into this room that's is supposed to be sporting invisible art. I shit you not, there's nothing on the fucking walls, and people are going in and looking at it and speculating on how pretty it is and what the artist was really trying to do.
There are Vocaloid concerts. I mean, the big Vocaloid star, shall we say, is Hatsune Miku. And I only know about this because my daughter was massively into it for about 6 months. But there are Hatsune Miku concerts where it's the Vocaloid voice and a hologram, and I say hologram, I don't know the exact technology, but or projection or whatever. You know, Gorillaz did it for a little while with but nowadays everybody knows Gorillaz, and they just, you know, it's a live band. But those things happen, and ABBA, for fuck's sake, you go to ABBA. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, there is a live band on stage.
Let's
off to the left in the dark.
The only way that musicians today are really making money is by performing live.
And they're not making.
They're not getting the fucking record deals anymore, are they?
No.
That's it.
So if there was any money to be had, that's where it would be. So, and AI isn't encroaching on that at all. But if they use AI to create the songs that they're going to perform live, it's a tool, and it's being used to do a particular task.
ABBA is the ABBA Voyage thing is a spectacle. And I've seen it, and it's great. It's very clever.
Yeah.
But there is going to be a saturation point, and so what do they do? Do they change it up? Do they, you know, continue to make ABBA gigs with a different set list, with different graphics, different visuals or stuff, or do they start bringing in other virtual bands? Are we going to see the Michael Jackson or the Elvis Presley, or, you know, other people who either can't or don't want to perform live anymore? Are we going to see those?
Well, I thought the ABBA gig was that it would stay in London until basically it starts to drop off, and then it's going to move to another country.
That was the original plan, but apparently it's been so successful that they keep extending it, and they're now talking, instead of because it's kit, so basically you can break it down, stick it on the back of a lorry or lorries, and ship it to another venue. And the plan was that after a few years, you know, they'd break it all down, palletize it, stick it on, you know, a boat to Sydney or something. But now I think they're just building another one in Sydney because they're massive over there. So, you know, I suppose it was a redundancy backup thing, you know.
I mean, I would quite fancy seeing it just for the hell of it, really, to see the tech. Jane is actually going to see it, which has slightly miffed me because she's going on. She's going on my daughter-in-law's hen night, and that's the hen night.
Yeah, it's hugely impressive. You know, from a visual perspective, you know, the venue itself is lovely. You know, it's so well done and well thought through, and even in the cheap seats, you're getting a good experience. They've really thought about it it's brilliantly executed in almost every respect, apart from the fact that, you know, the merch on sale is stupidly expensive. But even the location of it, the fact that you can just get a train to Stratford and then jump on the DLR, you walk out of Pudding Mill Lane station, you're literally at the front door. It's brilliant. It's just very well done. And I know I've read articles from other bands that are considering, or, you know, estates of artists that are considering doing these kind of things where, you know, the talent, shall we say, is either unable to perform live again because they did, or don't want to, or, you know, so it's.
But it's always the legacy acts, isn't it? It's always it's always these legacy acts. You know, in 20, 30 years' time, who are going to be these legacy acts? You know, I mean, we're still going to have people interested in Beatles, ABBA, whoever. But, you know, who are the newer legacy acts in 20 years' time?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
In the
okay.
'60s, did anybody think that the Beatles would be
Well, the
You know,
Beatles
the Rolling
didn't think they were
Stones.
going to be.
Yeah,
No,
no.
exactly.
They thought they had 5 years if they were lucky.
exactly? So
You know,
who are we to say? You know, there'll probably be a Taylor Swift one, won't they?
there will be Taylor Swift one.
Oh,
and
God, I
probably,
hope not.
No, Taylor Swift's all right. She's good.
She's
Oh,
moving.
she
got in place.
Yeah.
She knew I was bringing it up.
Yeah, I'll put it over there, darling.
She is
My
amazing.
God, what, I thought I saw Fiona's shoulder. I thought it was a mountain of mashed potato.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean that. You
Thank
know,
you,
in total respect.
Enjoy
Minus the gravy.
everybody.
You alright, Bab? Oh, man.
No, AI for me is all in.
Kent, you all right?
No, I'm getting such a pain in my bloody head at the moment.
Come on, Siri, make it all better.
Yeah. No, this is puppy love for
Food.
chicken,
Food.
isn't it? Yeah. Do you remember? Because you keep hearing the same thing. Do you remember when orchestral sample libraries started hitting the market, and they go, "Oh, that's the end of orchestras."
Oh God, yeah. It's always the end of
Yeah.
something, isn't it?
And if anything, it made orchestras more popular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything. So
And they said the same about, you know, when the Fairlight came. Oh, this is the end of musicians. You know, the
oh
bloody
God,
musicians
yeah,
union went on
yeah.
strike.
Computers will run everything. Yeah,
You know,
so
it was drummers and
Oh,
drum
yeah.
machines.
I know,
Yeah,
and yet
was
here
it?
we are.
yeah.
Yeah, here we are.
But there will always be the plastic music. There always has been the plastic music, and there, you know, and it's never really affected anything. It's plastic music made it into mainstream, and it sits there quite happily, and yeah, everybody's happy with it, you know. So AI, although we use the term AI as opposed to ML,
Algorithm driven
yeah, and
media.
you know, people will find niche
Yeah.
uses for it all over the place, and people will use it differently. So,
Yeah, I mean the term AI has been around for bloody decades, and it's been floating around looking for something to land upon where it can seem kind of relevant, and this is the next thing.
yeah,
And you know, we are living in an age where we've got amazing technology that helps us in, you know, a gazillion ways, and let's say predicts our actions, but you know, certainly anticipates our actions and provides useful things, you know, to help us with that. But we are a long way off, that we know of, a long way off, you know, having a sentient, intelligent thing that can, you know, fuck's sake, at the moment, AI, as people call it, can't draw hands with 5 fucking fingers.
No.
So until they can
Noses,
master
drawing
that,
noses as well.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Like-
even when it
Noses seem a
can,
bit weird.
yeah, but even when it can,
Yeah.
it won't make much difference to the general outlook on things.
No.
You know, so yeah,
I think inherently, as a species, we are wary of imposters. This is just another imposter. It will, you know, get some people worked up about, you know, oh, it's going to replace the human race. No, it's not. I'm not saying it won't ever, but certainly.
well, I must
at
admit,
this
there's a
stage, it
certain
won't now.
percentage of it that should be.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
Naming
you
no
know-
names.
The whole point of some of this technology was to release us, to be able to enjoy our lives more and have more leisure time and less work time. But
Paperless office, IBM.
yeah, still.
That
yeah.
never happened, did it?
Do you know what? My office
Yeah.
is paperless.
Is it?
Yeah.
Daddy,
My
what
business
you're us?
is paperless. My business is as paperless as it can be. Without people sending me bloody invoices in paper.
I don't-
Emails beyond me.
Yeah, I mean, every invoice I get, every document I send, everything I sign. It's the only thing that we use our print for in the house now is when they're printing off address. When the girls are printing off address labels for things they've sold on Vinted.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I have a printer. But
I'm going to drop out for a minute.
All right, mate.
All right.
Ken, don't hit the end stream button.
No, I'm not hitting it. I'm going to just remove myself. That's all. Yeah.
I was going to say,
bitten.
to answer your question about being paperless, that would be little thin sheets of cotton that would be branded as, paper.
Yeah.
Well,
because what I'll do is I'll stop looking at the screen for a while. That will help.
Yeah, it might help, yeah.
And I'll eat me dinner. Rather than everybody standing watching me eating me dinner.
No worries.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
All right, mate.
Cheers,
Take
mate.
it easy.
Yeah, so I end up scanning invoices that come in.
Yeah.
And trying to get everybody to send me them. I mean, to be fair, it's a lot less than it used to be.
Yeah.
I still get probably 5 or 6 invoices a month, on paper.
Yeah. I mean, I started using QuickBooks to do all my.
I've got something similar. It's not QuickBooks; it's cheaper, but.
Yeah. And I send all my invoices through QuickBooks. It does it, so I build the invoice in the software, press the button, and it creates the invoice. And the first time I sent it to a company that I work for, they were like, "What's this? This is witchcraft." I'm like, "No. This is the 21st century. We've been doing it like this for a while now. All you've got to do is click the button, and if you can pay by card, there's an option for you to pay by card. If you just want to do a regular bank transfer, there are the bank details. That's all. And then you can then download the invoice and store that wherever you want to store it, or print it off if you must. It's.
I still occasionally send checks just for the hell of it, really. I don't need to send checks anymore, but I think we should occasionally use it.
I don't think I've seen a checkbook in about 10 years.
I think probably
In actual fact, I haven't seen a checkbook in 10 years because it's 10 years next month. My ex-wife fucked off, and I've not had one since.
In fact, I've just got a new checkbook because I slightly changed the name of the business because the business originally was Sinners Music Limited, trading as Popington Music when we had the shop. So, because we were changing addresses, I actually got them to change just the name of the business to Sinners Music Limited.
Yeah.
And they automatically sent me a new checkbook.
Which I don't remember the last time I used a checkbook.
And yet the banks are insistent that we use online banking, and yet they still send you a checkbook.
It makes me laugh. They shut all the banks down in Brixton, and yet they've opened an old one up, and they timeshare it over the week. All the different banks timeshare it. Yeah, Barclays are in there Monday and Friday, and you get fucking HSBC and NatWest or something in there the rest of the week.
Well, it was funny because when we had to do the transfer for the buying the house, we couldn't do it online. I could do the deposit online, and I had to do it over 2 days because it wouldn't allow me to put the right amount of money through the account. Although we'd rung and said, "Look, we're buying a house. We've got this money in our account. That's what's happening." Both Jane and I had to go into a branch and do the actual transfer we actually did it a couple of days before, just to make sure there was no issues. So you still need branches for that. Now, luckily, we were in Walthamstow, and there was a branch in Walthamstow. If it was here, there isn't a branch in Frome. I don't know where the nearest branch is. It's probably Bath or Bristol.
I thought my daughter didn't change her address details in her bank account. And we only found out literally like 3 days before the mail redirection that I'd set up for a whole year. We found out because our old postie in the village saw the thing, knew that we'd moved, knew that mother-in-law lived in the village, so gave it to her. Bless him. So she said, I said, you need to change your address because you're probably, you should do. And she goes, how do I do that? I said, well, you should have to go into the branch to do that, but no, you can do it on the app now. It's all, it was all.
Interestingly, I've actually got to do it to change the address on our account now. And when I tried to do it online, I had to use their AI app, and I thought, stuff that for different soldiers. So Jane then tried to ring them, and they wouldn't do it over the phone.
Right.
With her. And we said, well, we haven't got a branch to go. She said, oh, you'll have to go into a branch. So we are probably going to have to go over. We intend to go over to Bristol, apart from Bristol anyway.
Mm.
So we'll find out where the nearest one is and do it next week.
If I ever have to pay any money in, we can use a post office counter, which is very useful.
Yeah, I've used that. I've done that.
There's still a few of those around.
Froom's just lost one of its post offices.
Oh, God.
We had two. We've only got one now.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, we got two here, I think.
I've got one couple blocks down. It's very easy to like go and get my rent paid with a money order or whatever, if I need to ship something out. Yeah, handy.
And I've got the Royal Mail losing large letter parcels for me.
Yeah.
They've lost 3 in the last 2 weeks.
Jesus.
But they don't want that business.
No.
Because it's not tracked. I've got no recall. I'm just having to give refunds.
Not good, is it?
And the small value items, so it's not something like I could add another £3 on and send it via Yodel.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Help me out, guys.
Yeah.
I want a poly aftertouch keyboard, but I'm struggling with a decision, and it's been one that's bugging
M8X.
me. Yeah, no, that
what's
ain't
your
it.
options? Which
M8X.
ones? Which one do you think of?
The two that I'm thinking of, it's either a Hydrosynth 49
Hydrogen 49.
or the 61 key called Key Stage. Because 61 keys versus 49.
I'd go.
How much room do you think you're going to need to play?
There's so much more than on the Hydrosynth.
Well, the Hydrosynth is a synth. The other one is just
Yeah.
to control the sound.
Yeah.
Matt, you love it.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
so-
thing. But
It's got so much depth to it, not just the keyboard, not just the keyboard, but the whole thing.
well, I was messing about on my 49 key controller today, and it just didn't feel like enough.
No,
Well,
I don't
I
like
know what you
49s
mean.
anymore.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, it's just a difficult one.
Yeah, I got to have at least 5 octaves.
And
Yeah,
enough
to
of
do
enough of the plugins now are running sort of capable of poly AT and
Yeah,
all that.
Mm,
That's the conundrum.
because I'm going to make when I set this place up properly, the Hydrosynth is going to be the main. Is going to be the main keyboard.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I know it's not for, and I've got other things, and I'm not so worried about the 61 notes.
yeah. It's,
But I want to be able to use the poly AT properly.
I guess the question is, do you need the Hydrosynth synthesis engine?
Mm,
Because if you don't, if that's not really, attractive to you, and what you're actually after is a keyboard that can just give you the expression, then
yeah.
you could save yourself a fair few quid.
Yeah,
or the
go
Hydrosynth Deluxe and cover up 12 keys with the Tito. Yeah, all
There
right.
you go. Yeah.
Have we got an updated list on Dom's stuff? Because it
I
was.
think the Hydrosynth's gone, hasn't it?
Has it gone?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
gone.
wasn't that
I think
sold?
it's gone. I
Yeah,
heard somebody.
I'm pretty sure that was sold.
Well, the last time I saw the list, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. I've got it here somewhere. Hang on. Hold on. Bear with me, caller. Let me just pop you on hold.
Oh, Half God says it has gone.
Yeah, Half God says it's gone.
Thought it had.
Now the other question is, in addition to the keys, what other controllers do you want? Because the Hydra's got that ribbon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the common sense answer, isn't it, really?
Mm.
Because it's not just the keyboard, there's a synth and everything else.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I've had mine for 18 months and I haven't played it enough and I want to play it more. I want to do more with it, and I intend to, really. I mean, if it's the one that's in front of me, or it'll probably be to the side, to be honest, but, if it's the main keyboard that's on all the time, then I will use it more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to do the same thing with this guy here. And as soon as the school gets out, then I'll have way more time to do that. Like what you had said, just sit down and just play with it and do more stuff with it. Versus, I've got to get ready for this show or whatever. Which is probably one of the reasons I got this guy here, the MX61. So I just want something with some bread and butter that I can take out if I need to take it out, if I need an extra keyboard for some extra stuff. But if I want to use the M8X, I could just MIDI this into here and then, have a bunch of stuff going on at the same time. But
yeah. Yeah, it's probably.
This thing sounds.
Have you played the Hydrogens, Matt?
No.
Right.
Yep. So
I've heard lots of it, but
yeah, you need to play it.
Yeah.
Got to find somebody that's got one. Like Kent.
I
Rob
will have one.
Well, I've only got Kent spare, so.
Yeah, I know 2 people.
Actually, has Peter James Stephen got one?
What?
Hydra.
Hydra.
I don't know.
I have to ask him, won't I? Because he only lives
It's not far.
15 mile away.
There'll be somebody near.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a Hydrogens Facebook group. So I would ask there.
There's one on Reverb. There's one on Reverb in Bristol, and it's just I think it's $750. The guy's got it up for. I've been sort of looking.
It doesn't sound too bad. That I don't know.
No, they're generally about 800-900, aren't they?
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. It's held its price really well.
I've done it under Kent's name. I'll do it under mine.
So I've got it.
Yeah. What's the link?
Yeah, I have got that Yamaha 88. If it's a KX88, I don't think they have any 88s with poly AT.
No,
they don't.
KX88 is only channel aftertouch.
Yeah. The only thing Yamaha has with 88 key and poly is this. It's the M8X.
Well, I've got the 11 that does channel, haven't I? DX11.
Yes.
And that's 61 notes.
Now it's funny that because I remember Dom and I were talking because he'd got a KX88 and I've got one, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's great because it's got poly aftertouch." I'm like, "No, it hasn't." He said, "Yeah, it has." I said, "No, it hasn't." He goes, "Hang on a minute." He goes, "Oh shit, it hasn't." he thought for years that it got poly aftertouch, but it hasn't. So, yeah. We laughed. How we laughed.
He was thinking the MIDI board that does.
The what? Sorry.
The MIDI board does.
Yes, the MIDI board. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Do you know, if I'm honest, and I know some people say, "Ooh," but I maybe go for the controller.
Yeah.
That don't help.
That doesn't help, does it?
If you want a Hydrasynth, get a Hydrasynth. If you want a poly aftertouch keyboard,
it's just a controller.
Yeah, get the controller, because then, let's say later on you want a Hydra, you can always get the desktop.
Yep.
And then put the controller in it. The only thing you're probably not going to get is the ribbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't see that I'd be using them.
There are other limitations with the desktop, I think, if I remember rightly.
But does the
Can't quite
desktop,
remember 'cause it's-
does it respond to PAT though? It should.
Yeah, it does because the pads
Yeah.
are poly
Yeah,
poly
yeah.
18, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me for
Yeah.
getting into all contortions. My tattoo is really fucking itchy.
But if
And I
like you
can't-
don't, but if you don't, if you imagine yourself, if you have if you've got a Hydra 49, you're imagining yourself not using the ribbon that much, then yeah, I would agree with Robbie. Get the controller, and then like I said, later on, if you want to have the Hydra engine, you could go for the desktop.
Oh.
Much to cogitate.
Mm.
Cheers, half god. Yeah, I do, but I don't. It's just bollocks.
I'm kind of going through the same thing. I'm debating whether or not to. I got to fix up my Modi X7 and replace the end caps on it, but I'm debating on selling it. Mainly, I don't know. The key bed is horrible.
Oh shit!
Like,
It's dog shit.
What?
It's
This is a
dog shit.
PSR key bed on the MX61, but honestly, my hands, this feels. No, I'm sorry. I feel like this keyboard feels better than the Modi X.
The Modi X keyboard is shockingly bad. I was so disappointed with it, and I was so glad that I didn't pay any money for it and that I gave it back. Sonically, lovely thing, but it felt so cheap.
But if it's hard to
plastic.
play,
yeah.
If it's hard to play, then it's like you may as well just do a Modi X desktop.
It wasn't necessarily like it was hard to play. It was just unrewarding to play. It was. Yeah. It didn't give you any sort of feel, and there was no aftertouch. I mean, no aftertouch on an FM synth. Fucking hell, who thought of that?
For that much money, too.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I had the 7 Plus, and I think that was the list price of like $13.99.
Yeah, I paid $1,500 US for my 7, but this was like 2019 before they brought the prices up. But I got it because I needed something a little lighter than my Motif 6 that I was playing out with, and I wanted to have everything for what I was doing. I wanted to be able to do everything with just one keyboard, and I could do it with that, but my hands really suffered from. Mainly, it was the way the keys bottomed out. Like, was really, really difficult. And I would say this, I can leave the velocity setting, the global velocity curve, like on the default setting, and it plays like a dream. This, even though it's got a PSR key bed, I've still got the velocity setting on its default setting, and it plays fine. But God, that Modi X. Oof. Yeah, so I don't know, if I replace the end panels, sell it, probably get about $1,000 for it. Maybe invest in, I don't know, something else. Maybe invest in an Astrolab.
Yeah, you won't be disappointed with that. I mean, it's a nice key bed on that. It's not, it's not a top of the line thing, but it is.
No, but
it's a lot nicer than the Modi X, that's for sure.
No, I mean, it's built a lot better, that's for sure.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, again, I've had to replace so many things on the Modi X. I've had to replace the power switch cap. I've had to replace 3 knob caps, like the super knob, the master volume, the USB volume. And then I had to replace that whole PC board that had the volume controls on it because my master volume stopped working. And then the side panels are all cracked up. So, yeah, if you get a Modi X, get a hard shell case for it. I mean, this one I'm not too worried about taking out because I feel like this one, I don't think there's any place where these side panels could wind up cracking, maybe on the corners, but if I get a good case for it, I don't think I'll have any problems with it. But Yeah, gosh. Yeah, I think the Modi X has had its time. Again, sounds great. I just. Yeah, Wagyu, my high school had a PSR 300M, which had the MIDI on it. They had a bunch of different ones because the high school had a keyboard class. So they had a PSR 300M, they had a 210, they had a PSR 48, they had a two PSR 6s, they, 2-op FM, they had two PSR 8s, they had a PSR 3, and then they had a Casio Tone. It was the second one they came out with, the 202. So you could bet after school hours I was playing Rick Wakeman. Well, I still have a 530 and I like it for just playing around with. Now, the other thing with the MX61 is I'm interested to try it with my with the QX3 because this is primarily 100% in multi-mode. So that'll be a fun little experiment. Sorry. Oh, so I finally had time to sit down and listen to The Dreaming.
Okay, go on then.
Really good.
Yeah.
Like Kate Bush. Kate Bush album.
Yes. Yep.
Brilliant.
Well, Robbie suggested that to get into her, go through the entire discography in order. And
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I got to say, I've loved pretty much everything that I've heard. And honestly, right now, I can't pick a favorite album. I can pick a couple of standout tracks, like right now. I would say, obviously, Wuthering Heights from the first album.
Uh-huh.
And then two off of The Dreaming, the title track. And I could definitely hear like the Orc 2 samples in there.
Yeah.
The other one would be Houdini.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way the strings come in on that one.
Of course, that's what the cover's all about as well.
Oh yeah,
the key in the mouth.
Mm.
But you wait until you hear the next two, and then maybe you'll find, because I think the next two are peak Bush.
Mm.
Watch it,
Which
Evan. Fucking watch
You know
it.
what else too? What is it? Hounds of Love, and I forget what the
Essential World.
Yeah. Here's what I'm getting right now. I see a parallel with Peter Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
So he had his first 4 albums. The fourth one had a ton of Fairlight. Well, pretty much was a Fairlight. And then his peak as far as like success was the 5th album.
Well,
So it's almost, it was So.
Yeah,
Because that had all the
still less than the first 3.
Yeah.
That's probably the most commercial album, isn't it? So
Yeah, it is.
I've liked those first 4 albums more since So.
Yeah.
I think as I've gotten older and appreciated the detail and the
yeah, I mean, I was blown away with those first 3 albums when they came out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But again, just like with Kate, as you go through each album, you kind of hear a bit of like the progression of where he's going with his music. But then I think Kate had Running Up That Hill on the 5th album, and then the title track were pretty big hits, right?
Yeah, well, there's that, and then of course there's Big Sky, which is
Yeah.
another big hit.
So that you could
Cloud
probably see
Busting.
that album as her So.
I was definitely the thing is with Hands of Love is it's two bodies of work. And
Right.
again, this is something I didn't really appreciate until later on, because when I first, when it came out, I played side one over and over and over, because that's the one that had all the great, classic hit songs on.
Yeah.
And I was probably just not patient enough to sit down with the Ninth Wave and go through it. And now I will listen to the Ninth Wave over anything else, because it's such an incredible thing. It's and to release an album at the peak of your fame, as well as maybe the peak of her creative powers, that is essentially 5 or 6 pop songs and then this big conceptual prog piece on the B-side was just like, who else would do that? Who else could do that? It was just unbelievable.
Have you heard
then
the new... Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, but then you get to Sensual World, and then it's almost like she's said, okay, well, look, I can maybe combine the two. I can still write really great kind of pop songs, but they can also be very intricate and stuff. So yeah, I mean, Sensual World again is another one that I kind of I loved it back in the day, but I've come to appreciate a lot more over the years.
Yeah. Have you heard the new Alanis Morissette album?
I haven't. No, I do like a bit of Alanis.
It's ambient.
Okay.
And it's very Brian Eno. It's
I'm going
not
to
what
look
you
at it
expect.
Yeah.
I do like a little bit of Alanis Vinaigrette.
Yeah. Well, I've
I actually started typing Alanis Vinaigrette into Google there.
Yeah.
Alanis Masonette. Yeah.
I've only listened to 2/3 of it because I've been listening to it late at night, and there's no vocals so far. But it was an eye opener, and I mean, I just love it. It's great.
I'll have to get
It's
back
not what
into
you
her.
expect from her.
I'll have to check her stuff out again. I mean, I remember I was in school when Jagged Little Pill came out, and that was like
It's a great album.
all over the place. Like you could not escape that album.
Yeah.
No. There's brilliant stuff on it, but I never need to hear Ironic again.
Oh no, I love that album. Jagged Little Pill.
It's a great album,
epic.
yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. Wasn't it like one of the first ones to be recorded with ADAT?
Don't know about
I know it was done with ADAT.
Is it The Storm Before the Calm? Is that?
That's the one.
Yeah.
I think it was last year it came. Did it come out last year?
I don't know. I've just found it, so I'm gonna.
I was listening to Jagged Little Pill. I thought, I'll see what the latest album's like.
Yeah.
And it was a definite eye opener for me. I thought this is up my street.
$2022,
Yeah.
apparently.
Oh right.
Yeah, so
Oh, it's in Atmos as well, so I'll have a listen to that. Thank you. I just got the 2 Wham albums on Blu-ray in Atmos.
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, that still their first album.
It's superb.
It's
I've got
so
that.
good.
It's absolutely brilliant.
It's such a good album.
It's very diverse. There's a lot of like you have the pop stuff, you've got like a 50s, 60s. Which album are you talking about?
Fantastic.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that would have been before Make It Big. I don't know why I'm thinking Make It Big.
But even so,
Yeah.
Fantastic's got those, those classic kind of poppy things like, when you listen to Bad Boys, it's a great piece of music.
it is, yeah.
The lyrics haven't really aged particularly well,
No.
but and even Wham Rap is a little, but it's still, I put it on. There was nobody else here. I can still remember all the words. because I used to have this little portable Fidelity HF42 record player. It was a plastic thing.
Yeah.
And it had a battery compartment. It's 6 D-sized batteries in there. And we used to go up to the playing field and and put it on, and it was just an epic album. But like Nothing Looks the Same in the Light is just brilliant, and Ray of Sunshine is such a brilliant piece of pop. And it's Juno, was it Juno 60 pretty much all over that thing, and then you got Dion Estes on bass. He's such a great bass player. It was just a brilliant pop album. Still rate it. Well, one of my favourite Wham tracks was the B-side. B-side to Club Tropicana, Blue. Is painfully simple. There's probably about 4 sentences of lyrics. That's about it. And it's just this piece of kind of little white soul, really. It's great. Love them.
Nice. All right, I got to pull in Ian. Oh, sorry, Ian.
You're quite welcome, Jim.
You have to ask him first.
I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready for I got a rehearsal getting ready for, but.
All right.
Cool.
Take it easy.
All right. Easy.
See you
Take
later.
care. See you later, buddy.
Bye.
I always liked Wham's first album. Not Wham. Culture Club's first album.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
It's a really good album.
Yeah. All those albums. I mean,
Colourblind Numbers, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. There wasn't many bad first albums back then, were there?
No. Well, I used to always say that bands always only really had 3 good albums in them. The first 3 albums were probably their best work, and then drugs and other things usually kicked in by then.
Egos.
Although there are exceptions. I mean, David Bowie's an exception there.
Yeah, true. Pet Shop Boys.
We can forgive him for Tin Machine.
Do you know? Again, over the years, I listened to Tin Machine, and I think, what? I get it. I like it. It's not bad. It's not awful.
I never really got it. I mean, to be honest, but I was quite glad that he did it, because that means that's. And as always happened with Bowie, he was not looking to reproduce his last album again.
Exactly,
he was looking to do something different, and you've got to respect any artist who does that.
Yeah, he had an itch, he scratched it. There you go, job done.
Yeah, I mean, I never liked the Young Americans period.
No,
the sort of plastic soul thing didn't do it for me at all.
I kind of
I liked the early albums, and then some of the albums that. What's the one with Loving the Alien on? I've got that one.
That's not Tonight, is it?
Yeah, it's Tonight. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I always like that. Yeah.
See, Tonight tanked commercially. It was it was after Let's Dance, and he put that out, and even Bowie said that he really shouldn't have made that album or made it, the way he did. But yeah, it's still got Loving the Alien, Blue Jean.
It's got good songs on it.
Yeah,
some good songs on it.
Yeah. Aye. We've got the new box sets coming soon, isn't it? With the
is it
all the Ziggy era stuff? Because they on Record Store Day they released it's like an early version of what the Ziggy Stardust album was kind of going to be, so it's like early versions of the songs or different versions of the songs, but then there's a box set that's coming. It's like a 5 CD whatever thing, because they seem to have hit the brakes on the eras box sets, as they're kind of known, all the studio albums from a particular thing, so they've done they did everything up to the 80s and I don't think they touched the 90s, because I think they got to a point, I think, where we're all sort of sitting here thinking, how are they going to address Tin Machine? Are they going to put Tin Machine in a Bowie box set, or does that belong? And we're still yet to find out. I'm sort of glad in a way.
It's like I've got I really liked Mick Ronson's solo stuff. After the Spiders split up. And those two albums that he did were really, really good. You know, Slaughter on 10th Avenue, and I can't remember what the other one's called. And I had them both. I've also got a CD, and it's almost like demos, but are outtakes. And Bowie's there. They're some of the songs that actually haven't even got titles, and you've got things like Bowie shouting out the chord sequences. I mean, it really is quite bizarre, and I think it was like a compilation of all of Mick Ronson stuff. So the first two albums are on there, and then there's this like almost like a third album, double CDs, I think it is. And I bought it years and years ago, and it's got all this really weird stuff with, you know, them sort of half having conversations while the song's playing, you know, like go to F minor now and all this sort of stuff, which is quite fun, but you know, they're clearly not songs, you know.
No. Yeah, I'm glad in the way that they paused those box sets, because they were getting more and more expensive as the price of vinyl went up, you know, to manufacture. So give me that.
I don't have many box sets. I think I've only really got. I've got a Bruce Springsteen Born to Run one, which I bought really cheap in HMV with a flogging them off. And it's got the album. And then 2 DVDs, one concert DVD, and a documentary about how they made Born to Run, which is quite interesting. And there's another so it's about 2 albums and 2 DVDs.
I just got the Def Leppard Pyromania box set.
Pyromania's a great album, actually.
Brilliant album.
You know, and what's the other one? What's the really big? Because there was Pyromania.
Hysteria.
Hysteria.
Yeah.
Got both of them.
Yeah, Hysteria is an amazing album.
It's just every track is just absolutely superb.
Every track could be a single. I think that's what Mutt Lange.
I mean, you could argue that it's slightly overproduced with the Mutt Lange sort of sound.
But it suited them. It suited their vocals.
It did suit them,
the songs. Because if you listen to Pyromania, like what's the opening track? Oh, I can't remember what it is now.
Are you better?
Here he is.
Yep. And fuller.
Hey, bit of food.
Lovely fat tummy. Sorry, was interrupting.
That's right. No,
continue.
The opening track on Pyromania is okay, but it's not quite, kind of Def Leppardy, And then Photograph comes on, and it's just like that's it. That's the sound. That's it. Yeah. And it's almost like they sat down and said, right, Photograph was a massive, massive hit. We need 11 songs like that. And then that's why they came up with Hysteria, because Hysteria is 11 photographs. Impeccable, pieces of, sort of pop rock. And they say produced within an inch of their lives and smothered in fairlight. And it was,
Oh, lovely. I love it. I love anything smothered in fairlight.
Smothered in fairlight.
Aye. Yeah. Bloody tasty.
All those, every single drum sound actually I think it's on Pyromania too. Every single drum sound is a fairlight. They're just played that. Rick didn't play the actual drums as a kit on any of that stuff. And then it's layered as well. It's Mutt Lange is a genius. Absolute genius. Oh, I had a bit of an argument today.
What's the face? Because who he was married to?
Oh, Shania Twain.
Shania Twain. Come on. Is it Come On Over? Oh, come on. Her big album. That's got great songs on it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of. In fact, I was listening to. She was on that podcast about where they break down the songs. I'm having a senior moment here.
Is it Rick Beato's?
No,
one?
No, it's so the somebody in the chat will tell us, I'm sure. Song Exploder. She did Song Exploder a few weeks back.
Oh, right.
And she was talking about, that the way he produced the album and the fact that there's this sort of cheesy bit at the beginning of one of the songs, which she admits was really cheesy, but she, And it sounds like they'd had an argument over it, but he had insisted that it needed this bit, and it actually did need this bit because the song was quite strong, you know.
I think
That's
he's very much
a good album.
He's very much like Trevor Horn in that he knows you've got to have a gimmick. There's always got to be a gimmick, whether it's an obvious one or maybe a not so. But you've got to have a gimmick that will just make it work, and that's probably what that was.
I mean, that's a real crossover album because she was very country before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You had a real argument this week.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, no, today. Well,
Today, even.
It wasn't so much of an argument. Oh, should I? I told Matt about this. I actually went in. I put my gloves on and went in.
Oh, okay.
So there's a video on YouTube, surprisingly.
Funny place for it, really.
Somebody, maybe I'll mention their name. Basically, what they've done is they've looked at the Behringer Vintage, or not so much the plugin, but the web page.
Yeah.
And they're saying, "Hey, everyone, look! It's hiding in plain sight. It's the next Behringer synth." And it's vintage. It's a vintage. It's a hardware version of vintage, and they have somehow pulled out of, I was going to say thin air, but probably more like their backside.
There are.
The fact that Behringer Vintage is going to be a piece of hardware, and that it's going to that big screen is a big touch screen, and inside of it is going to be basically Behringer's version of the V collection. So they're going to bring all of these synths in, and they're all going to be selectable through this thing. And basically, you could probably say it's a Behringer Astrolab. But it's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so they've made this video about this, and their videos are quite annoying. Yeah, some of them are mildly humorous, but mostly annoying. Think School of Synth Punk. And who was a great hero of this person as well, unsurprisingly. And I was watching this thing, and I was just like, what the fuck, where are you getting this from? So I sort of said, evidence, please. So they found this article from 6 years ago, which just popped up on, because somebody said, oh yeah, I've seen it somewhere. What it was, there was a Japanese company called Udo, and they came up with this thing called a Neumann, not a Newman, or something like that. Yeah, begins with N.
Right.
And it's this concept synthesizer. It's just a giant keyboard, giant touchscreen. That's it. Nothing else. There's no buttons, no knobs. It's that. And this guy is saying, oh yeah, Uli Behringer's bought that company, and this is, and he's laying it down as cold hard fact. And I'm like, nah. I can see, I can spot a 3D render and a Photoshop a mile away.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at some of those pictures, and you look at the fingers on the keyboard, and you think those weren't actually there, were they? So, yeah. Sorry. Hang on a sec. I don't know how to turn this stuff down now. I haven't got the bloody fader. Anyway.
And all he had to do was hit his mouse.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's hard being a pet round his house, isn't it?
Kent's feeling better.
Yes, I'm feeling better, thank you.
Was it a bad one or?
No. It was just a strain. A bit of a strain, that's all. And we're back.
Normally, I would just go over there and just turn my fader on the mixer, but
I
of
see.
course I don't have that. I have to go in here or have the software up. So anyway,
Well, your
But
stream
if you will spend all this money, Ron.
this is true.
The PSN fund is going to buy him a fucking great mute button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Hey.
a big mute knob. Hey, Brian.
See what happens when you leave the door open?
Well, that's the idea, really. Isn't it? Just take all the dead leaves with you. That's all.
Yeah, I just came to tell you guys what a bad influence you are on me.
Oh,
get that a
okay.
lot.
So after a
You
couple
started interfering with sheep, have you?
No, not that.
Oh, okay.
You guys
Not
made
that
me
bad
buy
an
one of
influence.
these microphones.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with me.
Oh, that's all right. We haven't influenced you that badly then.
There's still time, I guess.
But yeah, well, give it time, mate. I just stay away from farms for a while. That's all.
Yeah, look at what they've done to me.
So look at you with your nice setup. Some lovely gear behind you there.
Yeah, not too much has changed over the last 2 or 3 years, but I keep throwing stuff in here now and then.
I had somebody send me a message the other day asking about hotels in Berlin, and they said, "Oh, by the way, love the show, but you guys have cost me an absolute fortune over the last couple of years." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, you keep talking about stuff, and I have to go out and buy it." I'm like, "You don't have to."
I never used to own very many things until I met you. Fucking lot.
Oh, it can't be me because I mostly say that nearly everything that comes on the show is shit anyway.
That's not true.
I mean, that plank of wood with something bolted onto it, I actually tried to hang myself live on air.
That's going down in PSN history, that one.
Because it was sort of like, really, I can't cope with this anymore.
Stuff, you know that, don't you? Because I don't think I'm going to get everything in here when it comes on Tuesday. So
Really?
I may be having a sale.
Yes, well, we all might be.
Well, if you're selling your Hydra,
I'm not. That's what I'm not selling. That. I'm not selling the instrument. I'm not selling the Hydra, and I'm not selling the sledge.
Binfluencers, yeah.
Binfluencers, yeah.
Beautiful. Love it. Love the terminology.
Talking of binfluence or synthfluencers,
Yeah.
there was one particular well-known one who got very, very upset the other week when Electron decided not to send him the new was it Digitact?
Digitact, yeah.
Digitact, yeah.
And he got very vocal about it online. You know, oh, I've done all this work for these people over the years, and blah 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 blah. And
That's not a good move.
Yeah, and then last Friday he released his Sonicware Lo-Fi 12 video with this subtle dig. Oh yes, well they sent this to me. Yeah, unlike Electron, or unlike it was a kind of subtle, thinly veiled thing. I'm like, really, you do this?
Go on, you can name and shame me.
But it's Bob Eats.
I don't know. Oh, Bob Eats. Sorry, yeah. I was talking Bob Eats.
Bob Eats.
What, the burger joint?
You know,
Yeah,
that's
Bob
exactly,
Eats.
Rob, that's exactly what I was thinking you were going to say.
My little
there you
Swedish
go.
chipmunk. He's got these
Bob.
little
Bob.
chipmunk cheeks.
Bob.
He sounds like a Swedish Kermit, which is not necessarily a bad thing. There's actually a guy at work in my day job who sounds exactly like Kermit. And
Wow.
yeah, and there's another one that sounds exactly like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I dread ever having them both on the same call because I just won't be able to keep it in. It would just be too funny. But no, he got really upset that Electron hadn't, sent him this stuff.
Yeah, I see how going on. Do we get PSN complaint emails?
If you don't, I'm going to start one.
So we can read them out on the show.
Yeah,
On the
you should.
Christmas
It'd be great. It would be great. Me and Matt have sent some.
only from Rafa not complaining that he's not been allowed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that. That was one.
Oh, you did have that. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Did you not hear about
No, I didn't. I missed that.
the ever-present Raffas? I've got a friend. Michael Oakley. We had him on the show a couple of years back. He's a Scottish guy in Canada. Does a lot of sound design and bit of a synthwave superstar. He keeps sending me these memes with Rafa in. Some of them are just hilarious. I'll have to dig them out. But yeah, Rafa sent me. He actually sent the message direct to me, not to that. He says, "Hi Rob, I apologise for my past behaviour, and I am now ready to make amends by coming on as a guest on the ProSynth Network show. Let me know when is convenient for you. Sincerely, Rafa. And I'm not making that up. That is exactly.
Wow. Okay.
But as you can see, it's now listed as Facebook user because it was one of his many other personas.
Yeah.
Where he spells his name slightly differently to everyone else. Oh, I've just had a message from somebody called Anna Vivian, who is actually called Sandra, and wants to meet up for sexy fun play and nugta.
Yeah, that's
no idea
Rafa.
what that is.
He's
Well, let's get her on
up.
next week then.
Yeah, it's ever on.
I think you should start a new section, the PSN post bag.
I wish we could, but we just seriously don't
That'd be
get.
great.
I mean, I do get a number of emails every now and again or messages saying love the show, and that's pretty much it, which is super nice to get. I had one guy contact me after a show once. I think we'd mentioned propaganda. The German.
What Londoners do when they look at something properly.
Yeah, over propaganda. No, he said, would you like me to? No, got to get the wording right. If you want, I can ask Claudia if she wants to come on the show. That was the gist of it. And he sent this to me in a Facebook message, which I thought was an odd place to start the conversation. But these things happen. So I thought, well, I'll see if I can filter this out somehow. So I said, well, that would be amazing. I'm a very big fan. Could you please email me and put my email address down and we can talk details. Yes, I should do that straight away. And about 10 minutes later, I get this email from like a Hotmail address or something. I was expecting maybe it was a PR company or something.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been watching your show for a long while, and I really like that. And you were talking about propaganda, and I just wondered if you would like to have Claudia on the show. So I said, well, that's amazing. Thank you for your kind words. Yes, if you're able to put us in touch, we can exchange some details and maybe arrange for a time for her to come on. And then I finished the email and I said, by the way, can I just ask, do you officially represent Claudia, PR? What's the nature of your connection? And I put it in a very, normal way. 2 seconds later, literally 2 seconds, it was like, I am so offended that you think that I would work for Claudia Brooken of propaganda. I merely just bumped into her once at a gig at the end of it, and we exchanged a few words, and I follow her on social media, and how dare you assume that I might be... And I'm like, whoa! That's it, blocked. So, yeah, you get a few oddballs, but... Yeah.
I've just looked up here, and it looks like, as far as getting Rafa on the show, the 17th of Never is when hell freezes over, so we could probably have him on then.
We could, yeah.
Yeah?
There's a space on that day.
I'll make a note.
Yeah, please do.
There, it's in the book.
Oh, dear.
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to go do anything.
Well, you can, officially. You can.
You're the only one who can, yes.
Exactly, yeah. Everybody else is a fake.
You're the only one who can get near him.
All right. I'll see you later,
darling.
guys.
Big love to everyone.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good.
Love to
See you
Jane.
later.
Bye.
Yeah, love to Jane.
Yeah, cheers, matey.
Take care. Oh, it's so sad. It really is. Now, when he said it on, when Rams was saying about him not being on and had a bit of a horrid week, I went, oh shit, I hope it isn't what I think it is.
Yeah.
And it was.
Indeed.
Yeah, so, poor old Jane. Anyway.
Jane's fine, by the way, if anybody's actually...
Oh, no, Jane's fine. Her mum sadly passed. Unexpectedly.
We got his back.
Oh, God, yeah. Like you wouldn't believe. So, I had a crack at Jamtaba last night.
Oh, right.
And after using so many different swear words, gave up.
So is it?
Because I ran out of swear words, so I might as well tell the computer off.
Well, I've been setting up or trying to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Black Hole on my machine, the loopback, because my audio interface doesn't support it. And I tried to set up Bla But because there was no pub last night, I haven't been able to test it. And I wasn't expecting one tonight, so I haven't gone in there and started anything.
Well, you should have expected one tonight because there wasn't one last night.
Well,
You can't go 2 days without.
Actually, that was my thought this morning. I thought, I wonder if there'll be a pub tonight because there wasn't one last night.
all right.
Now,
Manny's
it's funny
in the
because
chat.
I was expecting that perhaps
Stop talking about him.
Brooksy Boy would have come on tonight because it's not a school night
This is true.
and he's not here.
Yeah, he might still be getting shit ready because they're doing exams and stuff, aren't they?
It is. It's very close to.
It's
'cause my
very,
boy-
very big. Yeah, same here.
Yeah, there's always that, isn't it?
It's
They say teachers get lots of holidays, but technically
they bloody don't.
They
No,
don't.
no. They work harder than anyone gives them credit for
Yeah,
that. lot.
lots of unpaid work going on with the lads. So,
Yeah, he's probably at a football match.
Listen to Dire Straits on his iPod.
That's it.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably a Dire Straits gig.
He's gone to see Dire Straits at Bramall Lane. Just as Sheffield Wednesday are celebrating staying up in the championship.
Yeah, me.
Well, I'm glad you had it because actually Sunday afternoons are getting pretty dull. This is almost. I think this is the last show left, right?
Well, Sundays is normally Jamie, isn't it? But of course,
Yeah.
he's not.
He's stepped back, hasn't he?
Yeah. Which is it's fair enough.
Mind you, there was
He'll be back, I'm sure.
it wasn't last week. It was the week before. I think I did like 5 pubs in 1 week.
Something like that.
Would it? And a lot of it was like, fuck, I'm bored. I'll do a pub. See who turns up.
My missus loves it because it means I'm not annoying her.
That's pretty much what Fiona keeps saying to me as well.
Kind of
That-
the opposite here.
Ah, okay.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'll cut golden bollocks over here. Look.
Go.
Fucking hell.
That's it now.
I'm here 24 hours a day. I never go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not like she doesn't see me.
You can't bear you not being in the room with her.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. That mini Brian is quite dark. Is that a...
Mini
that
Brian, he's not that small.
The Model D.
Yeah.
That's the 2022.
That's a 2022.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were dark, weren't they? Dark.
Nice.
Black.
Yeah, at least the 2022 done with much better wood than those 79s. Ugh. You could literally fly them out the window. They're so bleeding light, that wood. Horrible stuff.
Yeah, I can vouch that that's not very light.
I bet mine's lighter because mine's over here and it hasn't got a case at the moment. It's in the workshop. I had to borrow the case.
Synthfest this year is going to be overrun with mini Moogs.
Greetings.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because
Well, first of all, there's a book, isn't there? That's
Oh
coming
yeah, yeah. There's some fucking publications coming
yeah,
out. Yeah.
Yeah, some little pamphlet from Denmark. I was going to say Sweden there. That would really upset me. But yeah, I was talking with the organisers, and yeah, there's one of our number, shall I say? Well, somebody who's a member in our. I think he's already announced it. Jason Miles, the legendary jazz stroke fusion keyboard player who played with Miles and Luther and God knows who else. He's coming over because he now lives in Portugal. He's an American, but he lives in Portugal, and he's coming over, and he's going to be doing a bit of a seminar and demonstrations on various bits and bobs. But yeah, there's going to be lots of mini Moogs.
Here's a sad admission. I've never actually seen a mini Moog.
I've seen in one go 4, and it wasn't at Kent's.
Blimey.
They were lined up.
Rick Wakeman's house.
No, and
I think he's only got 2 now.
Yeah, he's not very far from it. It wasn't Rick's. It was our mate Simon Alexander.
Oh,
And
right.
he'd got like an RA. I I might be wrong here, but I think you've got an RA, then maybe a slightly later one, a Welsh one.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
And what was the fourth one? I can't remember now. But yeah, and he's got 4. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. His studio, man, is a complete. Yeah.
I think the problem with the Welsh ones was, more than anything else,
They were Welsh.
The dimensions for the case were taken by a blind person.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's just so big. You can literally stand a cup of coffee in front of the keyboard on the shelf.
When you sit next to a proper one,
yeah,
you really do. It stands out a mile.
Yeah.
It?
Yeah, it looks like a Musk truck parked next to it.
When do they officially announce Synthfest?
I think it will probably happen in the next few weeks. I mean, because it's always part of the Sensoria Festival in Sheffield. So as soon as Sensoria, the following year's Sensoria basically goes online the week after Synthfest. So you can look at the last Saturday, and that's going to be Synthfest. So, but the official, I don't know, has the website been updated yet? Because they want to get Gearfest out of the way first. So Gearfest, no, it's announced. It's up there. It's 5th of October 2024. Tickets go on sale in the spring, but technically we are still in the spring. So
I'm sitting here waiting for it to start. So still feels like winter out there.
But yeah.
Do you know what? I've been getting inundated with people now asking me if the whole, analog price madness is coming to an end now. And I think I'd have to say, yeah.
Well, I saw something. I can't remember where I saw.
Well, somebody's got a mini up for sale for 3.5.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say.
The thing is, I think it was a Musonics one. It should normally be fetching somewhere like 8.5. But and people go, "Oh, should I get rid of my analog?" And I go, "Well, that's one way of making it go even faster."
Flood the market.
Yeah, flood the market, and then it'll really go tits up. But the thing is, I said, look, what's happening is people have got over the vintage analog madness, and prices are not actually falling. What they're doing really is returning to roughly what they should have been in the first place. Because 18,000 quid for a memory moog is stupid.
Yes,
it's just stupid. And I mean, we've seen the £73,000 CS80, but it didn't go for that.
149,000 DX1.
Well, yeah, which didn't go for that either.
No.
And then it went up 70, and then it didn't go there either.
No. There's a nice DX5 on eBay for about 4.2, I think.
What's that bloody synth you hate, Kent, that's really colourful?
Oh, the EMS.
Oh, EMS Polysynth.
Do you see the guy put one up for 30 grand the other day?
36.
Yeah. It's the one
it's
the one I restored.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember restoring it.
That makes it worth 36, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Ken, when you charge 30k to restore it, it's got to make some money. Come on.
I tell you what, I wish I bleeding had when I'd done it.
That's true.
But that used to be Ben's. It was Benji's.
Oh, right.
He bought that, and
I thought you still got his.
No, that's it.
Oh, wow.
That is the one. And he ended up, because he bought that, I restored it. Well, Richard purchased it. So it was being sold through RL Music. I don't know how much he bought it for, but it's Richard. It wouldn't have been much. Probably about 80 quid in a blowjob, probably knowing him. But so he got that. He bought it to me, and it was a bag of bolts, the usual thing. It'd been sitting Christ knows where. But anyway, I got it all working, which was a feat in itself. I think he sold it to Ben for 3.5, I think it was. and that was the last time, thank God, that I ever saw it. But it's the most uninspiring. I tell you what it's like. It's a hardware version of Behringer's Vintage. You go up to it and you go.
So it's already been done.
Yeah, and it's sort of like
Badly.
ugh. And the knobs are done in such a way, you know where you go from, 7 to 5, like on a clock, right?
Yes.
They go the other way. They're this way, so it goes from sort of like 10 to 2.
Intuitive.
So everything's towards you. You keep trying to turn it, and it's like, oh no, it's the other way. Hang on. So everything's reversed.
Perfect for a live situation.
It's shit. It's absolutely. It's a string synth essentially. Again, right? It's a string synth, and they go, oh wow, it's going to have the EMS filter in it, from the VCS3. No, it fucking doesn't, and it doesn't sound at all powerful. It's just god awful thing. It really was, and because it rings of a company that wanted to go from doing monosynths into polysynths, and their first iteration has a bit of an issue, right? Because it takes a different discipline to make a polysynth over a monosynth.
Yeah.
So Moog did it with the Polymoog, although they did a much better job with the Polymoog, believe it or not, than EMS did with that polysynth thing. And making it look like it was made out of Lego really didn't help.
Yeah, but now you buy a Moog Grandmother. Nobody questions that kind of colour scheme now.
No, you see, it's like this Sub 37 I repaired. Was it this week?
Yeah.
It didn't. The footage on VCO1 didn't work anymore. And the guy going, oh, I hope it isn't something down on the main board. I said, it might be the switch itself. Because they're not, companies don't manufacture switches with the same sort of longevity in mind that they did 30 years ago. And lo, it came to the point that, yeah, it was the switch. So I put the new one in, fire it up, and I'm playing this thing and I'm going, Jesus Christ, this thing is powerful. Really, really great sounding synth. Most impressed with it. Thought it was really, really lovely. My head was turned by it.
It's funny. I had my Hydrosynth 49 sat on a stool in front of me because that's the only place I've got to put it. And it only the other day I took it and put it on rested it and brought my subsequent 37 back out. And last night I was going through it and thinking, yeah. So this leads me on to a conundrum because you're saying about the price of analog dropping.
Yeah.
So this week there was a Moog 1 16 voice for 7K.
Yeah.
And there was a Voyager XL for 7K. I'd really quite like both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, half the thing with the Voyager is just the excess of the XL. Then over, a standard model or some,
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I'm and ahhing at the moment.
Well, I mean, Moog, I personally think, made a mistake that when they made the Voyager, they presented it to an eager audience, claiming it to be the mini Moog replacement, and it doesn't sound like a mini Moog. The Voyager sounds like its own thing, and they should have sold it as its own thing and not tried to compare it to its the previous grandeur of what went before. And so sales were a bit sluggish to start with because people were going, it doesn't sound anything like a mini Moog and all this sort of thing. But if there's one thing Moog need to do, is they need to send somebody with a pistol with a silencer into the department that comes up with the names for the keyboards and just double tap in the back of the head.
Oh, come on, Brian. What have you got to say? Because you must have a mirror muse on your
grandmother. It's grandmother, stuff like that. It's horrible names for keyboards. It really, they're horrible names. It needs a different kind of naming. Get away from those names.
I think they're just trying to keep it in the family,
Yeah, but and then we're gonna have like the 3-voice incest or something. It's gonna go too far at some point. You got to run out. You got new branding going on.
There's so many grandmother jokes in the you want to make when you go into the into the Moog Facebook rooms, chats, whatever groups. There's so many things about my grandmother, blah blah, and you just want to be don't say it. Your humour will not be.
How about the Moog Nan? Although you
what a load of old shit.
I mean, they've got grandmother and mother 32 and the drummer from another mother, and I guess
And
Mavis is ugly aunt and
Mavis,
yeah.
But I'm still waiting for the stepmother.
The divorced mother.
The videos
once
for that,
removed.
The angry uncle.
The videos for the stepmother won't be on YouTube. They'll be on fucking YouPorn or something.
I think the new one's called the Muse, right? So that's sort of related to the family, but
and the Sirin and the Mariana and all that.
You could have the Moog Mistress.
There you go.
Which no matter what you MIDI it up to, it plays something else instead.
Yeah, plays away from home.
Yeah.
The Moog local bike. Yeah.
So Brian, have you got a Muse on your shopping list?
I'm trying to convince Moog that they should send me one to play around with, so that the older generation can have some samples, not just the crazy guy they gave it to. But so far, nothing in the mail.
No.
I'm looking forward to seeing that at Super Booth.
Well, I'm definitely going to be flogging my Osmos. Yeah, that's going.
Yeah.
For something much better.
Indeed.
That I'm guessing you can't talk about.
Oh, no.
Well,
No. No, I can't. But my God.
I might hear tomorrow.
You might.
The Moog Mistress. That's too close to Moogstress,
Moog's just, oh yeah.
which is what Michelle goes under, isn't it?
They should have made the Moog Michelle.
Yeah.
They should do that. They should absolutely do that.
Moog.
In fact, I'm going to write an email right now. They should, really.
Well, they call it. They then probably end up calling it Moog Daughter.
No, it's got to be.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens with In Music now, because it's
Moog Milf.
bets are off.
Moog. Love it.
I'd buy that.
Which one's like the milk?
Trust Manny.
Yeah, Manny's one. Yeah, I'll go for that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Would it let you overdrive the circuit from behind though? That's the thing.
I suppose that'd be marketed over here as the Moog Slapper, wouldn't it?
Dear.
The Moog Bike.
Sounds like it's got playing cards in its spokes.
Synth names are an interesting thing.
It is a weird thing, isn't it?
You have to wonder where.
The Moog aren't funny.
Some of them are obvious, aren't they? But others, they hardly roll off the tongue.
Yeah, but it's like sometimes they take. You can take the simple route and it just works. Like for instance, Udo did the Udo 6.
Yeah.
They go
Super 6.
Literally sat down, got a cup of coffee, and went. Well, it's got 6 voices. Yeah, let's call it a 6 then.
And it sounds super.
Yeah.
So Super 6.
Yeah. So it's like coming up with the name Touch Digital. I never liked it, I must admit. But Richard was pushing it, and he's going, well, look, you touch it, and it's digital. I went, yeah, all right, then, whatever. That'll do, I suppose.
Would you prefer a synth with letters and numbers in it rather than a name? A
Yeah, there was-
DX7?
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
really
that
knows
route.
what DX stands for, if it stands for anything at all. I think it was like when they were coming up with the colour schemes and other things, it was all about, entering this new digital era, and D for digital. And X is a really cool letter, isn't it, visually?
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know. I think that one's
Well,
lost.
it certainly stuck, didn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, they
stayed
always
in
said
mind.
that CS stood for combo synth.
Combo synth, yeah.
Okay,
And then
there's
later
there's
they
nothing very
changed it to-
combo about an 80.
They changed it to control synth, because like with
Yeah.
the CS 1X and 2X and 6X,
Yeah.
they were built as control synthesizers. But yeah, it was combo synth. That was the original thing.
All mine are called Alan.
You know the story about the Korg 01W, don't you?
Go on.
So Korg's first workstation was the M1, and it was great, and it was super successful, and they were designing follow-up.
Named after a UK motorway.
And they were developing this thing, and they'd got a prototype, and they'd got the name of the new Korg synth, and it was going to be called the M10. The head of Korg walks in. So he walks in and he's facing the guys that are developing, and they're working at the thing, and he looks down and he sees the name of the synth, but of course he's Japanese and doesn't really read English very well, and reads it backwards, and that's why we have the O1W.
Oh.
Because he said from that moment onwards he referred to it as the O1W. And this is the story. Allegedly, the Korg employees have obviously huge amounts of respect for their elders and their leaders, and they didn't want to question it. So O1W it became.
Yeah, there you go.
So
And the winner. Who is it? No, I want to show it.
booty call.
We have a winner.
Well, somebody said you got the Moog Spongle, and I've just said you need to do a module in your modular range called the Spongle.
Well, both me and Fiona have spoken about this and go, that's what we could call the company and be done with it.
Spongles.
Spongle, yeah.
Excellent.
So, Spongle Eurorack modules abound.
Splodging about.
Yeah, that's right.
And if
2 puzzle at the back of Chris' place.
Yes, so,
Spongle, I love it.
yeah, well, it seems to be an already established product name, really. So,
Well,
People familiar.
I think Lady Aptitude's produced enough fucking material.
Yeah.
oh Christ, yeah, I know. Fantastic work she does. Unreal.
We've already got a Facebook page set up.
Yeah.
No dongles with the Spongle. It's Spongulus of Dongulus.
Yeah, they're not
Because
called dongles,
we
they're
want to have a
called
giggle with
dingle-dangles.
it. We want to have a giggle with it as well. You know,
Put a giggle pin on it.
like old, like Metasonics did with their guitar pedals. And have a giggle with it, and don't be too serious.
Yeah, just don't be calling it Big Muff, because then you'll just get everybody going, oh,
Actually, we
still
could,
riles
we
the
could do a
hell out of
module and call it the Babs
the Babs. Oh, yeah.
and return the favour. It'd be a good move. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like when you crack a joke to 100 people, you're going to hit 20 people who will be offended by it because they think it's their duty to be offended by it, I suppose.
What really upset me about the whole Muff Wiggler thing was that for so many years nobody even mentioned anything. And then someone wrote a piece in an online article somewhere about how sexist, the misogynistic the synth community was, particularly this website called Muff Wiggler, without actually investigating why it was called Muff Wiggler.
Yeah.
And the reason it was called Muff Wiggler, and I know this because Mike McGrath was my boss and my friend, was that he had a big muff pedal.
Yeah.
And I forget where the Wiggler bit came from. But anyway, he just put the two words together. He thought, oh, that sounds fun. And it's because he was a proper pedals guy. He was really into his pedals. And Big Muff was one of his favourite pedals.
Yeah.
And so he just called it Muff Wiggler.
Yeah.
And then...
Now, see, if it had been me, I would have changed the name and go, look, hands up. All right, there is some connotation here. Okay, I get it. And I will change the name, and I'm going to call it Cockwaver.
Cock wobbler.
Yeah. And leave it at that.
The
Or
saddest thing
nut
about
swinger.
the saddest thing about it was that Mike took it
Plum bouncer.
massively personally. He took all of those attacks massively personally, and I am in no doubt. I am in no doubt that contributed to the beginning of his. Well, it wasn't slow; it was a pretty rapid slide to the point now that he's no longer with us. It triggered. He was a very gentle, sensitive guy anyway.
Yeah.
And to be accused of stuff that he had absolutely no intention of being offensive, and he understood what people were saying, but he just came up with a goddamn name to a goddamn forum about synthesizers that is, in fact, I mean, yes, it's like any forum. It had a few little bad eggs, but in the main, it's one of the most incredible synthesizer forums out there.
Yeah.
Particularly in the modular world, but it's. I think it was. If it wasn't the beginning, it certainly was an accelerant in his demise.
Well, it wasn't going to help.
No.
It's a shame. It's a shame he took it to heart like that in the first place. To be honest, but you can't make people not by simply asking them to not be affected by it. If they're affected, they're affected. End of.
There was. I mean, he was such a sensitive, caring guy. I mean, the fact that I went for my job interview and we realised after about 5 minutes that we'd known each other for years online through KVR, I think, was probably the main place we interacted. And then my job interview was an hour and 45 minutes of talking synthesizers and 15 minutes about the job, and I got the job.
Yeah.
So I probably really shouldn't be where I am, but I am, thanks to him. And I have to thank him again for setting me up on a really good package as well, because he honestly didn't care, but he didn't care about corporates and spending their money for them. So, but no, he was just the loveliest guy. And he's left a legacy, that's for sure, but it's not a legacy you'd want to have left in such a way. So anyway, Mod Wiggler it is.
Yeah. Plum bouncer.
What?
Wow.
More of a modulation module, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is.
Well.
Yes, 12 points. Ooh, shark.
All right, Robbie's flashing again.
I like this one. I'm going to just hold it out of my son's bedroom window and say, "Luca, I've come for you."
You put it in your car.
I did think that, but you can get arrested for shit.
Yeah,
like
of course.
that.
Yeah, oh yeah. bloody funny though, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Oh my God. Brian's going the whole way with it. Look at this.
Robbie's got a camera light, and Brian says, "I see your camera light,
Yeah,
and
I'll
raise you."
Yeah.
Pyrotechnics.
Well, actually, I can.
Nice.
I can do disco lights in here, but it means me having to put music on so that Alexa can then respond. But it's too much hassle.
Oh God, yeah, putting music on, because you haven't got 40 keyboards in there with you, have you?
Yeah, I've got 40 keyboards, but I can't play them.
Why?
No, I'm just saying I can't play them.
Oh, you can play. Don't give me that bullshit. God's sake, boy.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, Assiohead, I love morphine. Intravenous, preferably. Get straight to the point.
Oh, anally for me.
Ooh. You went there, didn't you?
Yeah. Don't take it out of the ampule either.
I was going to say, does
I'll
that mean
break
you
it
don't
myself?
you don't feel anything after it takes effect?
Indeed.
It's like that bit of Train Spotting. It's like, hey, a slow release. Yeah, for all the good they've done, I might as well shove them up my arse. Fucking love that film.
Yeah, it's a good film, that.
My pleasure is other people's leisure.
I love that chord progression.
Ay, ay, ay.
So the cutting down on alcohol's really in full
Oh,
swing
God,
now.
every time I take a sip from a glass of wine, you say that. Yes.
I know, because it pisses you off.
Look, it's not my fault that Tesco have 25% off at the moment.
25% off.
You have to buy 6 bottles or you get 25% off the lot.
6 bottles.
I'm not the only person that drinks wine in this house. So.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the cats does as well.
Yeah. Might as well. Might calm the fucker down. I don't know.
What question?
You start drinking through a straw, yeah. Had me down as a Waitrose, mate. Mate, you saw me in Sainsbury's.
Mate, if it's cheap, he's in there.
Yeah. The only reason we've gone to Tesco's for shopping is because where we've moved now is literally just down the bottom of the road. They're supposed to be putting a Marks and Spencer food hall in that's even closer, so we'll be definitely going up market then.
Marks and
St.
Spencers.
Michael.
12 quid for a packet of biscuits.
I know. No.
Yeah, he won't be bringing you any French fancies when he visits then.
Well, what I'm trying to do is, because my daughter works in the co-op, which is just the other side over there. Which actually, I've always been a big supporter of the co-op, but
Yeah, that's all right.
yeah. But I said to her, get a job down Marks and Spencer, staff discount. But I don't think she's having any of it. I think she's got plans to be a kept woman.
Okay.
She's 20 tomorrow. Fucking 20.
Jesus. I feel old.
Yeah, well.
Ancient and creaky.
And my boy's 19 at the end of the year, and that's the youngest of the three.
My
The other
boy's
one-
exactly the same age as me.
My baby boy is 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's 39.
Ay.
All right, yeah, we're going top trumps. Yeah, Brian wins.
Yeah.
Brian wins.
My son's older than me.
David, how old's David? David's 90. When was David born?
Not a good question. It's never a good question.
I wasn't there.
You were there.
No,
You'd probably know.
no, he's not mine. He's 36, 37. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I raised him from the age of 12. So actually, he was
Good
12
time to start.
and then... Oh, no, he was 88. He must have been, born 88.
Yeah, but 88. I mean, I was old in 88. For fuck's sake. Mate.
But now they've all got partners now, and they're all spending more time out of the house.
Yeah, but more. I mean, the amount of times like, I'm talking with Fiona about things, and saying, "God, it must be 20 years ago now." And she goes, "No, 40."
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, woman. No, it's not 40. Oh shit, it is 40. Yeah.
That's always a fun thing when me and Haley have conversations, and because there's like 11 years between us, there is a definitive generation gap. She says to
Okay, yeah.
sometimes, "You're so fucking old, it's unreal." It's just like, bugger off.
Yeah. Like was same. What was it? There was a documentary on last night that Fiona was watching. It was about the assassination of Kennedy, and I think she had to turn it off in the end. And I'm not surprised because she said, "Oh my God, they showed photographs of him, in the mortuary when they got him to the hospital." And everything like that. I went, "Oh, for God's sake!" And Jackie Onassis is carrying some of his brain in her hand, so brought it to the hospital. In perhaps some sort of desperate attempt, they could put it back in and he'll be fine, sort of thing. But whatever. And I said to Fiona, I said, "How old were you when he was assassinated?" And she went, "Oh, I wasn't born yet." I went, "Oh, fuck." I said, "Well, I
When was
was
he
born."
killed? Was it 67?
63.
63.
Was it 63?
Yeah.
Why did I think 67?
Don't know.
When was Luther King?
61.
Blows me away that was 61 years ago.
Yeah. So I would have been 2 or 3 months old, I suppose, when Kennedy was assassinated.
And you
First-
don't remember?
Yeah, come on.
Well, the first one I remember was John Lennon.
1980.
I remember my dad running in, screaming, crying, saying, "John Lennon's been shot, John Lennon's been shot." And of course, I didn't give a shit then. It was just like, what? And just, yeah.
Yeah, but you see, death makes people very popular. Well, no, because sometimes people do not take the time to appreciate someone or someone's work while they're still alive. And then after they go, "Oh, that track he did was, oh man, that was like, never to be surpassed kind of thing." But while they're still alive, so I'm like, it's all right, I suppose. That kind of scenario, isn't it?
Yeah.
The tragic thing about
Just human
Lennon
nature.
was Lennon had been away for like 5 years, hadn't he? He was raising Sean and just being a dad. And then he gets the bug to start making music again. And he's making some really good music and doing some really good stuff. And he was just on the brink of this kind of big comeback. And then that happens. It was really. I remember that because I was brought up on the Beatles, so I was very much a Beatles fan. And I remember coming downstairs for school that morning and Mum being in tears, and I was like, I thought her dad had had an argument again or something stupid, and then she said John Lennon had been shot, and then that was it. I was gone. But I remember Elvis as well.
Yeah.
And my dad got very upset at Elvis. He wasn't I wouldn't say huge, but he had a lot of respect for him. And my dad was a man that you never really saw show emotion. The only other time I ever saw him cry was when my sister died. That was the only other time. So for him to cry at Elvis must have meant a lot, I suppose. But yeah, we were in Scotland at the time. No, we were in Scarborough on holiday. It was August, wasn't it? August 1977.
Yeah.
Mind you, I can remember telling, because I went into the kitchen and said to Mum, I said, "John Lennon's been shot, and he's dead." And she went, "What was it?" She said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, he moved to a country where you're allowed to carry guns. What did he think was going to happen?" Which I thought was a very weird thing to say, to be honest.
It is in a way because he dodged Nixon for so many years. Because Nixon had it in for him for a very long time.
He was a subversive. CIA had files and everything, didn't they, apparently?
Yeah, well.
That's another one, Karen Carpenter.
Yeah.
And she could fucking drum. Have you ever seen some of her drumming videos?
Yeah.
My God, she could play.
She was very, very good.
Yeah, massive talent. Massive talent. But she could drum really, really well and sing at the same time.
Oh,
It's-
the voice was incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, her drumming was just unreal. Absolutely unreal. But the thing is, it's going to happen more and more for people our age. Our heroes are going to be popping off. On
That's
more
the thing,
regular
innit?
basis.
Yeah, but, that saying my nan used to say. She goes, as you get older, she goes, when you're growing up, you are given things, and then as you get older, they are slowly taken away from you again.
Yeah.
Oh, cheery thought. Thanks, Nan.
Yeah.
Nice.
Bernard
And she
Hill
goes, oh yeah,
passed
happy
away, didn't
birthday.
Yeah. Old Yozza.
Yeah, gives a job. Go on, gives it a job. I can do
You're
that.
Graham Souness.
Bless him.
You look like me.
Because he's in that thing that's on TV at the moment. This is probably the last thing he ever did was Responder, that thing with Martin Freeman, which I turned down to watch tonight, but I can catch up on that.
Yeah, Tommy Cooper, he was one of a kind as well. My dad used to do a fantastic impression of Tommy Cooper. And do the whole spoon jar thing and whatever. He did it really, really well.
But the way Tommy Cooper went as well was
He died on stage.
he died
but-
literally died on stage. And that just
Remember watching it?
he
And
sort of-
everybody laughing because they
And
thought it was
laughing.
part of the act. Yeah. But that's how he would have wanted to go, you know.
I always think that's probably how he would have wanted.
Oh
it,
yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
go whilst you're still making them laugh.
yeah.
Well, that's exactly how my Haley's dad passed last year. He was always taking the piss and stupid jokes and fucking around and laughing all the time. And he was in hospital. And he was sitting there talking to the nurses, winding them up, taking the piss. And he started to laugh and gone.
Wow.
Went out the way he wanted. So, yeah. That was the saving grace, I think, with that. Was that he went how he should have done. Well, that killed the conversation, didn't it?
My
Cheery,
Fiona was
isn't it?
watching. What was she watching the other day? She was watching a stage performance of Harry Hill,
All right.
and some of it was funny, some of it was not quite as funny, but it was. But you see, here's another one. He's another one of those stage performances where nobody else could probably do what he did. He did do one thing though that made me laugh, which was he was talking about something or other, and then he, you know, where he does this thing where he'd be doing a joke or following a particular route, and then suddenly stop and do something completely different. And what he did was, he goes like this. He goes, what was it? He goes like this, and he goes, here's the church, here's the steeple. Open the doors. Oh, religion isn't quite as popular as it used to be, is it? So and you always catch you out. You think, no, he's not really funny, and then he'll make you laugh.
Yeah.
You go, no, he's not really funny, and he'll make you laugh again. He did this thing where he's gone. He goes, this woman in the audience, and she goes, would you like an ice cream? Would you like an ice cream? I bet you would like an ice cream. And he goes over to and gets this wrapper, and he goes, lovely ice cream. It's a hairbrush, like that. Fucking like, what? What the hell is going on? But there you go.
Yeah, I do like comedians that take you on a journey and set that whole thing up so that at the end
Yes.
of it they bring you right back to the beginning, and then because you're thinking, where are we going?
Yeah,
And then they bring you back, and you're just like, oh, that's clever and funny, and
yeah.
that's a skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like when you watch old Al Murray.
Mm.
And he done that thing about we've beaten every single country in the world
Yeah.
in war. And he goes, well, shout out a country. And they shout out some weird and wonderful country, and he goes, yeah, we beat them, we did the blah 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 back in whenever, and it'd be some sort of like some treaty, and so we won them by, we won that war by default.
Yeah.
Because he's just too damn intelligent.
Well, he's a massive military historian.
Yeah.
But did he read history at university?
Yeah.
And he's also a really good drummer as well. Very good drummer. It's funny because whenever we drive across Europe, we play this game. It's a silly game, but it works.
Mm.
We look for cars with British number plates.
All right.
Because when you're driving across France, or and we just, when he does his pub landlord, he goes, British, British, British. Yeah, sorry, it's a family thing.
No, it's all right. It's a bit like Yellow Car.
Yeah.
Yellow Car.
Either that or the names of the freight companies you see on the sides of lorries. There's one in Europe, I think it begins with W, I can't remember. I'll know it if I see it again. Maybe some of our continental friends will remind me. It's quite amusing.
My ex-wife's game of spotting Ford KAs is the cause of my only ever car crash.
Literally a car crash.
Literally, she did that she shoved her arm right across my eye line, and the car in front of me locked up, and I went bang.
Bam.
Bastard.
So who won?
Well, I didn't win. Let's put it that way.
She goes, car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
I never understood why Ford called a car a car.
Well, it's kind of succinct, don't you think?
Well, they were looking for the SI version, weren't they? The cars.
Cars, yeah. The Ford car.
I don't remember that over here, so it must have been
No,
you could put this into the glove box of a Buick.
Yeah,
It's
you could
a
actually wear a
tiny
Ford
thing.
car as a shoe.
Tiny.
Actually,
Yeah.
I had one. They were really good little motors.
They were based off the fact that the Fiat had brought back the Cinquecento. Roller skate with a wheel in every corner, and every company was getting in on the act, and that was Ford's.
Yes. Yeah.
Ugly little things, but
Ugly little things, but you got to tell you what, you could throw it around the corner like a bastard.
Oh yeah,
it was really good for throwing it
That's
around.
because it couldn't go faster than 40.
But Ford spelt it K-A, so some people called it a K-A, and some people called it car.
But the official name was a car.
Was it?
Yeah,
Yeah, because if you remember, the advertisements get into the car.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's like Chevrolet trying to sell a Chevy Nova in Spain.
Yeah.
Chevy won't go.
What's the?
Or is it don't go? I can't remember. Was it?
Yeah, no go.
It was no go. Yeah, no go.
Rolls-Royce had to withdraw a name because it didn't mean anything rude, but it certainly didn't mean the right thing in another language. They hadn't researched.
Yeah.
I was
the name
behind a Vauxhall, it was like an SUV type thing, and it's called the Grand Land, all one word. The Vauxhall Grandland.
Well, it's like the Mitsubishi Pajero. If you put Pajero into Google Translate, it comes back with wanker in some language.
Nice.
Well, don't tell Moog about the Grand Land because they'll probably name a synth after it.
Grandland. It just doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
No.
Grandland.
Bet your grandmother does.
Ooh.
Ooh, edgy.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Cutting.
Oh dear.
Oh well.
They don't name them like they used to.
No.
The next one's going to be Grand Latte because Vauxhall have got the mocha, haven't they?
Yeah.
But for the UK market, Vauxhall are bringing back the Frontiera.
What?
That was an interesting, because it kind of, for an SUV, it looked like an SUV, not like one of these sort of pretend ones. It did actually have a bit of It looked like you could throw it up a mountain.
Well, Clarkson did, didn't he? He went off-roading in one. Yeah.
Really?
At the end of the day, it was now Isuzu rebadged.
Oh, was it? That happens a lot, though, doesn't it? That happens a lot.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember Volkswagen, Seat, and
Skoda.
no? This was. Do you remember that there was a people carrier? And it
Oh,
was exactly
Chiron.
the same. Yeah, it was the Volkswagen Chiron,
Ford
The Alhambra,
the Seat Alhambra,
and the Ford.
it was a Ford something, wasn't it? Yeah.
Galaxy.
Yeah.
Galaxy.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
Galaxy?
Yeah.
All the same though, just literally just different badges. It
Well,
was,
There was lots of that going on, especially
but it was a weird
early
because you-
80s.
You expect Volkswagen and Seat because they're part of the same group, but Ford, Fiat
Yeah,
did a lot of that as well.
yeah, but then you look at the Aston Martin DB7. All the switchgear was Mondeo stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, Range Rovers, Allegro door handles.
And where did they get the exhaust from?
Oh, no.
We'll have to ask Andrew.
the Longhurst factory.
Yeah.
Sorry, that Longbridge.
Everyone personally tested.
Yes. Reboard.
He wishes.
Internally polished.
I had a Chevy
Clean
Nova
of
in the 80s that was 90% Toyota Corolla.
Yeah.
Oh
I
man.
mean, the oil cap said Toyota on it in Japanese. But it was badged as a Chevy.
Yeah. Well, in
Must
the
be their most reliable model then, surely.
in the 90s, if you popped a bonnet on a Fiat in the 90s, you'd see on every component Fiat Lancia Alpha, because they're all basically sharing the same platforms and the same parts.
Well, my Seat's got a VW engine in it.
Yeah.
I've got the VW DSG.
But they all have.
DSG,
All,
yeah.
the Seats, the Skodas, they're all VW units. I like reading about the whole VW and Audi competition, because obviously they're owned. They're all the same company. But the competition between the brands to try and outdo each other. And there was a particular guy in charge of VW sort of in the 90s that really wanted to screw over Audi, even though it was his basically, the same company. He really wanted VW to, because there's an unwritten agreement that VW are the mainstream brand and Audi are the premium brand. Skoda and Seat are sort of slightly below VW, but he didn't give a fuck. That's why they came out with the Phaeton, and it bombed because he just made it too big, too heavy, too expensive.
But what a fabulous car with a W12 in it.
Oh, it was amazing, wasn't it?
Eh?
I'd buy. If I could find one of those in good enough nick, I would buy the W12 Phaeton.
Well, there
It's
was
funny.
was a
Funny,
while during the 80s when Vauxhall and Opel were
Same
making
company.
the same car.
But they are the
Yeah.
same company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
they're all
making
GM.
yeah, but they
Well,
were making
Chevette-
it was both
Chevette
the
and
same
Cadet
car.
were the same car, weren't they?
Yeah.
Or very
you had
similar.
the Carlton and the I can't remember what it was the Vauxhall
Royale.
Carlton and the Opel Royale, right?
Probably
But
the Record.
when we were doing that body swap, the door handles for the Vauxhall were 40 quid cheaper than the door handles for the Opel, and it was the same part.
Same thing. Yeah.
And that's where they were making their money.
Yeah.
So they could make the same part, but for that car, they make a lot of money for that, and then for the Vauxhall, we'd only make a bit of money.
Yeah.
And that's really what it was all about, just making money on the parts.
It's still a thing today. If you go on any sort of car group or forum, particularly the higher brands, the people that are maintaining their own vehicles are just saying, well, buy this because it's exactly the same, but you're only going to be paying VW prices instead of Audi prices, or
Or for
whatever.
that matter, Bentley.
Yeah, Bentley as well.
And it's the same as Rolls Royce. Go and look for BMW parts. Look at the 7 Series and things for your Rolls Royce if you have to.
Yeah.
Well, that
It'll be-
Phaeton was half Bentley anyway, wasn't it? A lot of Bentley stuff or some of the Bentley stuff had the VW. Wasn't the W12 a Bentley unit
Yeah,
originally? I think.
yeah.
Mental.
Yeah. It all got so
Robbie-
interchanged, it got ridiculous after a while.
Well, people,
Probably,
it's like
yeah.
synthesizers. the car business have been doing it for ages. They come up with a platform, and they share it not only amongst their own models, but the models of the brands and the marks that they have in the parent company. Of course, there's more of those parent companies now than before.
Oh, that reminds me. Roland MKS users, start shaking in your boots. The output inline amplifiers are no longer available anywhere on the planet.
Ooh. Was that what was
Gone.
wrong with that one?
Done.
Was that what was wrong with the one you were doing the other day?
Yeah. And
Did you
there
fix
isn't
it?
anywhere on the planet.
So you can't fix that one?
Nope.
Yeah.
And all the MKS range have this IC.
Ooh.
Oh.
Robbie, if you had a look at the Volkswagen ID.7,
I've looked at it, and I'm like, no.
not quite ready to go electric estate.
No, yeah, I did see the estate the other week, and I thought, that's nicer, but still, I look at it and I think, no, it looks too. It doesn't have a certain je ne sais quoi. It doesn't. It's like you take the Arteon and you put it next to a Passat, and you'll have the Arteon 100 times, because the Passat is just very utilitarian. Does a job, no fan. Whereas the Arteon is more curves and hips and muscles and that kind of stuff. And it's the same with this ID.7. For a start, it's too tall for a saloon car, but it has to be because you've got to get the batteries in. And then it's too stumpy. Even though I say it's stumpy, it looks stumpy, even though it's actually a bit longer than the Arteon, which is quite a long car. So I looked at it and I thought, then you see the price, and they're still not quite where I want them to be. So I toyed with the idea of going electric last time, and I probably won't do it next time. I'll probably just get another Arteon, but I'll go for the shooting brake instead, because I can get synthesizers in that a bit easier. But
Well, I'm just pissed off that my Chrysler 300 is only used by bad guys.
well, they all have to drive slowly and crap. So that's
Reacher, bad guys were driving the 300.
yeah.
And it's like, oh, for God's sake.
It's because they can't afford to write off Bentleys and
Well,
Rollers.
they can, though, because they put their Bentley grills and badges on Chrysler 300s, don't
yeah,
they?
exactly, yeah. Many a time I used to drive down the road and think, oh, look at that. Oh, no, it's not. It's a Chrysler.
Do you know what? Like I
Oh.
said, the first day I got my 300C estate, and the guy come out next door and he goes, fuck me, you won the lottery? I went, no, why? He goes, got a Bentley, mate. I went, no, it's not a Bentley.
Have you seen
But
these?
inside, it feels like it.
Have you seen these Tesla Cybertrucks?
Ugh, yeah.
Yes.
Not in real life, no.
No.
I don't understand that. For $90,000, people are buying something that looks like the blueprint was made from a child's drawing of an '83 DeLorean.
Yeah.
Well, I think I
And it
showed it
doesn't
the other day.
Capacitor.
There's showed there was a program, or a computer program in the Apple II, the Macintosh 2, back in the 80s, and it designed, or it came up with the shape of a car that was the most aerodynamic you could get for a truck, and it looks like a Cybertruck.
Yeah.
And this was from like mid 80s. So
I'm just wondering where they put the bed so you actually put stuff in it.
yeah, it's got a really. What did I saw a picture the other day? Somebody's. I don't know if it's a Tesla thing or whether it's a third party thing, but it's like a tent extension. But it's all shapes and angles, polygons like the thing. It looks horrible. Ugh.
They probably should have called it the fractal.
Yeah.
Stealth truck.
Yeah. There's nothing stealthy about it, though, is there?
No.
But you look at adverts for all these new cars, and they all look the fucking same. The badge is different on the front, but it all looks the same. Oversized, fucking Range Rover looking thing. So I'm glad I go out in the morning, look at the Mach 1 and go, right, girl. Stand out in a crowd, why don't you?
I always say, you've bought the right car if you walk away from it and have to turn back to look at it.
Oh, I do that, but only to see whether it's on fire or not. You should have seen the fucking fuel that was pouring out of it yesterday.
Oh dear.
I started it. It was running about, I'm not kidding you, 10 seconds. I'm going, that's a very strong smell of petrol, isn't it? And I go out, open the bonnet, still running, open the bonnet, and it's just like out the side. It's like, fuck, and turn it off. So it's like fuel everywhere, all over the floor. It's like, bastard thing. And that's just from winter weather. Just split the hose.
Really?
Yeah, right where it connects up to the carb.
I suppose a Mustang Mach 1 is not designed for British winters, though, is it?
I don't know. There's a lot of states in the US that get really, really fucking cold. Super cold. Colder than we ever see here.
That was the first thing I noticed the first time I went to America, is how old the cars were and how rusty they weren't compared to the UK.
Oh, yeah.
You see a lot more older cars still going, still looking pretty decent.
Yeah, but you look around that Mustang. I mean, the Z-Barting and underseal that's on it is second to none. Do you know what I mean? Compared to some of the other some of the British cars here.
You're in full territory if you go up to like Winnipeg, Canada, and you pull into any parking space, and there's a outlet where you can plug in your electric heater to keep the radiator from freezing.
Yeah.
Parked.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it can get very, very cold in America.
Oh yeah.
Admittedly, yes. If you want a 70s car and you want a good one, go to Texas or Florida or whatever, where you hardly see any moisture. Although for some reason they keep breaking down on railway lines. What is it with trucks breaking down on railway lines in America? There are thousands of
railway lines.
There's thousands and thousands of videos of trucks getting smashed in two by a diesel locomotive.
Yeah, train crashes are very popular these days.
Yeah.
There's probably only 3 accidents, but they've got 7,000 movies of it from all different angles.
Yeah, it's just madness. No, I don't know. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I saw a picture the other day of the US passenger rail network. There's like 5 indiscriminate lines that cross the continental United States.
Yeah,
and then next to it was a picture of the UK rail network, and you could barely see any land. It was just like black lines everywhere.
It's sad. I mean, there's one passenger train that I believe still runs through Cincinnati. It basically only goes to Chicago, but it makes so many stops in between. I can drive there twice as fast, and it's just stupid. And by the way, that one, if you want to catch it, leaves at like 3 a.m.
Oh wow!
So
I still want to do the whole LA to New York, which I guess you would have to go LA to or somewhere, then Chicago, and then up to New York from there, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't know.
You might have to block off about a month and a half to do that.
Yeah. But it's those coaches where with the big glass domes on the top, and you can just sit and just look as you're that's really appealing. Really.
That's those Trans-American.
Yeah, it's just this
Trans-American ones, isn't it? The big ones. Yeah.
But
I thought they were more northerly.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, there's an Amtrak line runs basically from, I don't know, Boston or New York, kind of across the top to Chicago, and then it weaves its way west and a little further south as you go. Not sure how they get through the Rocky Mountains, but
yeah.
I think it all stems from when I watched. Do you remember when Michael Palin did Around the World in 80 Days? And to do America, he went across from LA to New York via train, and he stopped off at a few places here and there. I thought, that'll be cool. One day.
We don't have that much rail because oil companies want you to consume, and also the American spirit of driving wherever you want, whenever you want, the freedom thing. So because of that, we have traffic up the ass. So
Yes. Yeah, the freeways are quite full of motors, aren't they? All the time.
oh yeah, I mean I love it. We did road trips ever since I was a little kid, so I love driving all over the place. But
Yeah.
it is, you got to pick your time. When I go to LA, I always go overnight. You know,
You do
1
get
a.m.
some
to 12
very
p.m.
angry drivers on the freeways though. I've seen.
Oh yeah,
on
but
YouTube.
not at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning. So
Yeah,
just
yeah,
smooth
yeah.
sailing, no traffic, maybe some construction, but
1 in the morning, you only get the angry truck drivers.
Yeah.
they're pretty good actually. Truck drivers are pretty decent.
You see him getting cut up and brake checked quite a lot, don't you?
Well, the asshole truck drivers try to keep the fast lane a bunch. It's like, stay in your lane. You guys are supposed to stay in the right lane. Stop
Yeah.
hogging the left lane, because we want to get through. Just got to keep moving. But sometimes the truckers kind of screw with each other and stuff. So
Well,
you don't have
got a 2-lane interstate with a 75-mile-an-hour speed limit. You got one truck doing 50 and the other one next to it doing 51.
Yeah.
exactly.
And it takes
They're
you
barely passing.
Takes 3 states by the time they get out. They can pass them.
It's totally insane. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
But truckers are also pretty good. I mean, I've been on road trips in the past when I was a kid, and they were like very cautious. My mom was driving us to somewhere, I forgot, and I think she was starting to doze off a bit, and he got behind her and laid on the horn and the lights just to make sure we're safe on the road, which is kind of nice actually.
Mm.
So truckers aren't all bad.
No.
And they often have husband and wife tag teams. They live in the cab, and that's their life, driving cross country.
Yeah.
I wonder what we're talking about for a minute there.
Robbie
Well,
suddenly
that
woke
too.
up.
Yeah.
You go,
Completely the
what?
wrong time to come back in.
Something from my Patreon?
Tag team.
Well, they can do it while they're driving. It's no one has to know. Well, they're high up. You can't see them anyway. So.
Unlike Gillian Tailforth.
Who's crying?
Sorry, you lost me there, Matt.
He said, that quite often they're up high. I said, unlike Gillian Tailforth. Didn't she get done for noshing some guy off on a motorway?
Did she? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
On a motorway? How did you could have got run over, silly bitch.
Hang on, Google is my friend. Gillian Tailforth noshing. I think blowjob apparently is the Gillian Tailforth trial in the 90s.
There you go.
Well, there's the dangerous one in the World According to Garp, where he had the habit of driving into the driveway with the lights off, like he's flying at night, and ends up hitting the back of the car with the wife giving the friend a blowjob, and she bites it off.
Oh, that's karma.
Yeah, it's a Robin Williams movie based on a book.
The Sun printed a story saying Gillian Tailforth performed a sex act on her husband in a lay-by versus her version, which was that he had a stomachache and she was rubbing it.
Well, so rubbing nearby, yes.
And was wondering who leaked the video. Apparently, up until that point, she was appearing to win the jury with her version of events until an anonymous person sent The Sun a video at an EastEnders staff party which had Gillian Tailforth performing sex acts on a champagne bottle and sausages. Wow, it's typical Sun fodder, this, isn't it?
Let me get my headphones.
Well, and there's a Range Rover involved. There's a surprise.
Longhurst, you bastard. Was he all right, Ken?
Yeah, Fiona's gone to bed. Left him down there by himself. He was crying.
Oh,
When you little fella, you're on your own. Oh. You had Charlie next to him, fast asleep, but it wasn't your scene, was it? Eh? Yeah. You poor little scrap, aren't you?
Ding his bell.
I beg your pardon.
Got a bell.
Got a bell. Wearing his beautiful belt, aren't you? Hey? Hey, little fella? You alright?
You know, you can tell he's not as happy as he was earlier because he was trying to get down earlier, and now he's like, "No, fuck it, give me a cuddle."
Yeah, there's no food downstairs now, is there? You're not interested, are you?
So when was your stairwell accessible? Yesterday?
Last night.
Last night.
Yeah, late last night.
That's
and that
funny.
was kind of like, we'll risk it. And it was kind of okay.
Wow.
Got a bit sticky towards the top, though.
So your whole stairwell's like an Arturia mini brute, right? So
Yeah.
You see where Robbie went with that.
Yeah. Like it was signposted. Left. You're right.
yeah, you need to aim better, right? Don't make everything so sticky.
What? What's that look for? Hey? What's that look for? You alright now, though? You just want company. I should really go and put you on the bed. Eh? And curl up next to Fiona. Well, she don't roll on you, though. Yeah? You'll be the world's biggest small dog. Wouldn't you? Sure, yourself. Yeah, he's come along leaps and bounds.
Cool.
His tablets have done you the world of good, haven't they? Eh?
Date today.
Well, he's the only dog I've ever had that was shot. Yeah.
He was shot.
Yeah. 2 weeks before he was leaving Spain to come here, the carers took him out for a walk, like the Foster family. And he went out for a walk, he got off his lead, he ran into a field, farmers saw him, shot him with a shotgun, got him in the ass. Didn't he?
Oh.
Delayed his delivery by 2 weeks. Didn't he? I don't know what they thought you were going to do on that farm. Eat some of the cows or something. So, yeah, so he spent, what was it, 2 years living in the mountains on his own. Foraging. Joined up with a big pack of dogs that used to hunt the ibex. So
It's like that Disney movie, The Incredible Journey, where the animals band together. And
yeah. So he's got a penchant for venison, if there's any going, ain't ya? Eh? And then eventually made his way to was it Alameda? No. Alameda or something like that. The dog's home there. And then came over with Siri. Same day. Yeah.
Well,
So-
they're both from Spain.
They're both from Spain and both from the same centre. And Siri was actually in the bottom cage and he was in the top cage. And they said that over the 2 days it took them to come here, they became friends.
No.
And you had the added bonus of you didn't have to split up when you got here, didn't you? You were both here.
Look at him. Look.
Can't eat venison too dear. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. It started. You good lad? Should I go and put you on the bed with Fiona? You can curl up and go to sleep in there, can't you? Your eyes are falling out your head. They are.
I don't think he wants to go in there. I think he's quite happy where he is.
He seems to be quite happy where he is, I must admit. You know. Oh, yeah.
I was trying to jump in earlier from the farmers market. There's some funny stuff there. One place called it's like Plumber's Bagels or something like that. Some weird name for bagels. And who wants to buy something called that?
Plumber's
I think it was
bagels.
Laundromat Bagels. That's what it was.
Oh, dear
Laundromat
me.
Bagels. With a really goofy sign with a happy bagel.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's it. Get it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Got it out? Good lad.
They also served. They were selling, butchered pork in various ways, and one was avocado-fed pork, which I've never heard of before.
Avocado-fed pork.
Yeah, instead of grass-fed beef, you got avocado-fed pork.
Wow.
Kind of weird, right?
Yeah. Mind you, pigs will eat anything, I suppose.
They also happen to sell avocados, so there was a tie-in, right? So
Oh, right, okay.
Unlike the pork you buy
that
from
before-
Bricktop.
Is that before or after the pigs have eaten the avocados? Though?
Yeah.
maybe both. Some people eat some
What
weird
is
shit.
that? There's a brand of coffee, isn't there? Where, if I might have got this wrong, but they feed it to a cat.
Oh, they feed the beans and it's shat out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a wild cat?
Are you talking about the coffee, the civet coffee, the civets
Civet
eat it?
coffee. That's the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, and they shit it out and then they process it. And I was like, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
the
who's
real
the
thing.
dirty fucker that discovered that?
There's also monkey
I
picked
suppose-
tea. If you want green tea picked by monkeys, you can get that as well. So.
If maybe the person that discovered that was like really,
Really hungry? Decided,
no.
I'll eat cat shit.
No. They really needed some coffee and they didn't. And the little fucking cat, ate the coffee beans. He's like, you fucking bastard. And then it shits it out and he goes, oh, hang on, look, the coffee beans are kind of. Well, if I just clean them off. And he's that desperate for a cup of coffee. And then,
How desperate?
Or he said, I've tried everything. This might be interesting. So
I often wonder sometimes, who discovered certain flavour combinations?
Who discovered milking a cow was? Would you get milk from a cow? For
You
fuck's
watch
sake?
the young nurse it. So
Yeah.
But who
Yeah.
discovered? Who thought that chocolate and orange would go together? How did that happen? Did somebody eat an orange and then somebody offer them some chocolate and then I often wonder how these flavour combinations.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Come
I know
around.
what you mean.
Well, one thing they always mix up, they call civet a cat. It's actually related to mongoose. It's not a cat. So
Yeah, it's worse than we thought.
yeah, no, they're great actually. So
You were right there. I think it's settled down quite a bit. Yeah?
You delivered no just chicken beef.
Job Labrador weed. I love it. You all right there, Bubba?
But there are all kinds of gimmicks out there for food, kinds of silly stuff. Did you guys ever have a grasshopper phase there? There's the fancy restaurants in New York used to serve grasshoppers and stuff.
I wouldn't say it went.
I don't think that went down
here,
well. No, I don't think so.
It was a
Yeah,
70s thing, I think.
There's
So-
a big international supermarket down the street from me that you can still buy chocolate covered
there you go.
insects, ants, all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff. Worms.
If you're really bored and want to try weird shit, then do that.
But,
Getting ready for the end of the world.
Although, yeah, they are a good food source if you're starving.
Yeah, exactly.
They make a lot of stuff out of mealworms too.
Yeah.
You can literally dry them, make it into a meal again, and serve it as flour, right? We have bake stuff with mealworms.
Yeah, you can buy a lollipop with a scorpion in it.
Yeah,
And yet people have an aversion to eating horse meat. I don't know.
I love
No,
it.
French
they had
love
an
it.
aversion to being fed horse meat when it was called beef
Smoked
on the
beef.
side of the packet. That's
yeah,
what it was really
McDonald's
about.
was selling it. Yeah, didn't tell anybody. Yeah.
When I first took Jackie to Italy, and we were walking through the meat counter, and because she's looking at the signs, because they're all in Italian, so she's saying, "Well, what's that?" And I said, "Oh, that's lamb." And, what's that? That's beef. What's that? That's horse. She said, "Horse? what? Because over in Italy, horse meat is very common. As you try it, it's quite nice, you know.
Yeah. When mad cow disease was at its peak, horse meat became very popular real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we had this thing over here. So there's a company called Findus over here. They do like frozen processed food. So they have this one of the things. It was a big thing in the 70s, but it kind of lingered afterwards. And they were called crispy pancakes. So basically, it's nothing to do with a pancake. I don't even know what the thing is, but it's a crispy
It's a breadcrumb coated pocket of mince
stuff.
And sometimes peas. And whatever, and a
it'd be
little
like
onion.
a stuffed pocket of something.
Yeah.
But in a kind of a half moon, semicircular thing. And
we're off.
or was it the lasagna? There was also lasagna, I think, as well.
Yeah.
But after some random, food quality testing, they discovered that the beef in these products was actually horse meat, and there was a massive scandal over here. I think didn't the company go bust and just
I remember the first time we drove through Canada and I saw a meat market with horse meat and neon. I go, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we eat Rocky Mountain oysters here, right? Both testicles. So how lovely is that?
I wonder who the first guy was that looked at a big old sloppy oyster and said, this looks delicious.
Yeah.
He must have had a really bad cold.
You go, well, I normally eat my own boogers. I'll give this a try.
Yeah, but the Romans ate them by the million, didn't they? Every time they dig a Roman archaeology site, they always find oyster shells. And the Vikings as well, I think, were big into their oysters.
And what have the Romans ever done for us, eh?
You got a wife, you know.
Romans invented orgies, right?
Probably not.
No, I know, of course not.
Yeah, I think the Egyptians
They
were
just
doing that.
popularized them.
They perfected the orgy.
Yeah. They
And
made
eating
it
on your
classy.
stomach. I never understood that whole thing, laying forward like that and eating on your stomach. That's weird.
They probably
You
had
go to the
an idea
vomitorium
behind-
and then you eat up, fill up again.
Yeah. They probably had a thought that it would make things easier. I don't know.
It looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Oh, I think we have properly settled down.
Oh, yeah.
That's you for the night in Kent. You ain't fucking shifting now, mate.
You right there, Fred?
I'm presuming that none of the dogs were bothered by the thunder and lightning the other night, Kent.
Couldn't have given a shit.
No, same here. Same here. I went down in the morning and they were just looked up at me and one of them, the ginger one, he'll come up on my lap for about 30 seconds of a stroke and that's it, he's off again. But that morning I come down, sat in my chair for 10 minutes and he just comes sat by my side of me,
Yeah.
disturbed, but not, it wasn't shaking or anything. It was just do you know what was going on last night? Did you see the flashes of light and the rumble? And it's I did, yeah, I really enjoyed that, but it obviously got to him a bit.
Well, Charlie was asleep in the back garden all the way through it.
All right.
Couldn't have given the monkeys. But
You guys get local fires from the lightning?
no, we don't.
Very
I don't.
rare.
Not really.
It's too
no.
wet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
too wet everywhere. Yeah.
But
Too damp.
what I've always done right from when I had Larry, my Jack Russell, who used to be so terrified of thunder and lightning, because he was a tiny little puppy, and there was this thunderbolt out of nowhere, just this thunderbolt, and it was so loud, and it made all of us jump, and he was just terrified every time he heard thunder. Even if it's in the distance rumbling, he'd be in the corner, and he looked like he was out of focus. He was shaking so much, So what we do with all of these is, when they were young, we had them, when we first got Siri and him, as well as Nelly, is we would put those videos on the TV of fireworks displays and stuff like that, and turn it right up. and they just get used to it and do thunderstorms and stuff like that. And they go, yeah, it's something we don't need to worry about. So when it does happen, they go, yeah, this is just like when they're playing it on the TV for some reason. I mean, our neighbours must think we're absolutely fucking mental, but... Oh, where you going? Okay.
No, we've had dogs in the past that have freaked out and things like that. Well, once we got an hour, really good.
Yeah.
So,
well, we do this sort of thing as like a desensitisation program, and it appears to work. Well, definitely from that last thunderstorm we had, Siri and Nelly were on the bed, curled up, fast asleep. So like this all the way through it. The only thing that gets them up and running down the stairs like absolute mental cases is if there's a fox in the back garden or a pigeon lands on the fence. Oh, man alive. Nelly just goes mental.
I tried everything with my stuff to get her used to thunder, and she just couldn't do it. That and fireworks. And she would be, if it was going on now, she'd be up here trying to climb in my ear hole.
Did you have her late? Did you get...
No, she was 7 weeks old when we got her.
Okay.
Yeah, and we tried. Here he is.
Canada's invaded.
Jesus is here.
Fat Jesus to you.
Fat Jesus. Hey,
Matt,
who knew Jesus was French, eh?
Yeah, who knew? Yeah.
Who knew?
Matt, that is your own personal Jesus. Come on.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
See?
That's him in the corner.
That's him in the corner. Wow.
Hey, nobody puts Jesus in a corner, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Bit of a superstar.
Ooh. No. Yeah, it's got so thin now I can see through it. Oh, he's gone.
Hey, have you guys missed the Formula One race?
Well, to miss it, we'd have to want to see it.
You'll want to see it. You can watch it on catch up.
Did anyone die?
No.
You can seriously. You can watch it on catch up. If you muster the courage.
Not the speed they go.
You
Never
may
catch
not
up.
like it, but I think you'll relish it.
They're
Apparently
doing one
Lando
in Vegas soon.
Calrissian
Is that the
one.
one?
Sorry?
Vegas
Was he
has
using
one
the
up. I saw
Millennium
this-
Falcon?
Yeah.
It was a good race.
Yeah.
Did
Did Kessel run in 12.5 parsecs? Yeah.
12. No, that's 0.5. 12.
Yeah.
Flat 12.
Less than 12.
Oh.
Less than.
I love how everyone thought parsecs was a measure of
Yeah,
time
I know.
or speed,
Yeah.
not distance.
But in the Star Wars universe, can mean
Well, it's
anything.
fantasy,
Yeah.
so there you go. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's not science fiction.
The clue is fiction. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday Heathrow Airport put on their departure board flights to all the planets in Star Wars.
Oh, really?
With appropriate.
Oh, that's good. That's funny.
Yeah, saw that.
And the good thing about that was you had more chance of getting a flight there than anywhere else.
Unless you're trying to go to Alderaan, that was canceled.
Yeah, exactly.
It was, yeah. And what was it? The flight number was LE1A.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, I think we can
I wonder how
safely
many
say
people
that.
wandered through the airport that had no clue what Star Wars was about, looking at that thing. Huh?
Yeah. Mind you, I suppose you don't get many North Koreans going through Heathrow Airport, do you? Because they're about the only people that wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Not that you know of.
Yeah, true.
I know people who have not seen any Star Wars movie.
Really?
What
Yeah,
are
well,
you
you are
doing
in
at
Canada.
my age.
I know, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles. I mean, come on.
Look, if they started watching the prequels, I wouldn't blame them for not continuing. So,
Oh, man.
No, but I mean, they've been on TV all the time.
I think people say that just so because it helps.
Oh, it's a
them
cool
stand
thing
out.
to say, sort of thing, to be
I've
the
never
opposite.
seen Star Wars.
Yeah,
they don't want to be
You've
taken as a
seen it.
nerd. Yes.
Yeah.
You've seen it. You've seen it.
Yeah.
So how's everyone been? Got good, huh?
Yeah, you know.
Well.
Not.
And hello, Brian. We've never met. Happy to meet you.
Yeah,
Brian, Jesus, Brian.
Yeah, if you're hanging out at this show for the whole duration, you'd be pretty depressed by now, I think. But I think we've reached new lows of desperation.
That's part of the course.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm here now. We can go lower.
Oh yeah. Yes, the topics have been varied and depressing.
We shifted from synths to all our favorite musicians that have died.
Yeah.
And somehow we got into car talk.
Yeah.
Speaking of depressing, no, I had a medical exam done this week that was really unpleasant. No, the other way.
The other way. Okay.
Yeah, no, because
they went the long way.
At least you're out. This I was fully awake.
I had my endoscopy completely awake without any pain relief whatsoever.
Yeah, he paid money to not be put under.
Yeah. Oh man, whatever. But I mean, no, they just put the fucking camera down your throat, and I get a new appreciation for the girls that have been in my life before. What is it?
Even if you say so yourself.
Yeah, not only did he pay money so he could stay awake, he said to him, "Well, haven't you got anything bigger?"
I have a thermos.
Wow.
Use your fist. I can take it.
No, but that fucking test. I mean, and then they take samples out of your stomach. Not fun. And yeah, not
Doesn't
fun.
sound like fun.
No, it's not. It's not. No. Anyway. Yeah.
Yikes.
Did they give it back?
No, I'll have them back in 8 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, swallow this, please. We finished with it now. Oh man!
I think Ink is getting confused in the chat. He's
With
not the
what?
Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Okay, Inky. Would that settle it for you?
Which is Jesus and which is Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the guy called Brian is Brian, and the one called Jeff is actually Jesus. But that's his nickname.
I mean,
that's his Canadian name.
He's undercover Jesus.
Yeah.
There's a TV series right there.
Right there, exactly.
Undercover Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus in the Witness Protection Program.
The Scarlatti family are after him, you know?
How would the music go for Undercover Jesus?
Undercover Jesus.
It was a cartoon series for a while called Jesus and His Brothers. It was pretty funny.
Gold.
One was undead because he came back, and it was pretty funny.
Mind you, what's that? Do you remember the Andy Hamilton series, radio series? What was it called? Jesus Christ Almighty! What was it called?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh no. Old Harry's Game.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember it?
I remember the name.
He plays the devil.
No, I never listened to it.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious, that is. He had the Archangel Graham. Okay, don't you mean Gabriel? No, he says it was a printing error.
No, I have enough trouble keeping up with Lucifer.
Yeah, that was all over the shop as well, wasn't it? Yeah, because I said something, because this dog gets sent to hell, and he says, you can't have a dog in hell, because it hasn't got, moral sense. So it can't be punished, he said. He goes, it's got no idea of moral sensibilities, so that excludes dogs, dogs, and all the other animals, and Jeffrey Archer.
Okay, Jeff. So you pardon me if I eat a piece of you right now. So
Eat me.
And Robbie's drinking his
Yeah.
blood.
So
I
according
don't
to
have
the
any wine, so I
Bible,
can't.
Jesus is the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah.
Technically.
You push on his belly. He goes.
Like that. Push him real hard. Oh, sorry, push too hard, mate.
I always thought that was creepy. Well, he's always getting molested by different people in the kitchen. So
That's also on Robbie's Patreon page.
And he was a drunk because his blood was wine.
Yeah, just don't get a thing for mayonnaise.
yeah, his blood alcohol content was very, very high. So
Yeah.
Go on, jeez, and go, just breathe into this, please, sir. Well, according to this, not only should you not be driving, I'm surprised you're alive.
I can walk on water. So.
Yeah, I can when it rains. It's no big deal, mate, honestly.
Yeah, what's in a mirage, you know? It
Yeah.
looks like you.
Yeah. Especially the 8-bit one.
And we're back onto synthesizers.
Of course we
Well
are.
done.
Hey, speaking of synthesizers, I do have something about synths. There's a guy who's selling a Hydra synth for $1,000, which is half price.
49 or 70.
I'm sorry.
The full
Deluxe.
size one.
No,
Deluxe.
49, not the deluxe. Oh, the deluxe. I mean, I wouldn't be there. I would be buying it right now. But
For
he says
$1,000.
for $1,000. He says
How fucked is your economy?
no. $1,000 is extremely cheap. I paid mine. I mean, it is half the price of a new. Actually, a new one is $2,300.
What?
For 49.
Yeah.
For
For
49?
Yeah.
Well, that's exchange rates for you.
Oh, that's £582.
because I got a brand new 49 when it was fairly new for $1,100, something like that. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, but that's not all. I'm gonna go back to
Let him
try
finish
to
his
get.
story.
Yeah, let me finish my story.
Yeah. So you're in the wilderness.
I'm in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And then
Was it for 40 days and 40 nights?
yes. Yeah.
Is this before or after the donkey trip through the desert?
Well, what happens between me and the donkey stays between me and the donkey.
When you punch that Bedouin in the face.
He is the Messiah. Yes.
Go on. Yes.
Okay, now I'm trying to just get exactly what because I saved it. I just like.
What's that in Fishes and Loaves?
Sorry.
Kissing Machine. What's that in Fishes and Loaves? Well, I don't know. They go quite a long way, don't they?
So the guy
Especially when you have an endless
says,
amount on your back, right? So
yeah, the guy says no problems except that one of the potentiometer
Knobs.
Yeah.
What a
One of the knobs.
LFO and then filter, and a few of the encoders drift by a tiny amount if the synth is left on for a while. He says, I understand it is from the conversation with a guy at Moog Music and from Forum Post. It's a known issue with this model. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, me neither. And he says, I returned the first unit I got, which had the same issue in favor of this one, which also has, I don't know.
What version's firmware is it running?
It doesn't say.
Because there was a firmware update that cured a lot of ickle things on it.
Yeah, I might not tell him and buy it.
Yeah.
And it comes with, oh my God, with a gator case. Wow.
Oh.
Fuck me.
So
Soft case, but
so
you know.
it'll work underwater. Cool.
But it'll bite you.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, but ASM run a good group on Facebook with Ken Flux Pierce behind it, so
yeah.
might be worth a quick join and an ask or a flick through and have a see if anything else has been reported like that. But things like
I
that,
haven't heard anything, I must admit.
no, things like that. I mean, certainly Ken will jump onto it if he knows an answer. He'll jump onto it. If he, might suggest you put in a ticket to ASM. To, if it's a known problem or an unknown problem that might need looking at, for what I've seen on the group, they're really good.
Yeah. Well, I've never noticed it on my Deluxe, and it technically is exactly the same machine. Just two of them.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm not a carpenter.
That's all right.
That would have been funny.
Yeah, it would have been too spooky.
Just call him Norm.
Alright. So yeah, I mean I'm so tempted. I mean, it's $1,000 for a hydrosynth. I have one, but you never have enough hydrosynths.
It's shark time again.
Yeah, but for how long?
Yeah, Dr. Synth thinks, it's kind of weird, and for 1,000, I don't know. Yeah.
Strange that the guys had two of them do it though.
Yeah, so he bought one. It had the problem. The second one, I mean,
That sounds like something he's doing rather than.
Yeah.
Problem in chair, not in computer.
Well, we've all seen that. Computers can cause strange glitches in studios.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I've never noticed. Oh, that's.
That brown note, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I've got one of them over here.
What brand note?
sounds like Curry exiting that.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the big ones?
That reminds me of Matt Berry's Ghosts. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Hey, Kent, you have a special IBS patch on that thing?
Oh, hello. He's curled up on his cushion under the 80. He doesn't understand the concept of massive weights hanging over his head.
Yeah, it's probably warm under there though, isn't it?
Yeah, he'd be happy. It's warm in here, full stop. The 80's on. Quite toasty. Don't look at me like that. It's nothing to do with me. Do that all day.
So when are we going to hear those recordings that you've started, Uncle Kent?
Oh, well, if I release them when I think it won't make people throw up, probably never.
Just seen the chat.
Was that?
Someone called PP has just turned up, and Asio said it's Pontius Pilate.
Ooh. Watch yourself, Jeff.
What?
Get real.
I'm not sorry, I don't get the joke.
There's somebody in the chat whose name is PP, and then Asio had
Pilot, okay, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's why I'm undercover because he's running after me.
He's looking for you, you know. The Roman mafiosi.
Just out of curiosity, is this coming through?
Oh yeah.
Bit distorted. Well, I say bit as in a lot.
Yeah, as in, yeah, but yeah.
It's so distorted. It's making it sound like a Selena. For some bizarre reason.
Yeah, it's even cutting out. It's so hot.
Cool. What about that football, eh?
Brooksy.
Don't start. Don't start. He's just turned up. Leave him alone.
What?
What?
I saw
3
that
years
Brian
at
was in.
university, and that's all you got to say.
Yeah, I saw that Brian was in, and I wanted to say hello to Brian properly, face to face.
Yeah, fuck the rest of us.
Hiya, Brian.
Yeah,
Yeah, bollocks.
yeah,
to
bollocks
you.
that lot. Fuck them.
Just because of you, Andrew.
Oh, it's nice to see you, Brian. Anyway, because we.
It's nice to be seen at my age.
Oh,
Mate.
what were you all gossiping about me behind my back or something? And I
Mostly
popped up
you.
Oh, that's okay then.
Yeah, mostly you.
Yeah. What was it Oscar Wilde said?
He said a lot of things.
Oh, he did. I'm only happy when people are not talking about me. No, I'm only. No, I'm not happy. Oh, I can't fuck.
He said, "Your Majesty is the stream of bat's piss."
That's right, Andy. Thank you for that one.
I love to keep bouncing back. Oh, there's one of Wilde's.
Anyway, hiya Matt, hiya Kent, hiya Keith, hiya Andy, hiya Robbie, but he's not there.
Hello.
Hiya Brian, and hiya Jeff.
Hiya.
Your personal Jesus.
My person, yes, your personal Jesus.
Right on.
I mean, I don't have to just come in as Jesus all the time now.
Yeah, you should just put.
I made it up, and
yeah,
Just change your name. Fuck it.
yeah,
fuck it. Yeah.
just get it over and done with. Yeah.
Driver's license, Pat Jesus. There we go.
Just call yourself Jesus. That's close enough.
Yeah.
Well, one of my friends.
Jose.
Who's Zeus?
Yeah,
Oh no, that's Greek. No, you lost it now.
I'm going to bed in a minute anyway.
And that's Poncho Pirate.
Yeah, Poncho Pirate.
Well,
it's devolving in front of our
It's
eyes.
the 5th of May, isn't it? So.
Is it porno for pirates? Is it?
Oh, don't fucking pirate festival here. Don't need that down here now.
Yeah, it's not Falcon Pirate Day today, so.
It is in Brixham.
Every day is.
Three-day pirate. 3-day pirate festival. The fuckers are everywhere.
Oh, really?
Where you been?
Hey?
What
Where you
happens when
been?
you live in Devon?
Who?
You.
Me?
You know, the one who hasn't been here.
Oh, right.
Hence the question.
I went to the toilet.
Oh.
I took my plate into the kitchen. Like a good boy.
Yeah, if you shake it more than 3
That's
times,
one
you're
sentence
playing
that
with
shouldn't follow the first one.
I did it the other way round.
Oh, okay. You did it the other way round. You faced the system.
We've all tried it.
Actually, come to think of it, yeah.
At Kissing the Machine, I have no idea what any of that meant that you've just typed because it involves a round thing that people kick with their feet.
Don't push that button.
it. Jesus.
By the way, great news about Sheffield Wednesday, wasn't it?
I've no idea. Was it?
Right.
Yes, you have.
Oh, Christ.
We do
that
have
was like-
Wednesdays in
that's about
Sheffield.
6 days ago.
You know, it happens once a week here in Sheffield. You know, just as it does everywhere else. I don't know why people make such a fucking fuss about bleeding Wednesdays. What's so special about Wednesday anyway?
Well, because there's 2 teams in Sheffield, and one would play on the Saturday, and the other one would play on That's why they call Sheffield Wednesday. That's the gospel truth.
According to Jeff.
Don't
According
care.
to Jeff, yeah. Jeff says,
Yeah.
Spiritus Sanctus.
Dumpty dumpty dum.
Gloria Patri, if you what
You
is
know
it?
what's weird here, though? With all the
Yeah.
Indians
In
coming
nomine
here,
Patris sed
no one's
Filii
really
et
doing
Spiritus
cricket in this
Sancti.
country.
Amen.
but the Indians should be bringing cricket with them. I don't know what happened.
What?
There's no cricket in this country, but Indians should be bringing it in droves, but they're not.
Well, there is cricket, but it's minor
Barely.
leagues.
It's
Yeah,
barely,
it's pretty popular in the West here. But
I love cricket, but it really drives me nuts that it takes 5 days to get to a draw.
Well, at least the 5-day ones do. Yeah.
I mean, how ridiculous is that? You play for 5 days, and you still can't get a result. It drives me nuts. And I love it.
They're not
I
focused.
I love
Duckworth Lewis. Duckworth Lewis method.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
They
mean,
should
I
add-
love
they
these
should
limited
change up the
overs
rules
things.
like Major League Baseball did. They keep adding stuff to make the game shorter. So
Yeah.
now they put
Yeah.
a timer on the
Well, they
picture
have,
between
they have
pitches.
done. They have done. There's all sorts of variations. on it
2020,
now.
50-50.
Yeah, the 100.
Well, I thought
the
it was
100
reduced
ball.
quite a bit by not including the rest of the world in the World Series. that cut it
We
down a
do
bit.
Canada.
You don't, do you?
Yeah, we got
You've got to be careful. They got Jesus on their side.
Yeah, they got two Canadian teams for years.
no, I'm not.
Yeah, Toronto have a
The
team. don't they?
Japanese playing the World
Yeah.
Series as well.
Toronto
though.
and
Blue Jays.
Montreal.
Yeah.
We used to have a team, here. But Toronto won it 2 years in a row.
Jerry Lewis.
Scandalous.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, baseball's for wussies. Yeah, Paul. And hockey, that's a tough sport, especially in the finals as we are now.
Hey, Jeff, have you ever seen hockey when it's played on grass, like it should be, rather than
Lawn
people
hockey, yes.
sledding?
Lawn hockey.
Oh, that's brutal as well. And
How
it's
do you
great.
get the puck to slide over the grass?
One of the things
Yeah.
I look forward to about the Olympics is you actually get to watch hockey. It's great.
Yeah, but
Proper
yeah.
hockey is fabulous.
But yeah, I mean, ice hockey is. I mean, when you
Oh, it is.
when you
I-
smash
no.
on the board by a guy skating at 40 kilometers an hour,
No, I love watching ice
spit out
hockey as well.
teeth.
Yeah.
Well, as
I
opposed
do.
to Irish water polo, where the horses keep drowning.
That's a racist remark, Uncle Kent.
No, it isn't. I'm Irish.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
and so am I.
So
Even
technically,
though I'm
it's
in disguise.
self-deprecating.
Yeah, see,
remark.
he's
Spartacus.
taking back the power.
I'm Spartacus. I'm Irish. I'm Irish.
Yeah.
I don't think I've got any Irish in me.
My mother used
Would
to
you like some?
Would you like some? No,
Anyone go there?
I can call someone, but you know.
behave. Don't go.
I
there,
didn't
Matt.
say a
Just
word.
Just don't go there, Matt. I wish I hadn't
I
said what
said,
I just
everyone be quiet. I didn't-
That's even worse.
Which meant shout now, didn't it? You know what I meant.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. This is how it works.
Yeah. Well, as for that, I'm not commenting.
Ah. Right. So where have you been, mate? Come on. Where have you been, Andy? Come on.
Watching footy.
Today?
Yeah. Where you been? I mean, it's. What time do you call this? You come in
Oh,
at
no,
bloody
actually,
11 o'clock. Come
I
on.
didn't even realise there was going to be a pub. I mean, I had no idea. I was actually about.
It's
to
a day, isn't it?
It is a day. But
Yeah.
no, I've been out all day,
Mm-hmm.
doing my Sunday chores, going round to the old gent who I look after in Raw Marsh, going round there and doing the shopping and doing a bit of tidying up, and we've been out for lunch, and then came home and cooked bolognese, which takes ages to do it
Yeah.
properly. When I do it properly. And because I'm making a lasagna tomorrow, and the planning, just cook, because I've got to think about my stomach. I've been doing battle over here with the modular, trying to work out why I can't get the MIDI side of it to work properly, and it's doing my boxing. Piss off, Robbie.
Exactly.
But you're probably right, and that galls me, but I'll get there eventually. And then I watched Robin Vincent, and then I watched Grace doing a live stream, doing banging techno.
Nice.
And then I watched a bit of crap on, and then just as I was about to log out, I thought, oh, Kent's got a pub going, and that clicked on and saw Brian was in. I thought, well, I've not chatted to Brian ever, so I'm gonna say proper, other than in these chat bars. So I thought I'll jump in and say hi to Brian, which I've done. Hi, Brian.
How you doing? I came in early to talk to you, and you weren't here.
Oh,
Yeah. See? We've been sitting
How
here just
bloody
silently
selfish.
waiting for you to turn up.
We've had like 3 hours of almost silence waiting for you
Yeah.
to go up.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
the
I'm
sound of
gratified
tapping
by that.
fingers.
Yep.
I'm very pleased. Thank you for that.
Or the sound of
that means
Noah
people-
crying.
That means people care. Noah cry. Oh, bless Noah.
But he's all right now. He just doesn't like being on his own.
So Grace and I
Does
haven't done a
anyone?
jam in ages. So we're going to do a jam tomorrow, early.
Little bank
Try and-
holiday jam.
Yeah,
Hey.
bank holiday jam. Because we can't we? So it's all about chaos.
Yeah, we've been playing Dire Straits non-stop.
Should do one for three
With
body.
John Motson
body
football
problem.
commentary overdub.
I can cope with the John Motson commentary overdub. I can tolerate that.
What about Richie Benno?
Oh, even
cricket.
better.
He was cricket.
Yeah, I know it's cricket. We were talking about cricket. Where were you?
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Sitting
No,
on the
no.
toilet facing the wrong way again. You need a little chart on the wall.
How high did I get this time?
If you're reading this, you're sitting on it the wrong way. Oh, here we go.
Call the cops. I'm gonna have so much fun with that.
Oh, mate.
Are you guys still playing asshole piss flaps, or is that passe now?
That's old hat.
Yeah.
Is
I'll
Keith
say-
alive, or has Keith died in his chair?
He's frozen. Oh, no, there he is. He's alive. Yeah.
Hello, Keith. Sorry, I just.
No, don't worry. I've got Jesus looking over me. I'll be fine.
Well, he's kind of looking.
Well,
up
he's
at-
looking up your skirt, actually, but it's the same thing.
You got to sing
Pervy
that song.
Jesus.
Jesus is just all right with me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we have
just a
to.
stranger on the bus.
Yeah, we have to put. Mind you, at least you're in the corner.
I love the fact that we all voluntarily turn up at this and just get
That's
abused.
me in the
Just-
corner
just deal with
losing
it.
my religion.
Half the fun, you know, you're alive. If people are
Well, yeah.
abusing you. Oh, no. Oh, man.
Awesome.
Piss flaps.
See, now you put it back in the head again.
Yeah, it's back.
No, we
Which bit?
we
The
was-
arsehole
we
or
was-
the piss flaps?
we were so good on Friday. We didn't mention
Start with
that
one,
at all.
work your way round.
It's all about the reach around. Isn't it?
I'm letting it all out after doing PSN and like really, really holding the reins. Although Robbie wasn't.
What?
You.
What about me?
Well, you weren't exactly non-pub like. You dropped a few stinkers, mate. You
Did
should
I?
watch it back. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know.
You go,
do I?
oh, I didn't think we were going to go anywhere near that far.
Well, there's levels of there's degrees, I suppose.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Because I think actually the worst thing on the show is what I did on Friday.
what?
When
What?
Jamie was in the chat
Mm.
and it was going, you know, hope you're feeling better. You said that, you know, and you explained to the audience about how he's had a bad ear infection and you hope he was getting better. And I turned around and went, hope you're getting better.
I just remembered that.
And they went, I expect letters.
But you got tomatoes instead. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Straight in the face. But that's the problem. It's always, you know, it's fine being, you know, morally judgmental after you've said it. That's the easy bit.
Does anybody know how to plait a beard?
Actually, I do know somebody who can do it.
Right, I'll bring the SH101 down, make sure that person's there. I reckon I've got about another 4 months to go before it can probably be done.
You want it in two plaits?
No, no. This will have to be divided into... The dumb thing about having two beards is that I've now got to divide 2 by 3. Because you need 3 strands, so I'll have to take a bit of that and a bit of that and tuft it up and do this.
Yes, you'll have to pull in the centre, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I think she can do the plaits with the cord in it.
Oh, I don't know. I just want a nice little plait.
Because we'll technically need the cord to hold it together.
Eventually, when that grows long enough at the back, we'll have that. We'll have that.
So you're going to look like King Tut's death mask then, you know?
Yep.
Well, it looked like Lordy.
Or Pirates of the Caribbean or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't care. Gonna do it.
Yeah, you got to be able to do that and wear lots of jewellery. Yeah, just.
I don't have any jewellery. I've got my granddad's ring, and that's about it. Don't make any rude comments. You're trying, Robbie. I can tell.
No, 20 seconds silence while everybody thinks it.
Well, I was saying, everyone's thinking ring a normal ring until you say don't be rude, and then you think the other ring. So
yeah,
I don't even need the "don't be rude" thing.
Readers of Viz unite. Yeah.
Indeed. Bless us all.
And Oscar Wilde. Oh, him again.
Oh, him again, yeah.
Mo Grandad ring. Stop it right now.
Yeah, we haven't had Mo Grandad yet, have we?
We already had that whole discussion.
Yes, we did, didn't we?
Well, Brian, I think the cups are up to you.
Trust me, that's only some of the lighting.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian's got good lights. Yeah.
it's the church police. They're after him. So.
Yeah. Spill the beans. Where's he hiding out?
I love that sketch. Hello, amen.
Getting very ethereal. Ethel.
Getting very Jethro.
Yeah, very Jethro.
Playing the
R.
Tick as a brick.
I think we're at a record. We've got 63 viewers.
Blimey.
It's amazing how many people you can draw in with just absolute shite.
Well, I had a lot of followers myself, so
Yeah. Do you know what? I think I'll start a Patreon page and just have a photograph of a big dog shit on it.
By the way,
Pay £2 a month and you two can look at this dog shit.
I like your use of StreamYard's AI generated thumbnail.
Yeah, I clicked on it and went, oh yeah, that's AI, is it? Cool,
Yeah,
right, fine. I could have done that, except I couldn't be asked. And that's what AI is all for. A backdrop.
A backdrop with the word pubness in the middle.
Yeah.
Pubness. Okay. All right.
oh yeah, that was AI inspired. Yeah, that's why it's not as filthy as usual. Okay.
Yeah, I thought, well, where am I
It's
going
usually a picture of one of his dogs, isn't it? So,
Well,
It's
if
off
it's
with the
not,
data set. AI can easily be filthy if you give it the right data set. So.
yeah, not this one. It just puts up wherever the name of the pub is. It just puts that in and gives it a background. It's not exactly AI, is it? We fear.
Indeed.
Was that anything in particular that we can't talk about that you just played?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You did that deliberately, didn't you?
I know, I just turned it off because I wasn't sure whether it was rooted in or not.
Yeah.
whether it was rude or not.
Rooted.
Yeah, just as rude.
Or routed for our American friends.
Right, my little lovelies, I'm going to bed. Bye.
It's not a school night. What's the matter with you?
Good night, Andrew.
Bye-bye.
It's what I do have things on tomorrow.
Oh, what? Trousers?
Yep.
Good-
Pants,
good man.
socks, t-shirt.
Good.
Make
The
sure I'm wearing my
essentials.
pants the right way around. That's
Yeah,
always
because
a
otherwise
bonus.
you could be in the toilet for hours looking for it.
Yeah. So I just jumped in to say hi to Brian. So hi, Brian. Bye, Brian.
Oh,
It's been lovely. We'll see you at Hardware Jams tomorrow. And good night, everyone. Yeah.
Did you
Good night, mate.
you do one for
You-
tomorrow?
We're going to try and scramble it together tomorrow morning, Andy. So it'll be cool. Right.
Yeah. Pass
Take
the word
care.
on to stop scrambling the list.
Yeah. Yeah. Politics. Not going there, Brian.
Oh,
That's other people's decisions, not mine. Honestly, no, I'm not one of those people that does that. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's, you know, if you stick your jam in on Friday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be the first one played. If you stick it in on Sunday night, you know it's going to be late. That's how it used to be. Now they're just going and mix it all up, and this is where your jam's going to be. I don't know. I see the pluses and minuses of both, and I'm not going to. Well, I'll let them argue about it behind the scenes, because there are arguments about it behind the scenes. I know, but Inky's just said
One that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Inky says you can ask, but yeah, I do know. Partly, but anyway, right. Enough said. Try everyone. Take care, everyone. See you all.
See ya.
see you later. Take care,
Good
buddy.
night.
Oh, now I can look up Keith's skirt.
Oh, there you go. Did you
No idea. No idea
you
what
did-
that was about.
Did you watch Synchrotron's show Saturday morning?
For me?
Yeah.
No, I
Did
didn't.
you get to see it?
No, because as I said, I got knocked up early by the postman.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
dear. Ooh,
And so I
Oh,
went
that's a
back
nice
to bed
postman.
and I dozed off, and then because the footy was on and I'd paid to watch the footy, that started at 11:30, or the program started at 11:30. So I caught a little bit of it, and I did say hello and say a few things, and then I
yeah.
quietly left to go and watch my team lose 1-0, but get in the playoffs. So
Yeah, but did you see him do? Wasn't this Saturday? Was the Saturday before where he did the Jam Tower thing?
yes,
But he was getting it to play, come out, and I think he's only got one computer.
oh, yeah, we've established we can do that, but it's all of our monitoring. What we were hearing was what he was hearing from other people
Yeah.
playing along with it.
Yeah.
So that's doable. It's when you yeah.
Oh,
A couple
but
of guys
they
on that
caused-
stream had two computers. The guy Synth Seeker uses two computers. He has more control that way.
Yeah, but the trick was there was nobody else on the screen on the stream with him at the same
Exactly, it was just him.
time. Okay. Yes.
So we were hearing just him and only him.
The missing ingredient. Yes. Because I was
The
looking at
Synth
it going,
Seeker guy was showing the actual jump top of share screen with the
Yeah, there was about 4 or 5 of them, and they're all doing it at the same time. So you could watch any one of them, but we were all choosing to watch Andy.
that's why it wouldn't work here. Because we'd have everybody's streams coming through, plus what they're hearing.
So what we'd have to do is we'd have to either do our own individual YouTube streams or not, or one of us, you for example, do
Yeah.
the YouTube stream and we all just join in Jam Tabber. And then the
Or-
output the output that you put out is what you're hearing and what you're playing, which will all be in time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's where that computer then would come into play. If I set up my stream on there,
See, the
and
thing
plugged
is,
into that one.
but if and this is the thing that I've been sort of wrestling in my head. If say half a dozen of us all jumped in here and all hooked up to a Jam Tabber server,
Yeah.
and say we could get a single audio feed, people would be watching, half a dozen people all playing at different times. None of us would be playing in time.
So,
No, that's not really the issue, but it would be like watching, lots of people just playing stuff out of
a
time.
way around that would be... Oh, no, it wouldn't. Because muting wouldn't help. They're like, say, 6 of us muted, and then just one of us was doing the... I'm doing the broadcast out, so say you 6...
Yeah, no, but
mute,
I'm not talking about audio,
out.
I'm just talking about visuals.
Yeah.
Yes, the audio would have to come from the person, or one person.
Yeah.
But then what people would be watching would just be a bunch of people playing stuff, but all out of time. They'd be seeing them play out of time, which obviously is not really that thrilling a thing. Whereas what Andy was doing was we were just watching Andy, but hearing everybody. So we were hearing everything
Bit
that
like
Andy
a
was
Jedward
hearing.
concert, yeah.
Yeah, we were hearing everything that Andy was hearing, and so therefore everything he was adding to that was in time, because it's in time with what he's hearing.
Because it's through that one stream, yeah.
Exactly.
I got you.
So basically, it's the same as like Nirvana on Top of the Pops.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because they were saying on one of the forums about because it's become sort of abandonware now.
Yeah.
The Nimjam thing, because apparently they were working on one that would work for iPhones and iPads.
Right.
But wasn't, but it was going to be like a freeware version of it. Because apparently you can have it, but you have to pay for it. I think it's £100 a year or something.
Okay.
To have it on iPad or iPhone. So, because basically lockdown finished and they went, there's no point in developing this anymore. Walked away from it. Whereas I think with the right sort of marketing and everything like that, they could make that into quite a substantial little product. Make it just work better.
Well, it's been around forever. I mean, Mike Metley said he'd actually did some albums with friends online using the Ninjam. So 2006, 2007, something like that. So
yeah, because there's a couple of different front ends that sit on this Nimjam.
the Ninjam thing, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's got absolute, really good potential if it was pushed in the right area and had the right people working on it, of course.
It's just a limited quality because it stores MP3s basically. So.
Yeah, but even with something to work with, in terms of being able to, collaborate with people on the other side of the planet.
Is the software open source?
I
would imagine it is.
Yeah, I got Jam Tabber, and I recall not paying for anything, just downloading it and installing it.
I think if you want your own server, you can pay for that, but otherwise use the free ones.
No, I was just wondering if somebody somewhere had the inclination to pick up the code and, modernize it, bring it into 2024.
Oh yeah, of course. As Synchrotron says, if you record your own audio, and then you can put all those stems together afterwards.
You could.
And have them in, 40, 48 or whatever you're gonna go for.
But I think all the feeds that you can download are already additive. They're already stuck together as one giant feed for a timestamp. Like when we were playing it that one time, and it was pretty fun. Like, I don't know, was it 6 months ago, whatever it was? I went and pulled out 3 different feeds that we all kind of collaborated over that time period, and it was just all of us mashed together into a master feed based on timestamp.
I was just thinking because you could put it through your door, but only what you're playing. If everybody was doing that, Because you don't necessarily have to have the what UJam's doing. You could have that separate on
Yeah,
like loopback or
exactly.
something. And you've got so everybody's recording what they're playing on their computer in their DAW, separate from the NimJam stream, if you see what I mean. So it's going to two locations simultaneously.
Yeah, and you just bring it on.
And then you bring that,
make
and
it
then
one
you've got
song,
what
yeah.
you played only, and then everybody's got what they played only, and then you bring them all together.
Yep.
However, you're going to do that, and then mix it all and mess about with it, however you were going to do it. Or everybody can do it, and they all do their own mixes, and then you pick the one you like the most.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going.
He's going.
I'm
All
going.
right.
He's fading.
I am. I will speak to you all soon.
All right, done.
Take care.
Yeah,
Nice
I
to-
must be up. I must
care
be
for
up
a
as
bit.
well
All right, man.
because it's feeding time at the zoo. It's been fun. I may catch you next week.
Okay.
Please do. Always welcome, mate. Always welcome.
Alrighty.
All right.
Take care, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Look
bye-bye.
after yourself.
Bye. 'Five. And there were 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5.
When we get Andy to come on, Andy, come on, talk about the experience and give some ins and outs on it. Because I think pretty much at the moment, from what I've been seeing, old Andy seems to be quite an authority on it. Well, he got it to work, put it that way.
Well, he was doing it differently to what we were trying to do. We were just watching.
Oh,
him.
agreed.
And
But he
that
said
we
something
can do.
about he was able to open his own private room
Yeah, well, then
on a server.
you install the NinJam server. That's how I understand it. We've all been just
Because it's Jam Tab is sort of like just a front end.
yeah, it's like a set of public rooms.
Got you. I see. It's something I would definitely like to experiment with, for sure. Because I always come up with better stuff when I'm playing with somebody than on me noggin.
And you haven't even got Justin tonight, have you, to
No, he's
blow some tinkles over your chords, as it were? I said 23:30, leaving Watford Junction to Houston.
Ah,
Stay. Go.
look at him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's love.
No,
yes. Unhand me, peasant.
yes, that's it.
Yeah,
Robin.
exactly.
Bobby's chasing pussy again.
And the same old successes.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh dear me! It's nice to know that I haven't got to get up early tomorrow. Another lie-in.
Yeah, same here.
Really?
Jam
Oh,
Tabitha
yeah, it's
tells
late,
you
yeah.
come here this Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, it's
Jam
bank
session.
holiday here tomorrow.
Jam
May
session,
Day.
announcements sent and getting replies.
And I've got 4 days of work, and then I'm off for a week.
A whole week?
A whole week.
Good God.
Nice.
Busy week, but it's a whole
I
week.
don't think I've had a whole week off in 30 years.
I'm off to Liverpool this time next week.
Liverpool.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
I'll just see my mate Brian. Pick up that Juno and the Korg. Have a few beers. See some sights.
So Juno, which model?
106.
106.
Okay. And the Korg.
M1REX.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But it's quite a famousy 106, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, please do tell.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Junior 106.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It does have a story.
It does. I think I might have to wear gloves.
Yeah.
Kent's toilet's got nothing on this. No.
Yeah.
And here he is. He says, screen's black at the moment. Yeah, so that'll be good. And then back on Monday, and then pack my bags on Tuesday, and then jump on a plane to Berlin. And then it's fucking super booth, baby. And I cannot
Body
wait.
condom.
Full
Oh,
body
does
condom.
my camera not work? Oh.
No.
No.
Hold on a minute. Settings. Oh, it's the wrong webcam. Hold on a minute. Let's see webcams. There you
Yeah.
go.
Ooh.
Oh, this spooky face just appears out of
I'm just ahead.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait. Where's the plasma ball, man?
Hold on a minute. Hold
Oh,
on.
blimey.
I'll put big light on.
Oh, here we go.
It looks
Someone
like
needs an
Jace's
Alexa.
dad.
Oh, look at this.
Oh yeah. And I've opened Notepad for a highlight. It's a great Notepad for that sort of thing. Ooh.
Ooh.
Right. Okay. So Jam Tapper.
Yeah.
It's got problems, obviously, because if you want to do like proper music, where you've got guitars, drums, keys, that sort of thing, and you've got some kind of an idea of like an arrangement, then what you've got to bear in mind is you've got to set the latency, which is based in measures rather than milliseconds. So it can be one measure, i.e. 4 beats, or it can be 2 measures or 8 measures or whatever you want, really. The reason we got away with it pretty well was because we were just doing drones and ad-libbing, sort of like improvising leads and stuff over the top. But it was a bit noisy at times. But considering we hadn't planned anything much, we just said, right, well, we'll play in this key and we'll just nip in and out with some drones. And if you hear somebody playing, you can stop. It was just that sort of thing, really.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's
so
fine.
we kind of got away with it. I think it went down better than I thought. I think I managed to drop at least one jazz note with me guitar playing.
Scoundrel you are.
But yeah, I mean, it was the bottom line is it's as fun as anything, really. It's
You can also pick a register too. Who wants to play high? Who wants to play low? Stuff like that.
Yeah. We had to sort of like, we had to plan a little bit of that sort of stuff, like who's covering which frequency range, the low end or the high end or the mids, that sort of thing. But again, some of the guys, they were actually talking. The Jam Tab has got like a chat thing, so you can chat away in there. And some of the guys are going, "All right, I'm stopping my solo now," and but I'm over there, and it was over here. So I looked over one. Oh shit! Everyone's talking about what's happening next, and I'm just like picking up the guitar and playing some crap, putting it back down again, doing some more knob tweaking or whatever.
Yeah, but after a while, you will get that kind of thing where you're listening to the music and get a rough idea for where it's going or what's going to happen. Especially if they're people you've done this with more than once, you can get an idea for who's going to be doing what and when. And
I think so. Yeah, I mean, even in the even for like standard stuff, as long as you've. What I found is, I mean, and when we actually did some Jam Tabber stuff, if you remember, Kent, later last year. And what I found is that if someone just takes the lead and say does a 4-bar or 8-bar chord progression
Yeah.
and then repeats it, it allows everyone else to like jump on the roundabout.
Yeah.
Because everybody else is like, anything from like, as I said, 1 bar to 8 bars or however many bars you want to be, whatever you agree to. Everyone's behind, so you'll start playing, and everyone will be going, where's the sound? And eventually, something's coming now. So they then go listen to that for like, I don't know, however many bars to try and get, he's doing that sort of thing. Well, that's all right. Well, I'll start noodling over that then, or whatever, or playing some drums or whatever. So it for what I would call normal music, it would take probably 2 or 3 minutes for you to get into the swing of it.
Yeah.
And then you're all right for a bit, and then somebody goes, well, actually, I want to change the chord progression now, or they drop a bollock and stop or something, which is the worst thing you can do anyway. Playing live, you're always told keep going. Don't even register that there was a mistake. Just keep going. So yeah, you just got to try it. It is an absolute bore, but. I mean, how many are you thinking of doing it? Is it like half a dozen or so, or you don't know?
No idea.
Just open it up and then see what happens. And
yeah. I mean, on the times that me and Robbie have done a little something together.
Yeah.
It's sort of like I think we've got a thing going on where we kind of subliminally work out what we're doing and where we're going.
Yeah.
Without too much trouble.
But it's like any group of musicians, you get to know them and you know where their musicality goes generally.
Yeah. And then I might throw something in, like he's doing some notes and he's doing a lead or something like that. And I might bring in some chords, and I might try something and go, well, if I go up there, but penultimately come back to that original chord again, and then leave it another 8 bars, and then do that again, and then Robbie's picked up on that already and knows that I'm going to do that, and has kind of worked out how he's going to change that lead that matches those chords, and then we'll keep that going for a little while as well, so it's kind of always moving and changing as we went along. And just thought, if we brought other people in on top of that who had their what they wanted to contribute to that and stuff like that. So
and keep it simple, I would say as well. I mean,
sure.
It's like one thing that always just I stopped doing music at school when I was about 11 because I didn't get the old standing there with a triangle and going ting. I used to hate that, and so I packed in music at that point and didn't pick it up again until I left school. But I realise now that because I've watched orchestras playing, that the person stood in the corner with a triangle going ting at the right time it's all part of making music. It's just it's just not what you want to do as an 11-year-old kid. You want to do something more than that. But so applying that sort of rule or whatever to a jam tabba jam, it's just having everyone in the place. As long as everyone's not going, I'll do guitar solo. As long as everyone's like just doing something a little bit different, then and you agree beforehand.
I mean, if you got 2 or 3 people that are in the setup and they've all got their own, their own personal ego, as it were, in terms of play, it after about 2 minutes, it's just like, dialing back. I mean, you've only
got to join a public room, and it's kind of magnetic, really. Even though some nights there are not many people playing, it seems, on Jam Tabba. Pounds for a pinch, you'll join a public room that's empty, just you and Robbie, and with about 2 minutes, you've got somebody coming in and singing some reggae vocals over it, or someone playing drums and not even sticking to the tempo, and it can be an absolute. Sometimes, I mean, we were in one last night because we do have we have a private room. So I'll just go over that a little bit. Although I don't know about the technicalities of it because it's one of our Discord members. It's not Luke Synthseeker, that's his Discord, but there's another guy called Jeff who just seems to he reads up the API and stuff like that, and within about half an hour he's gone, oh yeah, I've got a private server. All right. Shit, what happens now then? So I'm not going to sort of like divulge like links and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
We want to keep it to that particular Discord. But what I'm saying is it's easier than you think. So if you've got somebody with a bit of nous, I can certainly get some kind of idea off Jeff about how you go about setting up a private one. And our private one now, I mean, it's a bit of a whiz really, because the other day he said, oh, well, if you go on your phone now and use this, is it VLC? There's a VLC media player. It'll play audio, video, all that sort of stuff. You put this particular address in the URL for VLC, the VLC player, and it will tune into your Jam Tabba session. So people, you can listen to it on your phone. So if you know like 3 or 4 other people having a go in Jam Tabba, and you find out that are they? All right, so you can go on your phone and you can listen to them on your phone. It's I don't know, it's bloody weird, really.
Witchcraft.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So well, just go for it, I'd say. But yeah, if you want to do the private room, public rooms aren't so bad. Because if the worst comes to the worst, you just mute everybody else that comes in.
Yeah.
But what the problem with then is that you can mute, say, the 3 people that are there, but then another person comes in. So then you've got to remember to mute them as well. And then somebody else will leave, and then somebody new will come in. And that's what happened to us last night, because our own private room was down for trying to sort some sort of an issue out that had been created.
Yeah. But even if you mute them from your side, doesn't the stream that you rip the MP3s from later still have all those guys in there?
Yes.
Yeah. So
it does. Yeah. And this is why I said in the chat, whatever you do, record your own WAV, because we downloaded the Jeff sorted out the time slot of basically what it does is it downloads a zip file, and in that zip file it's split up into like it's about, I don't know, the 15-second long sections or something like that. So if you've got like a 1 hour video, a 1 hour performance, you've got hundreds of these. I think they're OGG files, OGG Pubness files. So they're a lossy format, and then you get like dozens of folders, and inside each of these folders there's a lot of these OGG files. But in the root folder, there's a file called. Oh, God, let me just open it up and I'll tell you what it's called. And Reaper will open this file natively. So you might have to download Reaper and install Reaper, but believe me, it's even if you pay for it, it's like 67 quid for 2 full versions, and it takes about 3 or 4 years to use up those 2 versions. But even then, if you don't pay for it, you get a nag screen, and I think you can set it so the nag screen never comes on again. so it's I just don't think they care, to be honest. Just bear with us. I mean, the guy who wrote Reaper, It's that Justin Frank. I can't remember his. You might remember it, Andy. But yeah, he's the guy that did Winamp.
All right.
So he wrote Winamp with a mate or whatever, and they sold it for millions. That's how he made his money, Justin. But then
Winamp was great. I used to use that all the time.
Yeah. So it was this Justin Frank. I can't remember his second name. It begins with an F anyway. So he wrote Ninja, but I'm not sure what he had to do with Jam Tabba. But he's certainly done the Ninjam thing. Oh, here we go. So you get a load of files just going from, like mine go from 0 to 9, then A, B, C, D, E, F. And then at the bottom of that list of folders, there's a file called clipsort.log. And what Reaper does, it allows you to open up the clipsort.log as a project. So when you open up a project in Reaper, a log file is a recognized project file. What happens then is it literally just stitches all those individual files together. So you end up getting one big audio file. So it's not like lots of little 15-second long files stuck together. It's literally just one big long file.
Yeah.
But that they come out to about 15, 20 minutes. So you've still got to then splice the other ones together. I think we ended up with how many folders altogether? We ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Ninjam folders. But I think one of those was because one of the guys didn't close down his session straight away. So one of the last folder just contains one file with noise, just empty, like an empty soundtrack.
Right.
But you get individual streams. So if you'll get a Robbie file, you'll get a Kent file, you'll get a Keith file. So you can do, you're supposed to be able to do some mixing. But what I found was when I tried to put them together, you could tell that when it ended, one of the tracks, it was one of mine actually. So my first track, it ended, and when the second track came online, and when I buttered them up together, it didn't sound right. So I did a test against. We did have two of the people recorded the whole Jam Tabba session in Ableton Live. So what I was able to do was check when I started playing a note. I'd go right, so that's that there in the Jam Tabba full length file. And you probably do it in other doors, but I put a tape marker in the WAV file, and then I found the same note that I played in the clip that was downloaded from Ninjam, and I did that a couple of times. And when I lined them all up, there was an 8-bar gap between the end of my first file and the start of my second file.
Oh.
So that's why I said to Andy, you've got to be careful. You're still better off just recording your session and not relying on Jam Tabba, because you do get these odd. And it wasn't just mine; it was a couple of other guys as well. There were gaps, and it was exactly an 8-bar gap, because that's that was what we settled on as a latency.
Yeah.
For our session, we decided we didn't, because we weren't doing like long chord progressions and that sort of thing. We just thought we want to hear changes a little bit quicker than say 16 bars. So sorry, we'll go for 8 bars. We probably could have gone not 8 bars. Sorry, 2 bars, 8 beats.
Yeah.
And sorry, so it wasn't an 8-bar gap. It was a 2-bar. I'm getting my beats and my bars mixed up there. But yeah, it was the gap in my audio was the latency that we'd set up. So if you do want to do some mixing afterwards, record your audio. And I've set up my DAW now so that Well, Reaper works in folders, but if you were using, say, Ableton or something like that, then you just set up a bus.
Yeah.
So I put Jam Tabber on the bus. I've got all my audio being then sent to that bus, which then goes through Jam Tabber. The audio also comes from Jam Tabber, and then you can record the audio if you want. That's everybody.
Yeah.
Or what I've done actually, I've got 2 folders. So I've got all my audio going into one folder or one bus, which is just my audio, because I probably have about 6 tracks altogether, probably a couple of stereo tracks, a couple of mono tracks. And then that folder or bus goes into the Jam Tabber bus, so that when I record, I only record my stuff. I don't record the Jam Tabber stuff. And maybe I should do, I don't know. I suppose that if I recorded everything, then I suppose thinking about it, maybe that would be beneficial. But I don't know. We've got another one coming up. We're going to do one at the end of May, which is a bit more complicated because we've decided to go like a down a Berlin school style session. So there's going to be a lot more sort of beat orientated stuff.
Yeah.
Sequencer based. So yeah, that's going to be interesting for other reasons. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, the whole not much of the whole Discord, the whole of us that's on that Discord, there's about 5 of us who are just like, every now and then 2 of us will just jump into one of the Jam Tabber rooms and just have a mess around. It's ace. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there's a certain degree of learning that needs to be done with it, I must admit.
Yeah. I mean, if you've jammed in a band. So, you know, we used to, when I was in this band back in 2000, our sort of rehearsal sessions would be, we would rehearse fixed numbers. So, you know, because we thought, well, we've got a gig coming up in a fortnight, so we need to rehearse these songs. And eventually you get bored of that. So with about half an hour to go, you just go, oh, let's just jam. And we'll come up with some ideas. So it's very much like that.
Yeah.
Where someone's going to go, oh, why not? Let's just try this. So all you got to be aware of in Jam Tabber, as I've said, is that you don't have that immediate change. If somebody stops playing, then it all falls to bits, at least for the latency time. You know, the 1 bar, 2 bar, or whatever, however many bars you've set your latency to, and then eventually everyone will then sort of like jump back on the roundabout again. That's what it's like. It's a bit like a roundabout. You just got to wait for it to come round again before you jump onto your slot. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. For sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, I got to go for a pee.
And I've got to go to bed really because I haven't got school tomorrow, but it is midnight and I'm an early riser, so I'm going to jump off now. That was helpful anyway.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
And I said, I mean, I'll have a word with Jeff on the Discord, and I'll see if I can get some kind of an idea of what it takes to do a private room. But I mean, in the meantime, you can just just join the public rooms. And juggle the randoms that come in. There's like you're not randoms as well, but you know what I mean. Right, I'm off.
All right, cheers, Andy.
Cheers.
Take care, mate. Bye.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off too and just sit back in the chat, I think, and
all right, mate.
Go with the flow. See you later.
See you later,
Okay.
Keith.
See you,
Bye.
Keith.
Mate. Bye.
Wow.
It was just me and Jesus.
Yep. Time to repent.
How long have you got?
Well, eternity.
Well, no, this is true.
Well,
Apparently,
it
yes.
might take that long, right?
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool for the that Juno. Pretty cool. How'd you get that, man?
So I've known over the years. I've got to know members of the band, particularly Brian, the guitarist, and Holly, the singer. And I was years ago. Well, I'd say years ago, before COVID. Brian was having a bit of a clear out of his studio because he was still doing stuff, on his own. And he said, I'm having a bit of a clear out. I've got some stuff here. Do you want it? And I said, well, what have you got? And he said, well, I've got a stack of manuals. I said, yeah, well, I'll always take those because, you never know.
Yeah.
When you might have one. So somewhere in a box around here, I've got a big pile of user manuals and stuff from various synthesizers and stuff. Some of them are marked up, FGTH. So interesting, but not really, worth anything.
Right.
And then he said, I've got some hardware that I don't use it anymore. It just sits here gathering dust. Do you want it? And I'm like, yeah. How much? He said, no. You just take it. I don't want it. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. So then COVID happened. So everything just kind of went on hold. And after COVID, there's a place here in the UK called the British Music Experience, which some years ago started off. So we've got a place here called the O2 Arena in London,
right?
Which is what was the Millennium Dome, this big dome thing that we built, and it was converted into the O2 Arena. And the British Music Experience was a part of the whole O2 Arena thing. So if you went to see a gig, you could go to this little this museum, and it tried to be something kind of cool and impressive. So you could walk around the timeline of British music. So there'd be some big glass cabinets with stuff behind the glass doors. Some of it donated by actual artists. Some of it just reproductions of things. It was okay. And then apparently their lease ran out or something at the O2, so they needed to relocate, and they relocated to Liverpool, which is not an altogether unpopular thing because Liverpool, home of the Beatles, and rich music history.
Mm-hmm.
So they relocated to this one of the big buildings. What do they call it? Is it called the Seven Sisters or the something Sisters? I don't know. There's about 4 or 5 buildings these big buildings. One of which is the Liver building, which the big famous Liverpool with the birds on and everything. Anyway, long story short, they decided to do a Frankie Goes to Hollywood display.
Exhibition.
Yeah, exhibit. That's the word. So then Brian phones me up and says, hey, that keyboard I promised you? It's got to go into this thing. I said, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. It's yours. So it was in this big display cabinet. There was a bunch of Frankie records and posters and T-shirts and Brian's leather jackets that he used to wear on tour and some of his guitars and this big, this Juno 106. And that was post COVID. So COVID was 2020. I think this happened 21, 22, or something like that.
Right.
And we would speak every now and again, and he'd say, yeah, as soon as that's finished, I'll get it back, and then we'll sort something out. And it all just kind of went quiet, and I didn't hassle him for it. And then about 3 weeks ago, he phoned me. I says, right, we've got to get this done. I've got to get it out of here by the end of May, no question. Can you come and get it? I was like, yeah. When? Yeah. So looked at my calendar. Of course, Super Booth is on, and I'm doing all that. Right. Okay. So I was going to drive up because Liverpool is about 4.5 hours drive from where I am. So I've done that journey in a day there and back to pick stuff up. Strangely, there's a lot of keyboards that I've bought from Liverpool. So I was just going to go on the Monday because I got the day off. I was drive up to Liverpool, get the stuff, have a beer, come back, and then because I tell my wife, and she says, "I've never been to Liverpool."
Oh,
okay. We could go up on the Sunday. We could stay the night. We could go. Okay, so now we're going up on the Sunday. We're staying at the Titanic Hotel, which I didn't realise until the other day is supposed to be like a really fancy hotel. I got it on a deal on it. Well, yeah. I said, what's going to go down first, the hotel or my wife?
Yeah.
Probably the hotel.
Oh, boom, boom. Yeah. Probably the hotel, you said.
Yeah. So
that's good.
So yeah, I got it. I got a deal on Expedia, like 25% off.
Oh, nice.
We're only staying there one night. It's on the Sunday, so it's probably cheap anyway. But yeah, so we're staying there, which is just like 5 minutes from where Brian lives. So yeah, we're going to go and pick that up on Sunday, Monday, and
pretty cool.
I have no idea about the condition. Well, I mean, internal condition. I know what it looks like. So the only pictures I've got of this are pictures that some random guy took when he went to see the exhibit in Liverpool. So he's taken pictures of the big glass cabinet, and there's the Juno. So that's the only images I've got. All I know is that on the right-hand side, you know, there's nothing but just the logo on the top of the one. There's a big sticker that says something along the lines of "Stop dropping fucking bombs" or something like that. I don't know. It's just some, you know, sort of mid-1980s political thing stuck over the right-hand side of this keyboard. I think it looks like one or two fader caps might be missing.
That's fine.
But in general, it looks pretty, and the keys look very white, which stood out. But anyway, I have no idea if it powers up. I have no idea if it makes a sound or the sound that it should make. So we'll get it back here.
You might be able to find someone who can fix it.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah.
I think I know someone. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But what I want to do is, you know, if it needs work doing, it will just be, let's get this back to, you know, the basic. You know,
right.
I certainly don't want to scrape any stickers off or because I just.
Yeah.
It's apparently, as far as I'm aware, but I might be wrong. This was used by the band during the recording of, or certainly the rehearsals and the writing of the second album, Liverpool.
Oh yeah.
It's not, you know, it wouldn't have been anything to do with Pleasure Dome because that was pretty much all Trevor. But when they recorded the second album, they took themselves off to Whistleord in Holland and Dublin, I think, as well. I think they did some stuff in Dublin, so I think this is part of their writing gear, and somehow Brian ended up with it. But then he also said, "Oh, but yeah, I've got an M1 REX module. Do you want that as well?" I was like, "Yeah,
yeah."
I've always wanted an M1, so if I can get it in a rack and I can just stick it in the desk here, that'd be great. And he did say he got a whole bunch of stuff. He said he had a whole bunch of stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if I got up there next week and he said, "Do you want that? Do you want that as well?"
Fill the car.
Yeah, well, you know, why not?
Well, the wife will walk home. That's fine.
Yeah.
Take the bus.
The thing is that I'm hoping that sometime between now and then there's something else going to be arriving here. And then it's going to be a toss-up between which one I play with first, and do I get enough time to play with the thing? So it's going to be a very busy, hectic
but if the
week.
106 is not sorted out, there's one.
Well, yeah, I've got to prioritise, because the thing that's arriving, hopefully at some point in the next 7 days, needs to have reviews and demonstrations and things done.
It's a new thing.
It's a new thing, and it's got to be done before Super Booth.
Oh.
To which you can drop it down here.
Oh, of course I could, yes.
And I'll use it.
Mate, if I was flying from Heathrow, I'd do that, but I'm not. So,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but
gonna be
as you say, the stickers and everything that is there from the band, you
Oh,
don't
that
take off.
stays.
It's like
Yeah,
my
that stays.
D50, right? I mean, there's still the writing. There's like a strip of paper. They wrote like 26, what is it, strings, and then 35 brass and
Yeah.
48 mini, right?
Yeah.
So that'll never leave, right?
No. I mean, if I get it back and it's not working, and I take it to that person, that random guy that I know that fixes synthesizers.
Him.
Him, yeah. And if he
God,
says,
yeah.
"Oh, do you know, can't be fixed," or it's going to
But
cost.
he's a cunt. Don't trust him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Total wank. Really.
But if he, if he says, if Kent says, I don't know, if he says, it's uneconomical, or in my eyes, it's uneconomical to repair, then I genuinely won't care. It will just get screwed onto a wall somewhere because it's a
it's
thing.
icon.
And I need what I need to do. I don't know how to broach this. Like, I've known Brian for a number of years, but I still feel uncomfortable going up to him and saying, "All right, thank you ever so much for this. Could you write a letter of provenance?" I will never sell it. Okay, unless I die and the wife needs the money, then that'll be the only time that. But I would just like to have one thing, that says this Juno 106 was owned by and used on blah blah blah. Signed, Brian Nash. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Thank you very much. But I don't know how to ask him. Thing is, I'm going to speak to him tomorrow, so I'll probably raise it tomorrow and just say, "Do you think you could do something like this?" And he'll probably say, "Oh, of course I fucking can. Yeah, no problem." But I just I feel uncomfortable asking because I don't want him to think that he's giving this stuff to me for free and then I'm going to flip it on eBay. "Oh, look, Frankie Goes to Hollywood's X keyboard." That'll never happen. I mean, I don't sell anything, let alone stuff like that. By the way, if anybody wants to buy an Emax 2, I've got one for sale.
And Paul, to answer your question, it's the synth is Saga.
Oh yeah,
the best world, the
Saga
best
synth, yeah.
band in the history of music. Which is no, it's not. But
in Jeff's world.
It's in Jeff's world, yeah. In Fat Jesus world, it's.
Fat Jesus.
I just figured out how to change my name while I'm on stream. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got caught out the other day because I'm now doing live streaming for my day job. This is part of my my objectives for this year is that I launch live streaming for the academy that I work for, and I have a work I have a work computer which is a Windows machine, but I don't want to have two different computers up here, so I remote access my Windows machine, which is tucked underneath the DX1 at the moment. So I remote access into that from my Mac, but doing live streaming through a remote access computer is problematic. So I have to do I do all my live streaming from the Mac. So I just sign into StreamYard. But of course, StreamYard, remember it when you sign. It doesn't matter what account you sign in. It remembers the names and things. Certain settings. So I logged into the Academy channel that I'd set up, and we were halfway through doing a dry run that we were only broadcasting to a few internal people, and I'd forgotten that I got Robbie on there. Now, for some reason, I don't know why, when it comes to work-related matters, I just put Rob. I'm just Rob Burrichai. Because for me, Robbie, because it's the name that I was always called and used when I was a kid, it just sounds a little kind of, not childish, but Rob is
teenage.
Rob, yeah. So we do this thing, and then we had a call later on with my boss and a couple of other people, and they go, "Who's Robbie then?" And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, that's me. Oh, okay, we never knew you were called Robbie. Like, well, yeah, mostly to my friends and family. And then I realised what had happened. It's just it had lingered from, being on here or on PSN. So, because there was a time that I refused to be known as Robbie. I just, mainly when Robbie Williams, the pop star, became famous in the 90s with Take That, I just decided to not refer to myself as Robbie anymore. Don't know why. Very weird.
Yeah, this is why I've always got to check my screen name before I go onto PSN.
Yes.
Because it could be like, Mr. Cunt or something
Cunty
like that.
bollocks, yeah.
Yeah, or whatever. And I go, oh, delete. Okay. And then go in.
But I understand you, Robbie. I for years, I just wanted to be called Jeffrey. Because, Jeff was not good enough for me. So. But now I don't give a shit.
Well, the weird thing is, my full name is Roberto. That's my name.
Of
That's
course.
on my birth certificate. That's on my passport. That's on all my legal documents, my bank account, and everything like that. I am Roberto. That's my name. That's what I was given. Except, pretty much as soon as I was born, that was the name that went on all the paperwork, and then everybody started calling me Robbie. My parents would call me Robbie. My mum, my dad, even my Italian dad would call me Robbie. I have no idea why. I was just always Robbie, and all the way through school, I was Robbie. And I think, it was kind of around the time that I met my first wife. That was around the time that Take That had started to become, and of course Robbie Williams was, and it seemed like I didn't want to be Robbie anymore, because as many, I don't know if Robbie Williams is as big as in Canada or America as he is.
I know him.
Yeah. But over here, he was massively famous and everywhere. He was like Kylie. He was just known as Robbie.
Yeah.
All you had to do was say Robbie, and everybody thought Robbie Williams. That's it. And I didn't want anything. I mean, not that I've got anything against Robbie Williams. I quite like him. I've gotten some of his albums. But I didn't want to be associated with that, so I just thought, no, I'll be Rob. There was a short period where I reverted to Roberto, and that just got people just then start, being silly, so I was back to Rob again. So I was Rob for a long time. And then, I don't know, I think it was before my dad died or something. I just thought, no, fuck it. That was the name that because all my family would still call me Robbie. All my old school friends would still call me Robbie. So I just thought, fuck it, own it.
Yeah, but
So
plus
I did.
Robbie Williams didn't become relevant.
Yeah, then he
anymore
fucked
anyway.
off, and he's irrelevant now, and he just does adverts for cat food.
Yeah.
Because
I always get called Ken.
Oh, I sometimes call you Ken because it's just like your brain just goes Ken.
What used to make me laugh was if you got bullies at school, they wouldn't make fun of my name. They would call me Superman. I go, yeah, great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'm so offended.
Mate, some of this fucking names. So you're called Robbie. Robbie rhymes with Nobby, Gobby, Flobby, and then my surname is Puricelli. So all of a sudden you're open to all the versions of that people call you. Oh, Robbie Pepperoni. No. or whatever. I mean, literally, there's no version of that I have not heard. Do you remember Petrocelli, the TV show? He was a lawyer. He was always building his house. He lived in a caravan. He was building a house, and he was a lawyer. It was in the 70s. It was, it was the same sort of thing as like Rockford Files. That kind of American procedural type thing. And I used to go to school, and my fucking teachers, hey, Petrocelli, you finished building that house yet? Oh, yeah. Fuck off. It would just. So then you put the two together. So Nobby Pukebelly. Oh, there's an original one.
I mean, I had all the Pongo and Pong and all the rest of it, and it was sort of like, yeah, but it's hardly offensive, is it? You're not really trying.
But kids are kids.
Not as bad as
I
Dave
had a
Trump.
very good one. Too bad it doesn't really work in English, but Jeffrey Dairy.
You'll be pouring jelly.
Honestly, I've heard it. That's not original. It's
But
not original.
Jeffrey Dairy, you can say in French, je fris du riz, I fry rice.
Okay, yeah.
And
Yeah.
it works very well. And then at first someone said, je fris du riz. I just started laughing and thought, wow, that's freaking good. That's really good, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, fourth grade or whatever. And so it was never insulting. And Jeffrey Gidaire.
Mm.
Yeah. Because, well, it's not bad.
Vermicelli. Oh, honestly, yeah. Anything. This is the funny thing, right? This is the really funny thing. If you say to someone, "What's this type of pasta?" and it's vermicelli, they'll say vermicelli. They don't say vermicelli or vermicelli. But you say, "Here's my name. It's Puricelli." They go Puricelli. That's the most common one, Puricelli. No, it's. But you want to say to them, it's like fucking vermicelli. You can say vermicelli quite simply. It's Puricelli. So, fuck them, honestly, I was so over it so many years ago. By the age of about 8, I was over it. In terms of name calling, you could call me anything, and by the age of 8, I'd probably heard it all.
Yeah.
And so you go, whatever. At least I've got a fucking unique name.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt.
And then, of course, you have all the Italian stuff. So forget the fucking name and the pronunciation of the name. You get all the Italian slurs and epithets and what have you, So, yeah, okay. So we always eat pasta or pizza. We always wave our hands around when we're talking. We're always members of the mafia. We were shit at the war. All of this stuff. I mean, so it got to the point where I learned from my dad, not by direction, just simply by observing, that he would tell jokes. He would be in the restaurant one day and he would say to someone, what's the difference between an Italian soldier and a piece of toast? Well, you can make soldiers out of a piece of toast. Why has the Italian Navy got glass-bottom boats? So you don't hit the old Italian Navy. And so on. And it was just like, before they get to you, you just fucking put it out there. And then, does it bother me? Of course it fucking doesn't. It's tedious. I don't get offended by it. If somebody thinks I'm a member of the mafia, well, then I play up on that and say...
There's something weird, though, about somebody trying to offend you from something that you weren't involved with, that they weren't involved with either.
Yeah.
The one thing that really did piss me off is that, certainly back in when I was a kid in the 70s, our fathers and the fathers of my friends and stuff, their fathers were fighting in the war. So they were getting sort of like first and second hand accounts. And of course, there was a lot of talk about, the Italians being yellow bellies, cowards, Mussolini, best friends with Hitler and all this kind of stuff. What they never actually realised was that there were two halves to Italy. There was the half of Italy that was subservient to Mussolini and was following him and blah, blah, but there were the partisans. And my grandfather was a partisan general in the north of Italy and killed countless Nazis and was there when they strung Mussolini up at the lamppost in Milan. So you then try and sort of like say, well, do you know what? Actually, we were on the good side. And no, it's all the stereotypical shit.
Well, the same thing happened in Spain, didn't it? With Franco and all that lot. It was Spaniard against Spaniard. It was Italian against Italian.
Oh yeah, I mean, there was actually a big split in the family because My grandfather Carlo was a partisan, but his brother was a brown shirt, and
Wow.
and their mother, so my great grandmother, had this eternal fear that one would be killing the other, simply because one believed in freedom and the other one believed in fascism. Well, actually, to be honest, most of the non-fascists in our family were communist, because the communist movement was pretty strong in Italy. Still, has some bearing. It's certainly my great uncles were communist, and when again it's the word, when you say the word communist, it has all these connotations about Russia. It's not the same. The Communist Party in Italy and the Communist Party in America, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Not the same. No, it wasn't the same thing at all.
It was very focused on it's more social democratic than it was.
Right.
It was common man. It was the commune.
Yeah, it was the proper sort of way of doing it. So
yeah.
But
the Russian way was as well. It just got perverted.
It did, yeah, exactly.
Like every other, like every other kind of.
Lenin fucked it up for Russia.
Exactly.
Lenin was a wank, wasn't he?
They took what Marx and Engels wrote and just distorted it.
Marx wouldn't have been very happy with how it was interpreted in the end.
Indeed. No.
Nope.
So it was. So we used to get all the war stuff, and as a kid who was born at the beginning of the 70s, so had no sort of real inkling. I would just go and hear what my grandparents would tell me, and I've over the years I've learnt so much about what happened and the part my family played in it, and I was at a family gathering once, and we were going through. My nonna, when she died, she left bags of photos, literally shopping carry bags, just full of photos, and we were going through them. And I don't even know his name because they won't even speak his name. But this was my grandfather's brother.
Yeah.
And when that photo came out of the bag, my dad and my uncle, who is a little bit kind of gets all high on his horse about it all, but he just literally spat and threw this thing away, and it was just like, oh, what'd you do that? And then he would say, well, that was your grandfather's. That was my uncle. He was a brown shirt, and we don't talk about him. Simple as that. We just don't talk about him. But again, people seem to forget that Italy, as a country as it is now, is still a very, very young country. It's only 170 years old or something, and it was still finding its way because it was lots of little. Yeah,
because it's like with Spain, wasn't it? For donkey's years, it was pretty much a Muslim country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how all that. It was what was it? I can't remember his bloody name now. But they sort of like ousted the Muslims in favour of the more, what they considered the more favourable Catholic faith.
I'm thinking, trying to remember the name.
You're talking about Franco?
No.
No, that was later.
Yeah.
No, the Muslims were outed by. What was his fucking name?
Yeah.
Load it all.
Hannibal?
No.
Hector? Yeah.
Damn it. I honestly cannot remember.
So that's one of the big gaps in my European knowledge is Spanish history. Obviously the recent stuff with Franco and stuff. Because there was this thing in Europe where there were political voids that were filled with fascists. Obviously, most notably in Germany. But
this is how they ended up having so many Nazi sympathisers in the Vatican.
Yeah,
because that's how so many of the
And how many of them ended
the
up going to
Germans
Argentina.
that were the Nazis that were wanted for their atrocities managed to escape to Buenos Aires and wherever.
Supposedly they still celebrate Hitler's birthday every year in the Vatican.
I don't think that's true, but
Yeah.
If it is, it's done very quietly.
It's quiet, yeah.
when you consider the nationalities of the popes over the years, I would have thought that's probably not true.
Yeah, especially the Polish one.
The Polish one, yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't put it past them though. The Catholics do some crazy ass shit though.
Yeah, but you know,
I mean,
religion-
kid diddling and moving around different areas and not getting arrested, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but I mean, we've had that with quite a few different religions over the years.
Yeah, it's
to
not
be
just
honest.
the Catholics, let's be honest.
Yeah, most religions get used as an excuse to abuse and to profit.
But they're the most
Control.
egregious about it. I mean, at least in the U.S. I don't know.
Or
About
maybe
the
they're
rest.
the most talked about. I don't know. You know.
Well, Catholicism is basically, second to Islam, isn't it, in terms of practicing members? And they both
Well, it's
have
the law of
absolutely-
averages.
Well, yeah, they both have absolutely shocking records in terms of
Human rights.
human rights and child sexual abuse.
Yeah.
So neither are great, but no, I mean, Christ, I grew up in a family that was devoutly atheist because of, certainly from my father's side, because of Catholicism. My dad was an altar boy, and he would tell me, not very much, but he would say that because of the things he saw going on, he knew this wasn't, he knew it wasn't right, so that was that.
Yeah.
But he still had respect for his mother, who was a devout Catholic, and so therefore, kind of went along with some of the things that she, requested in terms of, she demanded that I was sent to seminary. And Dad was like, well, okay, I can't send him to seminary. We don't really have anything around here, but we'll send him to the Roman Catholic high school. To which my mum said, "Oh, you're not doing that." And there was a bit of a hoo-ha. And in the end, thankfully, I got sent to state school, which was neither anything, was it? But when my sister passed away, the service was in the Roman Catholic cathedral. Everything had to be done, that way. Otherwise, gosh, the family would be outraged. So,
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure on my mum from our Irish family.
Yeah, no shit. I imagine.
Yeah, but and as it went on, Mum became more and more atheist. She goes, "Yeah, keep pushing. It's really working." Yeah.
if you want a reason to become an atheist, just come and look at Catholicism.
Yeah.
Right there.
Kent, the name you were looking for, was it Vasco da Gama?
Possible.
I might be confusing. I don't know what.
That was an
He was-
explorer.
He was, but he was also. Oh no, but he was not Spanish though. Yeah, no, sorry, he was Portuguese. All right, sorry.
Yeah. Some geezer kicked it off anyway.
Yeah.
But they
Because
didn't
I know
expect.
Vasco da Gama was killed a lot of Muslims on his way to India. I remember that. I was there. No, I wasn't.
In spirit.
In spirit.
No, you'd be in Sinai round about then. I think.
I'm sorry?
You'd probably be in Sinai. round about
Sinai,
then.
yes.
Yeah, you'd be moving in those circles.
Yeah, so that'll be lunch for me, or dinner, supper, as we say here. As you say that also in England, right? You say supper, you don't say dinner.
No, we say dinner.
You say dinner? Okay.
Yeah,
supper.
on average.
Supper tends to be.
Well, it died out,
Yeah,
Didn't
and
it?
After
it
Genesis.
became.
dear boy. Round about the. Oh, I don't know. I think in some of the country mansions, it may still be a bit of supper, don't you know?
I think
Yes.
certainly the way I've heard it, it's always breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're the three. But if you have a bit of supper, it's almost like something you have after dinner. Maybe in the evening when you just sat down watching TV, have a little bit of
Like a
supper.
snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we took on the American colloquialisms of having, you know, a snack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gave it a proper name.
Yeah. Or nibble. You know, have a bit of a nibble.
It's like,
Yeah,
we always just say, oh, what are you having for dinner tonight? Oh, we're having a fish supper. Which would just mean you go down, to the fish and chip shop and you get fish and chips. Now we just say, we're having a chippy tea.
Yeah. For ages, supper stuck with just having fish and chips in.
Yeah, it did,
didn't
yeah.
it? For
Yeah.
ages.
Oh.
Yeah.
So even though you'd say dinner to everything else, but if you were going to get fish and chips in, you have a fish supper.
Yeah.
Weird,
Okay.
isn't it? No idea.
Interesting.
I suppose as the transitions, because language is always evolving, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Always. And they evolve differently in different countries.
Yeah,
Because,
exactly. Yeah, we did become quite Americanized, mainly through TV.
Yeah, same here actually. You know what?
Yeah,
I mean,
imported a
absolutely.
lot of American TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Even Quebec, the French province of the country. I mean, people are acting a lot like Americans.
yeah.
And in English Canada, less depending on the region, but
It's funny because, at the top of the show, I was talking about that YouTuber that was talking about the Behringer vintage hardware synth and that. He's Canadian, but he tries to be like, from down deep south. He's like,
oh,
I know. But what gives him away, unfortunately, and I don't mean, he's a boots. Give him away.
he says a boot. Well, yeah.
Oh,
He
dear.
does the whole that. Yeah. It was just,
Yeah, I think William Shatner had to work hard to get rid of that accent.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds too.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he had to work too hard.
Well,
Well, he's
but
not much of an actor, so he had to work at it, right?
Oh, you
No,
leave our
he's
Ryan
a good
alone.
actor.
Yeah, Ryan is very good. He's niche, but he's very good.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
good at what he
He's good at
does.
over the top, yes.
Yeah, he's good at what he does. That's for sure.
Yeah, over the top, but not in a
Like
Nick
Kirk
Cage
Douglas, he's
kind of
good
way.
at over the top stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he's funny
I
as
tell-
shit, man.
I tell you
funny.
what, Fionn was watching 2 nights ago. Get Smart, the film,
Yeah.
and he's really old.
Don Adams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's really old in it. But
Yeah.
he's still doing the same thing he was doing in the 60s
Well, yeah, Get
show.
Smart was the 60s, yeah. So that's,
Yeah, and it was like, wow, this is so not funny now.
Yeah, and it's sad to see, huh?
Yeah.
Mm.
And one of the guys in it was, the guy who plays Q in Next Generation.
Oh,
yeah.
Delancey.
John
Yeah.
Delancey.
So this film must be 80s. Late 80s even.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Q was pretty much 90. Delancey was 80s, 90s pretty much. That was about it.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but this Get Smart guy, he was, very wrinkly and a bit chubby. And it was like, oh dear. Whose idea was this?
I liked Don Adams doing a Tennessee Tuxedo, the cartoon.
Don't know if that
You guys
got
didn't
you.
get that? The little penguin Tennessee Tuxedo and his friend Chumley, the fat walrus. I hate Tennessee.
Oh,
like-
maybe for a little while it
like
might have made
Chumley?
it over.
He had that same voice. Chumley.
Well, funny enough, Mel Brooks was the producer of the film. He was the executive producer on it. But it was like, I didn't even know they'd done a film.
Well, at one
Why
point they
wasn't
remade
that
everything,
good?
right? So, yeah, it's...
Yeah. It
And
was,
they did
so
the Avengers, right? With, did they bring back the
Oh.
old people from the Avengers? I forgot.
no, they did the New Avengers.
New Avengers, right? Yeah.
Yeah, where they got Gareth Hunt and what's her face? Put Blondie on the
Joanna Lumley.
Joanna Lumley, yeah.
Gareth. You can't say
But I think they
Gareth,
still had Steed in it, didn't they? But it was a much older Steed.
Yeah. What Gareth?
Anyway,
Yeah.
good night.
Yeah, live long and
See
prosper.
you
Live
next
long,
time.
long live the Empire.
Yeah, may the force be with you.
Espiritu Santos, amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Yes.
Yeah.
Amen. Bye-bye.
See you later, buddy.
Bye-bye.
I was going to chant something from June, but it's unpronounceable, so I won't bother.
Just do the charm of making. Anan nathrak uthwas bethud dosthiel nienve.
Oh, somebody stays up late at night.
I love that movie. I love Excalibur.
Oh, wow.
It's got Wagner and some other great music in it.
Some aquatic tart with a sword is no basis for a government.
Some moistened bint with a scimitar. What did we catch? I caught the back end of Last of the Mohicans last night. And I've never seen that film from beginning to end.
Oh, the Michael Mann one?
Yeah, the one with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah, if you can, try to find the original. The director's cut's the one on disc. It's not as good as the original.
There was this whole bit at the end. I've never seen it all the way through. I've only ever seen it sort of like bits.
The revenge part? That's awesome.
I don't know what it was. It was they got
captured the girl, right?
They captured the girl and a British guy, and then they burn the British guy, and he then he turns around and shoots him in the head to put him out of his misery or something. I don't know. And it was fucking awful. And the worst thing was there was this piece of music that was basically 8 bars just.
Trevor Jones, yeah.
It's shit, is what it is. It was terrible. And it was just, oh, for fuck's sake, change the music. And all the while the action's going on, it's the same fucking music. And then they get to this cliff edge and there's some altercations and everyone's just going over the edge. Indians are going over the edge. The woman who is having a relationship with the Indian, she throws herself over the edge. It was just like, oh, yeah, it's just fucking, oh.
Well, the guy at the War Club is great. The Mohican guy with the War Club is really good.
I never wanted to watch that film, and every time I've seen bits of it, I've never seen it in its entirety. I've just, I know exactly why I didn't want to watch this film. I don't know why. It's just something about it. I really don't like it. Maybe I should give it a chance. I don't know.
It's a movie from its time. I mean, it's it's an early '90s movie, and it has a lot of the tropes from '90s movies, while trying to be somewhat historically accurate, which is hard.
I was kind of the same with that Robin Hood one.
Oh well, those are terrible. The Kevin Costner one, and
yeah.
No, yeah, that was just fucking comedy, wasn't it?
Even the guy who played the sheriff of Nottingham couldn't save that.
He was good.
But Rick
from Die Hard,
yeah.
He couldn't save that movie. It was terrible.
Rick was worth watching.
He's always worth
anyway.
watching. He's great.
Yeah. So
a lot of historic movies are pretty awful in general.
Dances with Mohicans. Yeah, the Bound to Fail mashup.
They all have that similar feel to them.
Mm.
But Dances with Wolves is a hell of a lot better than Waterworld.
Mind you, Kevin Costner's made
that
that. What's that new film he stars in? Where it's.
He's in some new stuff. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah. This is new. This comes out this year. There's going to be 2 films. It's part 1 and part 2.
The Postman's even worse. That one's just unbelievable.
I think this one's more about how nasty the cowboys are to the Indians. I think that's what it's going to be about. And their trail across the U.S.
Well, we were. I mean, this country, basically tried to genocide them. So,
I think the only Kevin Costner film that I don't mind is the one where he's the Navy
No Way Out
officer. That's it. No Way Out.
Yeah.
Him and
that's a good one.
Yeah. Her out of Blade.
Sean Young.
Sean Young, who's now a fucking crazy whack job, but hey.
She was back then. If you talk to James Woods when they were making The Boost, she was already nutty back then.
Oh, well, there you go.
Now, what was... Now, I saw a trailer for a film that comes out this year. This month, I think. I think it's coming out on the 24th, which is a film of... is it Badlands?
Oh,
computer game. But it looks like it's been done really well.
Are you talking about shit. I just watched it. Borderlands, right?
Borderlands. Thank you. Yeah.
Borderlands, yeah.
Yeah, Borderlands. That's it.
I'm almost finished Fallout.
It's
at
good.
the moment.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I didn't know the game at all.
No,
So-
nor do I.
Fallout
I
is
recognise
really
the
good.
robot.
Fallout, that's it. Fallout, sorry, yeah, Fallout.
Fallout.
Oh,
is
Fallout.
amazing.
Yeah.
There's
That's
another
really good.
apocalypse one called Borderlands, but yeah, it's a different one. But,
It's funny. I remember playing Fallout, but I don't remember
I saw a
getting out.
poster online today. Somebody shared it. I don't know whether it's real or not, but it says, according to this poster, it's supposed to be coming out later this year on Netflix, and that's Half-Life.
that's going to be a tough one to pull off. 'cause
I
that
know.
game's great.
So that's what made me think. Oh, maybe that's just.
Now that I will watch until it wears out the celluloid,
Yeah, that was
if
great.
it's any good.
It
Because
was
that's
already
one
so
of my
cinematic.
favourite
it
games
just,
of
you could
all time.
translate it directly. Yeah.
Yeah. Christ, after doing Half-Life and then the mods, and then making our own levels, and oh my god!
But look at how easy it was to turn Resident Evil into a decent movie, and they failed miserably. The games would have translated pretty well, and they fucked up big time.
Yeah.
Paul W.S. Anderson is a hack and a half.
What? The other thing, how long is Elite 2 going to sit on the shelf?
The first one wasn't really that. I don't know.
Yeah,
really grab me.
but it needs finishing up. And
I
it's
wanted
been
to like it more than I
completed
did.
for months and months. That film's been finished, and they still won't bring it out.
Oh, one good Kevin Costner movie was a sleeper kind of movie. It was directed by Clint Eastwood, where he's the bad guy and he's traveling with that kid. He's like an escaped convict. It's pretty much a drama, but he does a really good job in that one. I forgot what it was called. Mostly him and a kid traveling around, avoiding the law.
No recollection.
But it's all just, acting between mostly two people the most of the movie, and he pulled it off. It was pretty good.
To be honest, I've never rated Costner. He's just never.
Oh, he sucks. Yeah.
Just never.
Yeah, but can you imagine if we get a new Steven Seagal film where he just falls on them?
Yeah.
Just go, blood. There you go. Consider yourself beaten up. Can't be bothered.
I mean, the first movie I ever saw him in was a bicycle race movie where he and his brother were competing. This is back in the 80s. And that's when I first saw Kevin Costner. He had a little mustache and he was even lame back then. It's like he wasn't even good as a young guy.
Well, he certainly carved himself a career.
He's not done too badly, is he?
Yeah.
He has a look. He's very good in the recent series, the Yellowstone and all the spin-offs. He's very good in that.
Yeah, but most of that was him just just looking mean with a hat on.
Basically being Kevin Costner, yeah.
Yeah, so you can get away with that.
It's the Shatner approach. Just be yourself.
Leave all the acting to all the other guys,
Yeah.
the gals in it. Yeah.
It's like Jack Nicholson, for the most part, mostly played himself in most of his movies.
Well, it worked. Whereas old, what's his face? Oh, God. Me and names lately. From House of Cards.
Oh, Kevin Spacey?
Kevin Spacey, yeah. I think he got
He had a run for a while. He was
got the
great.
shitty end of the stick. He was such a good actor.
Well, he did admit to his aggressive kind of grooming behavior, although it was reduced later as to severity.
Yeah, but
that was a time period when you couldn't basically talk about any of that shit. I mean, with all the Me Too stuff.
I think he was found innocent in the court case. He was acquitted here, wasn't he?
But he did admit during all that he was aggressive with this guy and forced himself on him and stuff. Those are his words.
Yeah.
So who knows, right?
But is that the basis to, finish a career?
No, but Look at Mel Gibson. He still has a career. He should have been finished with all of his anti-Jew and anti this and that, and treating his wife like shit, all that stuff.
Well, yeah. Mind you, I think a lot of it stems that I was just pissed off that House of Cards got fucking cancelled because of it. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it was a pretty good show.
Even though, because she was great in it, but she was only great in it all the time he was in it.
Yeah, they worked well
Because
together.
that season with just her was like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Wasn't enough. Didn't work. I don't know.
But he did some great. I mean, Seven and Usual Suspects. He's got some
Usual
great
Suspects,
roles.
yeah.
That sleazy guy in LA Confidential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
I see that in a fan poll, Michael Keaton has been voted the best Batman, and I wholeheartedly agree.
Do you know what? As time's gone by, for me it was always Christian Bale. But as time has gone by, yeah, Michael Keaton.
Keaton was good, but he wasn't believable physically. And since that's supposed to be a Dark Knight Batman who was more physical, that part didn't work.
Yeah, but I think some of the storylines of the Batman films he was in didn't help, especially the later ones.
Yeah.
And then, but there again, when you compare it to the George Clooney,
well, that was just, I mean,
Batman and Robin thing.
Even the creator of that basically said, Joel Schumacher or whatever said, yeah, it was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they did Bane was so ridiculous. Burn! He's like Hulk, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I preferred the Tom Hardy.
Even though you can't understand him half the time.
Yeah. You may be used to the dark, but I was born in the dark. Yeah. What? You're going to what? Oh, forget it.
And he's good at playing weird characters. Did you see that that Taboo show produced by Ridley Scott? It only lasted a season.
Mm.
But he's really good in that. It's a weird-ass character in this kind of alternate reality version of old England.
Yeah.
With like voodoo stuff going on, and it's a really weird show.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, I'm a fan of Tom Hardy. I must admit.
Yeah, I mean he's good in Mad Max, Fury Road, and
well, he was good in that. He was good in Venom.
He's probably the better part of the Revenant too. To be honest, this crazy character in the Revenant.
Gentleman. He was excellent in The Gentleman, but the Craze, bloody hell, playing both Craze like that.
Oh, did they make a remake of the Craze? I only saw the one with the Spandau Ballet guys.
Oh no! Watch the one with Tom Hardy. He plays both Craze.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wankers.
Yeah.
I came here for a fucking shoot act.
Like Colonel Custer. No, what was it? He goes, what's that you got in your hand?
Fucking
it's my
pin.
tool, isn't it? It's not a tool, it's a rolling pin. What are you going to do? Bake me some fucking fairy cakes? What he said? He goes, Charlie has asked us to look after you. Oh yeah, that's nice. He goes, here, I've got one for you. He goes, tell Charlie Robson, go and fuck himself. Yeah? Fuck your face, yeah? Fuck your face, yeah? Yeah. Now, I'm not going to fight fair, so I brought these, alright?
That whole Monty Python Piranha Brothers thing, is that basically the Craze, like a retelling of the Craze?
Kinda. Kind of.
Yeah.
Although I think it was more... I think they were pushing more sort of like Chicago Mafia with them, really, more than the Craig.
But because they're brothers and they're hardcore and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a bit. But it's. I think it's a spin-off from. Do you remember the Monty Python sketch where they got the two gangsters walking?
yeah, same with set fire to your tanks. You know, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
it goes. It'd be a shame, wouldn't it? You know,
Yeah.
if like one of your tanks caught fire, wouldn't it, mate?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and it's kind of more Chicago-y kind of,
Right.
but very London-based.
With the scars. I'm sorry, Colonel.
Yeah. It's a nice army base you got here. Isn't it?
Those guys are great.
Yes, well, we do our best, yes.
That stuff never gets old. I could watch that over and over again. Just
Yeah, well, I mean,
something about those guys
they
are
are
just amazing.
the whole Monty Python thing was just timeless anyway.
Because a lot of the reference are dated because it's the time period and also political people. I didn't even know who they were at the time. But it didn't matter. It still worked, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But then when a lot of the Python sketches that are based on things from history, it's all right, you know, you have to have a certain because there would be things where I would watch Monty Python as a kid and not understand half of it.
Yeah.
But still find it funny. But
It's
then
like the Warner Brothers stuff, like Bugs Bunny, multi-level stuff.
Yeah. And then you go into, you know, at school and you'd be learning about various people, you know, and like Aristotle. And, you know, just go, well, today we're going to talk about Aristotle. And in my head I go, it was a bugger for the bottle, you know? Because you go, connection.
Right.
Yeah. Or Descartes or whatever, you know. So.
Descartes was a drunken fart, yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hardy in that Star Trek Nemesis.
Oh, yeah, Shinzon.
Yeah, I really couldn't make up my mind about that.
Yeah, that was.
I couldn't make up my mind about that one. But he's certainly a very good character actor.
He sounds like John Hurt in that role. He's got an interesting voice treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Star Trek movies are pretty awful in general, unfortunately.
Oh, they weren't bad. I mean, if you look at the first Star Trek film, they're following more the cleanliness of the series.
Yeah.
You know, the whole beautiful, clean future. Then Babylon 5 comes out, and the next film, Star Trek film, comes out, and suddenly there's
Gritty.
bars. There's bars, and there's dirt, and fucking, you know,
well, they also,
poor people.
I mean, they also decided to make the movie series because of the success of Star Wars, which also had that gritty, lived-in look.
Yeah.
People started to copy, you know.
Yeah. It took them a while to bring it into the Star Trek universe because everything was all immaculate and clean, wasn't it?
Yeah, and even in the Next Generation, they kept the clean look, you know.
Yeah.
That bridge was just this beautiful furniture and all stuff.
Yeah, true enough. But then those later Chris Pine ones, I mean, Jesus Christ, did they suddenly was there a place doing cheap lighting or something? Because it was fucking weird lighting all over.
Well, they
the
also
place.
used the waterworks as the engine room. I'm like, what? This looks like something on Earth. What is this crap? You know.
Yeah, it did look like a brewery.
Yeah.
For the most part, you know.
Some kind of refinery or something. But that's not high tech. That's not future, and it's also this huge room.
You see that? Yeah, Deep Space Nine ripped off Babylon 5. Yeah, because Michael J took the script to Paramount, and they said, "Yeah, we've read it, but nah, it's not for us."
And to this day, like Doug Drexler, one of the effects guys on DS9, and a bunch of writers said, "No, that didn't happen." It's like bullshit. It completely happened.
It didn't. Yeah, it completely happened. Yeah. Well, even Michael J says it happened. I mean, he'd know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And there are parallels too. There's certain characters and situations that are too similar.
Yeah. Well, Babs is near a jump gate. Was it jump gate 71? I seem to remember reading somewhere, which is a useless piece of information.
Probably
and
one
then
of
you
the
got a
novel
wormhole.
stations.
Yeah, and a much more powerful race coming through, and all this sort of thing.
Yeah. As much as I like Star Trek in general, it never had the scope of the shadows and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the time span and all that, just the grandiose, the size of everything was just huge in Babylon 5.
And then right at the end, these massive, powerful races are just basically kids.
Yeah.
That are sort of like lost their way, having an argument.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, what was it? One was obedience, and the other one was for chaos, wasn't it? So
yeah, one was order, one was chaos, basically.
Advancement through conflict.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Like turning over anthills, basically, and makes them stronger. Yeah.
And the other one is advancements through obedience. Very clever.
Yeah, that's great. It's still great. I still go back and watch it a bunch, but it's supposed to be a new box set coming out of the HD versions, the upreses from HBO.
Yeah.
Later this year, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got the original box set and it's a bit grainy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But when I watched the HBO ones, and the quality is stunning. So wait till you see those.
Yeah. But it took too long thinking about either carrying it, well, not carrying it. Well, I suppose they could have carried on in some form or prequel it or whatever. But
before they decided to make the animated one that came out, they were going to make another live action show last year, I think. And the deal fell through.
They got Bruce, they got Claudia.
Yeah.
But Mia's gone.
Yep. Half the cast is dead. Yep.
Yeah. Jakar's gone, and you needed that Jakar Londo thing going on. Oh, there's Bill Mummy's still going, isn't he? So.
Well, they screwed up his character, right? He was already done.
Yeah, that's true.
They turned him into a maniac. So.
Ah, well.
All right, I'm knocking it on the head, guys. I'm off to bed.
Indeed. What time? Yeah, might be an idea. I've got a ton of fucking shit to do tomorrow before I have to go to work. Back to work on Tuesday. Yeah, I've got to do a load of work tomorrow before I go back to work on Tuesday.
It's a great retirement you got there.
It's shite, mate. It's absolute shite.
It's like, this is your retirement. I hate to see your normal workload.
Yeah, but do you know what makes me laugh? Like on Friday, I said to Fiona, I said, yeah, so we got Saturday, we got Sunday, and of course we've got bank holidays this week. She went, oh yeah, we could just sit and do nothing. I went, yeah, cool. And literally by 10 o'clock this morning, I'm going, I've got to go and do something. I can't just fucking sit here. I know. I'll work on the car. And then do the weeding and jet wash the driveway and do the decking. And basically do all the stuff that I've been neglecting because I've been working on synthesizers.
Indeed.
So.
Right, gents, have a good one.
Stuff.
All right, darlings.
Soon. Take care.
Everyone take care. Look after yourselves.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.